From the way how the demonic beasts ran, it was evident that they had sensed something perilous. Some great monster was coming. From the way how the demonic beasts ran, it was evident that they had sensed something perilous. Some great monster was coming. An extremely cold will shrouded the vast space at that moment, and Yi Futian shuddered, feeling a chill running down his spine. The jungle below actually became covered by a layer of frost, being frozen over altogether. However, that was not the end of it. In the very next moment, terrifying scorching will emerged. The chill was turned into heat, and a great swath of the jungle below wilted in a frenzy. The cycle of heat and cold went on over and over. Yi Futian did not hesitate to keep speeding away, leaving that space and returning from whence he came. Li Xian had ulterior motives, and the very reason Yi Futian returned following the tracks he came so far was to get near others from the Dali dynasty. Far away in the sky, a great monster of crimson colors all over it sped. Fauna wilted everywhere it passed. Every breath it took caused a cycle of heat and cold. The place became covered with frost as it exhaled, and scorching heat was all over the place when it inhaled. That monster was hundreds of meters long and had hard scales all over its body. Its colossal head resembled that of a human, and it had horns. The human-headed dragon-bodied monster was known as Zhuyin, also known as the Candle Dragon. The Candle Dragon sped away forward, chasing after Li Xian. There were saints among Li Xian's party, and the direction they traveled in was the one Yi Futian was going in. Despite streaking through the sky at great speeds, he was still unable to shake off their pursuit. The saints were traveling at unimaginable speeds. It was as if their bodies had become one with their surroundings. That Candle Dragon was moving at extreme speeds as well, continuing to close in on Li Xian's party, which naturally meant that it was closing in on Yi Futian as well. Who? The Candle Dragon exhaled, and its surroundings were frozen over. Freezing will of the great path swept through the sky, and the space seemed to have frozen over. Yi Futian's speed became greatly affected. He was then circled by sword wills, which zipped through his surroundings, cutting down the freezing will as he continued moving forward. Yet his speed had visibly dropped. Faster, brother seventh swordsman. At that moment, Li Xian and his party, who were all riding on divine implements, surpassed Yi Futian. Yi Futian glanced at them with cold eyes, but he did not say anything. The sword around him grew stronger and howled in a frenzy, tearing the freezing power around him as he moved. Yi Futian tried changing course and headed in a direction different from Li Xian, yet the Candle Dragon still had its eyes on him, so he had no choice but to keep moving forward. The Candle Dragon caught up shortly after. Its eyes closed in a split second. Light was drained from his surroundings, and the place turned as dark as night. With the place turning dark all of a sudden, Yi Futian felt as if he had gone blind and was unable to see anything. He was only moving forward, guided by his instincts. However, his spiritual powers were greatly restrained and had succumbed to the darkness as well. He naturally knew that it was an innate talent of the Candle Dragon. The world tree in his life palace swayed, and slivers of aura emanated, shrouding him, allowing him to sense everything around him. His eyes changed, seemingly imbued with divine light, enabling him to see through the darkness. Despite still being affected, he was no longer blind. A strong sense of crisis loomed over him. Cold will shrouded his body, and terrifying pressure was getting close. A huge claw was launched at him. He was like an ant when compared to the humongous body of the Candle Dragon, looking puny and insignificant. Saints were different despite being on the same plane, and the same naturally applied to the demonic beasts as well. That Candle Dragon was also a demon saint on the first level of Saint Plane, but it was more powerful than the ones he had fought before. Swords of Kasaipa manifested from the sword will around him, and it shot backward. zipping through the sky like bolts of lightning, streaking past the candle dragon's claw. It headed straight for its human-like head. The candle dragon's condescending eyes took a glance at Yi Futian, and it exhaled again. Frost shot through their surroundings, and the space before it was frozen over. The swords of Cassiopeia that appeared were frozen by the frost, stopping where they were. A huge sword of raging storms coalesced right before Yi Futian. He turned around, and the claw banged onto the sword, sending Yi Futian's body flying away. His body was sent back thousands of meters. He stood in the air. The candle dragon opened its eyes and dispelled the darkness, returning light to their surroundings. I believe we have no enmity, Senior. Aren't you pursuing the wrong person? Yi Futian said. The candle dragon glanced at him, condescending, and continued to move forward. It opened its mouth and exhaled. At that moment, their surroundings were frozen over, and Yi Futian felt as if he was about to turn into a statue of ice. The world tree in his body swayed, and the light of the sun emanated from his body. He became scorching hot throughout his being in that very instant. It was as if suns were hanging on his body, dispelling the cold. A dazzling screen of the sword that tore through space appeared around him. He held onto the sword with both hands and continued to step forward. The space shook as he did, his might resounding throughout his surroundings. It was as if he would combine with the great will and the powers imbued within his sword. Boom! The body that was shrouded in the screen of the sword tore the will of the great path of freezing right away as he charged at the candle dragon. The candle dragon closed its eyes again, turning the surroundings into darkness. Yet it did not manage to affect Yi Futian's eyes, which were gleaming with divine light. The sword tore through space and grazed the candle dragon's claw as it headed straight for its head. Yet the might of the great path of heat and cold was merely overwhelming. It became difficult for the sword to travel, and the dragon's claw was brought down again. His sword was shattered, and he was sent flying yet again. Blood was seeping out of his mouth as he grunted. He did not continue to retreat this time. He held onto his sword and glared at the candle dragon. Li Xian and his people had been far away from where he was by then. Cold killing intent was seen in Li Xian's eyes. Regardless of how powerful Yi Futian was, he deemed that the only outcome that would have resulted from facing a demon saint candle dragon was death. Going solo. Not even conventional saints at the first level dared not venture out alone in the West Mountain, as it was possible to encounter demon saints. Yi Futian dared to venture deep into the West Mountain alone due to having formidable combat capacity, which Li Xian deemed to be stupid. If Yi Futian were to die in the candle dragon's hands, it would have had nothing to do with him. Beware, demonic beasts approaching. A voice was heard, and Li Su, Li Xian's elder brother, frowned. He was a saint and sensed dangerous aura looming. There was powerful demonic aura emanating from far away. Li Xian and his party stopped and sensed powerful demonic aura from several directions before them. They quickly saw a chisel-toothed demon saint at the front, who brought several sage-level demonic beasts with it, but the numbers were fewer than when Yi Futian fought it. The chisel-toothed demon saint's eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. Li Xian and the others emanated powerful aura, and they looked in yet another direction, finding an ape-like demonic beast, which was red-hot all over, as if it was clad in the fires of hell. It held a huge staff in its hand. It was none other than the fiend Zhu Yan. There was an extremely ferocious snake demon in yet another direction, which had 9 heads. Other than the several demon saints, there were also many great monsters at sage levels appearing. Li Xian and his party realized right there, and then that demonic beasts were jumping them. Furthermore, it was more than just that of one race. All of them in the party sported glum looks. One golden dragon after another emanated from the body of Li Su, Li Xian's elder brother, which shot up to the sky and let out angry roars. Their surroundings shook, and they seemed to be sending a message far away. Many looked at the sky in the West Mountain. Some of them moved in that direction, and there were some who were attacked. "Retreat," Li Su said, and their bodies began to fly backward. Those demonic beasts charged forward at them, intending to kill them. The extremely ferocious and brutal Zhu Yin descended with the fires of hell and brought the staff down on them, as if intending to crack the earth open. A saint stepped forward with a divine implement in their hands, bursting with golden defensive images. The space seemed to have been shattered with a loud bang. Li Xian and his party continued to retreat, and those demonic beasts charged at them, emanating strong killing intent. However, Li Xian's lineup was indeed powerful. There were 3 saints among them, and all of them were from the Prince Regent's residence. Even so, they continued to retreat and were mainly defending. The situation before them was tricky. They were waiting for reinforcements before annihilating the threat before them once and for all. Li Xian and the others retreated to where Yi Futian was fighting the candle dragon shortly after. The man and the beast were still fighting at the moment. However, Yi Futian was injured, and yet the sword will continue to circle him. Li Xian frowned, finding it puzzling that the candle dragon had yet to kill the 7th swordsman. As for the Chiseltooth, the 9-headed snake, and the other demon saints, their killing intent shot to their skies when they saw Yi Futian. He had killed their people before, yet he managed to escape. Yi Futian naturally knew about the killing intent of those demonic beasts. In truth, those demonic beasts had been drawn to where he was using the sage demonic beasts that he had enthralled. Li Xian and his people wanted so badly to dump me here and leave? Yi Futian thought. Those demon saints charged at Yi Futian with cold killing intent. But since Li Xian and the others were closer, it looked as if those demonic beasts were charging at them instead. "Brother Li Xian, how about we team up?" Yi Futian said and flashed to Li Xian's side. If Li Xian wanted so badly to address the 7th swordsman as brother, then he saw no reason to refuse at the moment. However, Yi Futian's mind was cold, and he was filled with killing intent deep down. He naturally noticed the 3 saints that were with Li Xian. What is this meaning of this? He wondered. It meant that they had enough powers to deal with the candle dragon, and yet they led the beast to him before leaving on their own. Their intentions were very clear at this point. It was a setup that would have killed him if he were to even be slightly weaker. He would have died otherwise at the hands of the candle dragon. If he were to be killed by the demonic beasts in the West Mountain, then it could all have been attributed to the fact that his insolence and foolishness doomed the 7th swordsman, and it would have had nothing to do with Li Xian. Those demon saints had powerful killing intent towards Yi Futian, and all of them charged at Yi Futian, which made it seem as if they were charging at Li Xian's party. The 3 saints acted right away to repel the demon saints' attacks. The other demonic beasts headed their way in a frenzy as well. A harrowing battle broke out right there and then. As for that candle dragon, it kept to itself instead of joining the fray, watching Yi Futian with cold eyes instead. At that moment, his huge body moved forward and continued to head for Yi Futian, as if it was determined to have him killed. Yi Futian's brow twitched, and a thought crossed his mind. The candle dragon could have been said to have shifted its attention to him because Li Xian and the others ran. Yet, at that moment, despite being around Li Xian and his party, the candle dragon demon saint still had its eyes on him. That might not have been an ill omen for him, after all. Li Xian saw that Yi Futian continued to get close to him, and he could not help but frown, trying to widen the distance between him and Yi Futian. Li Xian saw that Yi Futian continued to get close to him, and he could not help but frown, trying to widen the distance between him and Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian had been pestering him. Although his speed was not as fast as the cultivators of St. Plain, he was still quicker than Li Xian. There was no question in catching up with him. The candle dragon seemed to be concerned with something and did not make its move. Yi Futian said nothing and did not reveal its secret, but the murderous intent was firm in his heart. The demonic beasts of West Mountain were all prey to the sovereign family, but the wisdom of these prey was not any lesser than that of humans. Moreover, they had the chance to survive by being taken as mounts by the sovereign family. Since there was an opportunity for survival, then indeed, some agreement could be reached. In other words, the candle dragon may have promised to surrender. But this candle dragon perhaps did not know that if he killed this disciple of the imperial advisor of Dali in public, he would not be able to survive either, and would not have the opportunity to become a mount. In other directions, great battles broke out, and several other demonic beasts did not hesitate to turn against Yi Futian. Several people of the Saint Plain of Prince Regent's residence also seemed to become aware of it, as they turned and looked back at what was being played out. These demonic beasts seemed to be aiming toward the seventh swordsman. Did the seventh swordsman offend them somehow? Li Su retreated in an instant without hesitation and came toward the direction of Li Xian. Seeing that Yi Futian was constantly approaching Li Xian to avoid the attack of the candle dragon, a mighty might of the way suddenly surged from his body, his palms waving, and suddenly his palm print slammed toward Yi Futian. Get away! This palm print was not meant to kill. He would not kill Yi Futian. He only wanted Yi Futian to leave Li Xian alone. Yi Futian waved his sword and cut off the palm print as he was retreating. He glanced at Li Su with an incredibly cold look. Several cultivators of the Saint Plain were also in retreat. Suddenly, Zhao Qi, the nine-headed demonic snake, and Zhu Yan the beast turned their attacks to Yi Futian. And that candle dragon also stared at Yi Futian coldly. Its gigantic body moved forward. In an instant, Yi Futian was facing the attack of the 4 great demon saints. Indeed, people of Prince Regent's residence secretly exclaimed. Their attacks were aiming at Yi Futian. This guy even could fight the demon saints, and he may have also killed the kin of these demonic beasts, therefore greatly angering them. They almost bore the brunt of their rage for the 7th swordsman. When Li Xian observed this, his eyes were cold. Heaven was watching out for him. Before, he had already discovered that Yi Futian had noticed something, but he did not expect that the candle dragon could not kill Yi Futian. If he was allowed to walk out of the West Mountain hunting ground alive, there would inevitably be some trouble. The best thing was to let him die in the hands of the demonic beasts. Yi Futian saw the 4 great demonic saints attacking, and the aura of the ancient tree of the world in his life palace flowed madly. Suddenly, his body released radiant glory, and the sword spirit appeared. Many methods of the universe now gathered around him. His body levitated and shot toward the sky above. A brilliant sword veil appeared on his body. The sharp claws of the candle dragon, the long dagger axe of Zhao Qi, the long red stick of Zhu Yan the beast, and the tail of the 9-headed demonic snake came down simultaneously and blasted toward Yi Futian, who attempted to escape from the void. Boom! The shockingly loud sound came out, and the sword veil fell from the void, and the sword Qi oscillated in the space. Boom! Another loud sound was heard. The giant sword was pulverized, and the sword veil began to crack. Zhu Yan's long stick brought with it infinite flames, as if a hellfire was roaring. A wave of flame burned through everything, and Yi Futian's body fell from the sky. The tail of the 9-tailed demonic snake also smashed down and slammed him to the ground. Yi Futian felt as if his internal organs were shattered. With a loud bang, his body smashed on the ground and created a deep pit. The people of the Prince Regent's residence watched without intervening. At the same time, some demonic beasts now launched an attack against them. Many demonic beasts rushed toward Li Xian. The demon saint of Prince Regent's residence only wanted to force them into retreat. but there were a few beasts that were extremely crazed and unafraid of death. Therefore, killing them was the only option. Apparently, Yi Futian was controlling those demonic beasts. He could not control the demon saint, but in the battle a few days ago he managed to gain control of some of the demons around the demon saints. He was going to try to use it to deal with Li Yao, but now he had found other uses for it. Seeing that the demonic beasts of their clan had been slaughtered, suddenly the few demon saints turned on the people of the prince regent's residence. As for Yi Futian, who was smashed on the ground, if he was not dead by now, he ought to be fatally injured. The candle dragon demon saint was still staring at Yi Futian. Yi Futian climbed out of the deep pit and floated in the air, looking cold and indifferent. If it wasn't that his physical body was nearly at the saint level, perhaps this fall alone could have taken 8 lives out of him. However, because he had been baptized by the medicinal bath to strengthen his already powerful body, he had an especially dominant physique, so that he could rise as if nothing had happened. When Li Xian saw this scene, he revealed a strange look. How could he come back from that? The infinite sword was gathering around his body, and it was turning into swords of Cassiopeia, puffing out dazzling aurora of the sword, pointing toward the candle dragon in the void. The candle dragon exhaled, spat out icy frost, and suddenly Yi Futian's body seemed to be frozen. The swords of Cassiopeia broke through the sky and disappeared into the void. As Li Xian was watching this battle in the void, preparing to see how Yi Futian would meet his end, he suddenly sensed danger, and then a terrible sword surged from the void. His face changed. The sword did not go to the candle dragon, but was coming toward him. This sudden change of event caught Li Xian unprepared. He wanted to hide, but it was too late. The sword of Cassiopeia was gone in a flash, pointing now at his throat, even piercing into the skin. Li Xian suddenly felt a prickling coldness all over his body. If I die, he dies too. A voice burrowed into the ears of Li Xian. The candle dragon roared, but its body stopped mysteriously and did not continue its attack. Yi Futian's body flashed and came next to Li Xian. The sword of Cassiopeia puffed out terrible sword that surrounded Li Xian. Yi Futian walked up to him and said coldly, the same mistake was made twice. How come you don't remember not to repeat them? What do you mean? Li Xian replied coldly, pretending not to understand. 7th swordsman, you forgot your place. Li Sun, who was currently fighting with a demon saint, reprimanded in anger. Yi Futian came next to Li Xian. He looked at the candle dragon, saying, how come this candle dragon demon saint stopped its attack? How would I know? Li Xian's eyes were cold. He felt like a puppet who was once again controlled by the other party. This kind of humiliation made him want to chop Yi Futian into millions of tiny little pieces. At this time there was a whistling sound that came from the void, and a group of people was heading this way. There were a few among them whose aura was extremely dominant. Seeing this, the candle dragon demon saint retreated backward, and at the same time the other 3 demon saints also did the same and started to withdraw. The newcomer was the 8th prince of the Dali dynasty. His eyes swept over the crowd and landed on Yi Futian, saying, 7th swordsman, what are you doing? Saving my skin, Yi Futian said, but his tone was a bit cold. The 8th prince came just in time. As soon as Yi Futian had captured Li Xian, there he came. Was this really a coincidence, or was it intentional? Quit joking. Let go of Li Xian, the 8th prince said casually. There was authority in his tone. I beg your forgiveness, your royal highness. But I can't do that, Yi Futian replied. You forget yourself, the cultivators of the prince regent's residence shouted, and they were walking toward him. Someone said coldly, even though you are the disciple of the imperial advisor, your treatment of prince regent's residence will not be overlooked and forgiven. But before I got a hold of Li Xian, you guys didn't seem to want to spare me either? Yi Futian said sarcastically, He was biding his time. The people of the Prince Regent's residence had already sent out a signal. The cultivators of the sovereign family would arrive soon. Seventh Swordsman, enough is enough, the eighth prince continued. Yi Futian looked at him, but did not respond. Suddenly, the atmosphere seemed somewhat oppressive. Yi Futian just disregarded the eighth prince. A while later, someone else arrived. It was Princess Li Xiao. She was stunned by what she saw in front of her and said to Yi Futian, Seventh Swordsman, what is the meaning of this? Seventh Swordsman, you are much too arrogant. Elders of the sovereign family, who scolded him with an icy, cold voice. More and more members of the sovereign family had now arrived, and all of them were angrily reprimanding Yi Futian. Yi Futian ignored all of them and even closed his eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. Li Sun and Li Yao had also arrived, as well as those from the royal house of Li Yong and Li Yu. In the end, the third prince and Li Zhe arrived with a large number of royal cultivators. Seventh Swordsman, what is going on here? Li Yao asked. The people of the Prince Regent's residence wanted me dead, Yi Futian replied. Seventh Swordsman, don't lie, Li Su asked coldly. When did we try to touch you? Li Xian also questioned. Put the sword down first. The eyes of the third prince focused on Yi Futian. Yi Futian glanced at the people who came. Those who needed to come came. Suddenly he laughed, a sarcastic laugh, and he said, The master was entitled the imperial advisor of Dali, and devoted his life to the Dali dynasty with countless efforts to strengthen Dali, and nurtured countless talents, thus valued by the emperor himself. However, the master was not of the Li clan and had never expected the descendants of the sovereign family to squash him. The resentment toward him had run so deep. As Yi Futian's voice drifted, the faces of many changed abruptly. This accusation was a serious one. Seventh Swordsman, the imperial advisor, is a pillar of our nation and is valued greatly by the emperor. It has nothing to do with names and clans. Your accusation is pure madness, the third prince said. Is it? Yi Futian looked at the third prince and replied, Then, as the disciple of the imperial advisor of Dali, I was ambushed on the royal hunting ground. An attempt was made on my life. I took Li Xian as security for my life, yet no one asked why, but just accused me of being out of line, arrogant, asking me to let him go. But did none of you really care about what Li Xian had done? Upon hearing what Yi Futian said, Li Sun and Li Yao both frowned. The people of Prince Regent's residence looked grave and gloomy. They didn't expect the seventh swordsman to have made such a deep calculation and to unleash it only at this moment. Moreover, it brought to light the hidden conflict between the sovereign family and the imperial advisor of Dali. This kind of matter could only be acknowledged silently, but no one dared to say it out loud. Which prince dared to admit it? Seventh swordsman, what exactly did Li Xian do? Asked Li Sun. I was resting in the forest of West Mountain when the cultivators of the Prince Regent's residence came at me and attracted a candle dragon demon saint. They fled and left me there, allowing the candle dragon demon saint to attack me, said Yi Futian. The power of the candle dragon was great. We couldn't deal with it, Li Su said defensively. His only regret was that the stupid candle dragon could not kill the seventh swordsman, allowing him to survive. It was now biting them in the asterisk as, Really? Yi Futian said sarcastically. Afterwards, when I faced the demon saint by myself, not only did you all watch and do nothing when it was you who guided the candle dragon to me. However, when I got close to you, why did you all start to attack me? Also, when the candle dragon was about to kill me, why did it stop when I took hold of Li Xian? Yi Futian continued his interrogation. How would we know the thoughts of the demonic beast? Someone from Prince Regent's residence answered coldly. How easy it is for you to deny everything so completely. Yi Futian sneered, saying, Li Xian, do you remember your promise to my senior brother outside of Dali Academy? Many people trembled now in their hearts. At the time, Li Xian had sworn upon his own life as a promise. Li Xian's face looked terrible, and he did not forget what happened last time. Li Xian's face looked terrible, and he did not forget what happened last time. On that day, much like today, after the cultivators of the Saint Plain had made a move, he was taken by the seventh swordsman, who demanded to make an exchange, one life for another. To save his skin, he promised Dian Yuan that he would never touch Yi Futian, guaranteed by his own life. Seventh swordsman, if it was indeed as you said, I will investigate this matter, but let him go first, the third prince said to Yi Futian. Yi Futian sneered. The third prince himself was close to the sovereign family. Li Xian was the grandson of the prince regent. Sire, the evidence is undeniable. What else is there to investigate? If it weren't for me taking Li Xian, I would already be dead because of their plot to end me. Now, everyone is asking me to let him go, but my senior brothers are not here today, so now the descendants of the sovereign family are bullying me like this? Yi Futian sounded so antagonizing that it made many people frown. This ***starred was determined not to let the matter rest. If news came out that the descendants of the sovereign family were elbowing out the disciples of the imperial advisor, or even made an attempt on the life of a disciple of the imperial advisor, what would the people of Dali think? Perhaps even Emperor Li himself would not be able to spare them. The people of Prince Regent's residence were genuinely useless. They had several people of the Saint Plain, and in their dealings with the seventh swordsman, they had mishandled it. Worse yet, they had allowed Li Xian to be taken once again. What ironclad evidence! It was just the action of a demonic beast. And you determined that Prince Regent's residence ordered it? Li Sun said coldly this was something they could never admit. He took a step forward to put more pressure on Yi Futian. Pissed, the sword qi pierced into Xian's throat, and a drop of blood dripped down. Li Sun stopped, and the look on his face was beyond ugly. Since Li Xian promised back then he should pay with his life for what he did, Yi Futian replied coldly. Murderous intent flowed upon him. The sword was puffing about, moving bit by bit into Li Xian's throat. Li Xian's throat moved as he swallowed. Both of his eyes stared at Yi Futian. Was he crazy? Did he dare to kill him? Seventh swordsman, several princes couldn't help but call out. Would you dare? Li Xian's voice sounded hoarse as he spat in a cold voice, seemingly full of bravado. After Li Xian's death, if the people of Prince Regent's residence thought that this matter had nothing to do with them, feel free to let my master and senior brothers investigate. That candle dragon is still at the West Mountain, and all of you are here. I hope no one will touch him to destroy the evidence. If I wronged Prince Regent's residence, I, seventh swordsman, will exchange my life for a life, Yi Futian said. Then the sword will puffed out. The sword was unleashed and directly penetrated Li Xian's throat. Li Xian made a sound from his gut, but it was almost impossible to hear. He opened his mouth, and he stared at Yi Futian, full of fear and despair. He dared to kill him. With both hands trembling, he put them to his throat and felt the sticky, bloody gore. Li Xian wanted to make a sound, but he was no longer able to do so. Then his life began to fade, and his body fell from the sky. Everyone was stunned. The space seemed to be solidified, and they all stared at the scene playing out in front of them. The seventh swordsman really killed Li Xian. This madman. Li Sun rushed out and caught Li Xian's fallen body. Li Xian! Li Sun's eyes were red, and his murderous intent was as high as the sky. Li Xian's hands were trembling. Fear was written all over in his eyes. In Dali dynasty, the imperial advisor had such great authority that he suppressed even the sovereign family. He, Li Xian, as the descendant of the sovereign family, was reluctant to cultivate inside Dali Academy, but he was coerced, for which he had always felt great shame. They were descendants of the sovereign family from Prince Regent's residence, yet they were indebted to the imperial advisor. His grandfather, the Prince Regent, kept a low profile and refrained from asking affairs of the outside world. But he would rather stir the pot so that his grandfather could stand up and intervene at the very least to take back the dignity of the sovereign family. As a member of the sovereign family, in front of the disciples of the imperial advisor, they were actually required to show their respect by bowing. Even more outrageous was that the disciples of the imperial advisor saw this as a matter of course. Even though they would return the salutation to those who were princes, for those royal members outside the main branch of the sovereign family, those disciples were not so considerate. Each and every one of them was extremely prideful. Therefore, he provoked Yi Futian, wanting to cause a feud. The funny thing was that the disciples of the imperial advisor were still so arrogant. Even the one who had just become the disciple of the imperial advisor, the seventh swordsman, dared to kill him. He reached out his hand, trembling and pointing at Yi Futian. In his eyes, besides fear, there was also intense hatred and murderous intent, until his hand fell lifelessly. His eyes were still staring at Yi Futian, and he died without being at peace. The people of Prince Regent's residence who came to his side had all witnessed the death of Li Xian. Li Sun handed him over to the others, and then with his eyes full of murder, he stared at Yi Futian. His body flashed and went to Yi Futian with a terrifying might. Yi Futian looked at him indifferently and said, "If I die, then it would not just be a problem with Li Xian." "Li Sun, stop!" the third prince shouted. Li Sun, whose body had rushed out, still managed to land a palm print, though the sword guarded Yi Futian's body will. But the slam still caused him to fly out. He groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. He did not even resist. His sharp eyes stared at the angry Li Su in front of him, looking indifferent. He killed Li Xian, and it would matter whose disciple he was. If the people of Prince Regent's residence killed him in public, it would be a blatant declaration of war to the imperial advisor. Even if Prince Regent's residence dared to move against him, those princes could not sit by idly and watch that disaster unfold. Initially, this matter had nothing to do with the princes. They could deny what he had said about the sovereign family elbowing out the disciples of the imperial advisor. But if he died here today, then it was as good as an admission that the descendants of the sovereign family used the hunting as a pretext to assassinate the disciple of the imperial advisor, with implicit involvement of the princes. Then the matter could become very thorny. These princes were smart and astute. Even if they had a disagreement regarding the imperial advisor, they would not dare to do so. Aside from the fact that Emperor Li valued the imperial advisor, and even if the emperor had issues with the imperial advisor, judging from the influence and the position that the imperial advisor currently enjoyed in Dali Imperial City, if the sovereign family were to do this, who else would dare serve Dali dynasty? "Enough," the third prince said coldly. "Your Highness, seventh swordsman executed Li Xian in public, and this is it." Li Sun and the people of Prince Regent's residence were full of anger. "This matter will be turned over to the imperial advisor's residence and the Prince Regent's residence to investigate. The seventh swordsman has guaranteed it with his own life. If it turns out that the seventh swordsman killed Li Xian without justification, the Prince Regent's residence may kill him at that time." Li Xian also piped in. "All right, let's go back to the imperial city first," Liao also said, but his heart secretly trembled. He thought that the seventh swordsman was indeed daring. He had ended Li Xian's life in front of all the cultivators of the sovereign family of Dali. Although he had a good relationship with Yi Futian, it was only because he was the disciple of the imperial advisor, and he had potential was unparalleled below the Saint Plain. His understanding of the seventh swordsman was not good, but what had just happened allowed him to know what kind of person the seventh swordsman was. His sword was genuinely fearless. Was this the pride of the swordsman? Li Yu's heart beat wildly. When she was in the lower world, she saw Yi Futian's arrogance, and now he was still the same in front of the sovereign family. His Royal Highness, I need to take him to the Prince Regent's residence. Very well. The third prince nodded and looked at Yi Futian. Seventh swordsman, since you claimed that Li Xian tried to kill you and you killed him because of it, you will be handed over to Prince Regent's residence. Do you object? What if I object? Yi Futian replied. Everyone looked at Yi Futian, speechless. He had spared no effort to let his feelings be known. The third prince looked at him casually and said nothing. He was not suitable to handle the matter. Turning this headache over to Prince Regent's residence, an imperial advisor's residence, to deal with was the best course of action. Although he was close to the sovereign family, the imperial advisor was the imperial advisor after all. Back to the imperial city, the third prince said. With everything that had happened, naturally the hunt in the West Mountain had ended. The cultivators of Prince Regent's residence came next to Yi Futian. After the convergence with the cultivators of the sovereign family, their group was even stronger, and several cultivators of the Saint Plain looked at Yi Futian with icy stares and took him away. Li Sun, Li Yao came over and said to Li Su, take the seventh swordsman back to the Prince Regent's residence for investigation. Before everything is cleared, don't act rashly, or you can imagine the consequences. In fact, no one was that idiotic. Whether this was done by the people of Prince Regent's residence or not, everyone should know. It was just that Li Xian's public execution by the seventh swordsman would not easily be let go by the Prince Regent's residence. I know. Li Sun's face was dark, and he did not address the third prince by his title. Apparently, he was highly displeased. Back in the days, his grandfather, the Prince Regent, wielded incredible power, and even though he no longer involved himself with most affairs, he was still well respected in the sovereign family. Now, Li Xian had been killed by an outsider. The prince did not stand up for his own. Li Yao looked at Yi Futian and heard Yi Futian say laughingly, Your Highness can rest easy. I already said that if the Prince Regent's residence had nothing to do with it, I would pay with my life. There were just too many holes in this matter, and too many clues. Not at all like Emperor Xiao's realm, where there was no place to start. It would be easy for the imperial advisor's residence to check it out. He didn't care. He dared to kill Li Xian because he was sure that Prince Regent's residence would not dare to move him, as the matter was indeed their doing. After leaving the West Mountain, everyone returned to Dali Imperial City. Yi Futian was taken directly to Prince Regent's residence. The news of this incident quickly spread, causing a great sensation with a negative impact. The Prince Regent's residence now fought with the disciple of the imperial advisor, and the seventh swordsman was the first person below Saint Plain who enjoyed great fame in Dali Imperial City. It was unexpected that during the hunt by the sovereign family in the West Mountain, such a thing could have happened, and the seventh swordsman had killed Li Xian in front of everyone. It was unlikely that the Prince Regent would let the matter slide. The Dali Academy quickly received the news and came instantly. Many people were still in shock. At this time in Dali Academy, Yan Yuan was sitting there, and Liao had come to tell him everything that had happened. Yan Yuan appeared very calm, and when he heard what Liao had to say, he nodded and said, Sorry to trouble you, Your Highness. It's all right. It's just that the seventh swordsman. I will go to Prince Regent's residence to pick him up, Yan Yuan said. He then got up and said, Nanjai, Chunyang, you too come with me. Yes. Mr. Nanjai and Mu Chunyang both nodded lightly, and then the three levitated and traveled through the air. The people of Dali Academy looked up at the figures that had just by air, and their hearts were slightly shaken. Had the big senior brother just gone to the Prince Regent's residence? At the Prince Regent's residence, under a giant golden pagoda, Yi Futian was now imprisoned beneath it. At the Prince Regent's residence, under a giant golden pagoda, Yi Futian was now imprisoned beneath it. On top of the pagoda, the might of the Wei continuously blasted down on his body. He sat on the ground, blood streaming down from the corner of his mouth, and rolls of brilliant light screen flowed down from the top of the pagoda, making it hard for him to sit up straight. The sword while on his body continued flowing, and his eyes were still sharp. He kept his eyes forward indifferently. Many cultivators of Prince Regent's residence were standing there. The person in the forefront was a majestic-looking, middle-aged man clad in a golden robe with embroidery of pythons. A strong sense of murder was in his eyes, and he stared at Yi Futian coldly. The son of the Prince Regent, Li Jing, was also the father of Li Xian. The person that Yi Futian had killed was his youngest son. Although Li Xian was useless, his talent in cultivation was far beneath that of Li Su, but he was still his child. Moreover, the thinking of Li Xian, in a sense, was also his thinking, and he influenced it. But no one would have thought that Li Xian would lose his life because of it. The seventh swordsman, the first man below the Saint Plain, who had found fame recently, executed Li Xian, the grandson of the Prince Regent, in the face of the descendants of the sovereign family. His hand stretched out, and a terrible might of Wei suddenly fell on the pagoda. Li Jing waved his hand, and a dull sound was heard. Yi Futian felt that the authority of heaven had fallen on him, and his body almost fell to the floor. He spat out another mouthful of blood. The corner of his mouth lifted in a sneer, and he looked up at Li Jing coldly. The reason why he decided to kill Li Xian was not just because Li Xian wanted him dead, nor did he kill Li Xian in the heat of the moment. There were two other reasons. One was to create discord between Li Yao and the others, and the second was the imperial advisor's residence. Since there was already disharmony between the sovereign family and the imperial advisor, he did not mind increasing that disharmony. One day, it would be better if Emperor Li sidelined the imperial advisor, although doing so may cause some damage to the imperial advisor's residence. But what he did not want was that one day to be the enemy of the people of the imperial advisor's residence. Judging from the status held by the imperial advisor's residence in Dali dynasty, even if the whole scheme was revealed in the future and Dali realized his real identity, it would not be possible for Emperor Li to harm the imperial advisor. After all, the imperial advisor's residence was also deceived by him without foreknowledge, and at most it would add to the disharmony. You are not asking for mercy? Li Jing stared at Yi Futian, and his hand extended again. Another roaring sound, and the pagoda span as radiant rays of light fell. Yi Futian spat out another mouthful of blood again. Although Li Jing would not kill Yi Futian himself, since this swordsman was so cocky he would crush his backbone. He would like to see how he would continue with his swordsmanship when the sword of the swordsman was bent. You must know the truth of this matter. If I died or was maimed while in custody at the Prince Regent's residence, what do you think the imperial advisor's residence would do? Prince Regent's residence killed the disciple of the imperial advisor. How would His Majesty deal with it? Yi Futian asked Li Jing. Then you killed the grandson of the Prince Regent. What should be done to you? Your son was incompetent. In trying to kill me, he was killed by me instead. You should think about whether or not you taught your children anything, Yi Futian continued, and the people of Prince Regent's residence stared at Yi Futian. This swordsman was beyond presumptuous. Yan Yuan, a disciple of the imperial advisor, come to pay a visit. At this time a voice was heard. Although not loud, it resounded throughout the entire residence. Everyone could hear it clearly. That was fast! The people of Prince Regent's residence exclaimed in secret. They had not been back for long before Yan Yuan's arrival. They had not spoken, and yet a vast might of the divine will permeated toward them, shrouding heaven and earth, and in an instant it descended where Li Jing was. Apparently, Yan Yuan projected his will to inspect the situation inside Prince Regent's residence, looking for Yi Futian. Was this a visit? Using spiritual will to scan Prince Regent's residence was considered rude behavior, but Yan Yuan did it anyway. Not only did he do so, but a vast might of the divine blasting toward them. No one had yet responded to whether or not to allow Yan Yuan to enter the residence before 3 figures came from the void, arriving in this space in an instant. The 3 people who arrived were Yan Yuan, Nanjai, and Mu Chunyang. After they arrived, they took a look at Yi Futian, who was imprisoned underneath the pagoda. Their look was somewhat cold. Li Jing and the others turned around, coldness in their gaze, staring at the 3 who had arrived. Li Su stepped forward, and looking at Yan Yuan, he said coldly, "The great teacher trespassed in Prince Regent's residence. Isn't it a little rude?" Yan Yuan looked at Li Su and asked, "Were you at West Mountain when it happened?" Li Su frowned and said yes. Yan Yuan raised his hand. In an instant, a suffocating might was born between heaven and earth. Under the pressure of this might, everyone seemed to stop breathing. Then they saw Yan Yuan reached out and made a grabbing gesture in the air at Li Su. Before anyone could react to this unremarkable movement, an immense handprint appeared and locked down the space around Li Su, who realized that he could no longer move. His level of cultivation was at the first realm of Saint Plain, the realm of proving holiness. Yan Yuan, whose own cultivation was at the 3rd realm of Saint Plain, unblemished saint, was thought by many of the Dali imperial city as possibly the strongest cultivator of this realm. This meant that apart from a few holiness of nirvana of Dali imperial city, Yan Yuan was standing at the peak. At this moment, Li Su truly experienced the might of the great path. The palm pressed down in the air and lifted him. It was so fast that it was like a flash of a thought before Li Su was taken. Yan Yuan. Li Jing stepped forward, and the same atmosphere of unblemished saint erupted. Suddenly, there was a terrible field around him, and Yan Yuan, likewise, made it hard for everyone around to breathe. However, Mr. Nanjai and Mu Chunyang walked a few steps forward on each side without being affected. Mu Chunyang himself was also an unblemished saint, and Mr. Nanjai was at the peak realm of saint of true self. "Did you take part in leading the candle dragon demon saint to my younger brother?" Yan Yuan's voice was calm. Li Su struggled madly, but could not break free. He was already at Saint Plain, the uppermost level of cultivation, and yet, at this moment, he was humiliated. It was just a coincidence. "I heard that you all stood by and watched while my brother fought the demon saint, and when he got too close to you, you all fought him. Was that also a coincidence?" Yan Yuan asked again. Li Su was green in the face and did not respond. "I also heard that you are launching an investigation." Yan Yuan said, "Whether the candle dragon has anything to do with you or not. Just this alone is enough to prove that you set my brother up. What else do you need to investigate?" At this time, people were coming from the void. They were all extremely powerful figures from Prince Regent's residence. Several cultivators of Li Jing's generation were already saints of true self, and another one was an unblemished saint. The makeup of the group was terrifying. "Yan Yuan, you have gone too far," someone said. "Little brother, how many times did the pagoda suppress you?" Yan Yuan looked at Yi Futian under the pagoda. 27, Yi Futian responded. Yan Yuan raised his hand, and suddenly a giant palm print fell down. It turned into overlapping shadows, exactly 27, that directly blasted on Li Su's body. Pooh! Li Su spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body fell from the void, causing the ground to crack, and many more bones and tendons were broken. Last time, Outside of Dali Academy, when my younger brother had a run-in with Li Xian swore on his life. Since he is now dead, I believe that this was a matter entirely of Li Xian's doing. The others were involved in the heat of the moment and had nothing to do with Prince Regent's residence, so that I won't be pursuing the others regarding this matter. Yan Yuan stepped forward and walked in Yi Futian's direction. He said, I am taking him away. Li Jing saw Yan Yuan coming forward, and he stepped forward also, with a force that shot through the sky. His whole person was like an angry dragon, filled with dominant majesty. The two men walked toward each other, and the momentum was so powerful that it caused a great gust of wind in the surrounding world. A dull sound was heard in the void. It sounded as if it could explode at any moment. The pressure of the might was shocking. As the two men approached each other, the momentum grew stronger, and everyone watched quietly. They all knew that the two were suppressing their own force. Otherwise, if they were really to unleash their power in the battle, the entire Prince Regent's residence would be razed to the ground. Finally, when the two came together, they extended their palms and slammed toward each other. The palm prints of the two landed together, and the pressure of the mighty washed over the space with the forces of mountains and oceans. All the cultivators from Prince Regent's residence stepped out and stood in different directions. The terrible waves landed on them, making their clothing flutter wildly. The force forced them to slide back. Cracks appeared on the ground and extended into the distance. The ground underneath their feet burst open and collapsed. Yan Yuan continued to move forward, and a radiant light exploded from his palm as if to shatter everything in front of him. Bang! Li Jing's body flew out backward, and his feet tried to break on the ground, creating deep track marks. Do you really want to take him away by force? Li Jing looked up at Yan Yuan, who was indeed the chief disciple of the imperial advisor of Dali. Your Highness invited our younger brother to go to the West Mountain to hunt, and we all agreed to let him go without accompaniment. Naturally, it was a demonstration of our absolute trust in the sovereign family. However, what happened at the West Mountain was no longer a matter of etiquette. Someone crossed the line. I already said that I believe it was the doing of Li Xian alone, and I would let the matter rest here. Yan Yuan looked at Li Jing and continued, I didn't report it to the master. Instead, I have come here myself to bring back my brother. If Prince Regent's residents wanted to stop me from taking him today, maybe won't come next time. If the matter is escalated, are you sure you can afford to pay the price? Li Jing looked horrible. He knew that the whole thing flopped because Yi Futian was not killed, so it was all exposed. He also knew that Yan Yuan was right. If the whole thing was escalated and the imperial advisor locked horns with the Prince Regent and caused Emperor Li to get involved, who would look good? If the Prince Regent's residents wanted to pick a fight with the disciples of the imperial advisor, what would the people of Dali dynasty think? What would His Majesty think? Let him be taken away. A majestic and authoritative voice came, and suddenly everyone trembled. Looking in the direction where the voice came from, Li Jing clenched his fists. Li Xian, his poor child, had died in vain. Yan Yuan looked up in the direction of the voice and said, clearly, Yan Yuan thanks the Prince Regent. Yan Yuan looked up in the direction of the voice and said, clearly, Yan Yuan thanks the Prince Regent. Afterward, he stepped forward and walked straight past Li Jing. Li Jing did not stop him. The Prince Regent himself had spoken, so the others would not stop them. Furthermore, unless the Prince Regent came out personally, other people in the residence perhaps would not be able to stop Yan Yuan. Dong! Yan Yuan threw out his palm, and the pagoda made a crystal clear sound. Immediately following, a divine implement was shattered, and the pressure on Yi Futian disappeared instantly. He looked at Yan Yuan and called out, Brother. Yan Yuan nodded gently and said, Let's go. Yi Futian hastened his steps and followed Yan Yan, who had turned to walk away. Mr. Nanjai and Mu Chunying cast a glance at the rest of the people, and Mu Chunying said, "If anyone disagrees with Imperial Advisor's residence, please be open and upfront. The disciples of Imperial Advisor's residence respect the Prince Regent. So I hope that the people of the residence will not shame the name of the Prince Regent." Having said that, the four stepped directly into the void and left. It seemed as if Dali Imperial City was a place that they could come and go at will. Everyone at Prince Regent's residence looked at the sight of Yan Yuan and the others leaving, and they were feeling quite revolted. Some of the elders of the palace, who were of the same plane, had experienced the prosperous days when the Prince Regent's residence was in charge of the kingdom. However, the people of Dali dynasty had long forgotten its glorious past. They only knew of the imperial advisor of the Dali dynasty, who was just beneath one person, but above all the rest. As to the disciples of the imperial advisor who dared to be so forthright, that after having killed the grandson of the Prince Regent, they dared to defy others' opinions and forcibly taken the one who murdered Li Xian. This was why many of the sovereign family had objections toward the imperial advisor of Dali. The imperial advisor had already wielded power that surpassed the power of the sovereign family. But for this, the Prince Regent had never expressed any opinions. In the past few years, he had not bothered with the matters of the kingdom. Many people had said that the Prince Regent was ready to retire and focus on cultivating in peace. At this time, Li Su had gotten up from the ground. The corner of his mouth was still bloody. Even as a cultivator of Saint Plain, he could not hold back his emotions at this moment. Great hatred filled his heart. His brother Li Xian was killed, and now they trespassed and wounded him, destroyed a divine implement, and took away the seventh swordsman. This was what Yan Yuan had done this day. Li Jing did not say anything, but turned around and walked away. After a while, Li Jing appeared in another courtyard. It was very quiet. An old man sat quietly on the ground, his back facing Li Jing, his eyes closed in meditation. There was not the slightest sense of majesty from his person, not at all like the Prince Regent, whose power was once toppling the kingdom. "Father," he called. Li Xian, who was slain, was his son, and Li Su, who was wounded, was also his son. The Prince Regent was still sitting with his back facing him, and there was not a trace of disturbance about him. He said, "Losing is losing. If you lost, you must admit it. Li Su and Li Xian did not complete their mission and left evidence behind. That's why they have to pay the price." In the eyes of the Prince Regent, there was neither right nor wrong, only success or failure. Li Su and Li Xian wanted to kill the disciple of the imperial advisor, but not only did they not succeed, but they were also killed by the target and left evidence behind. This was undoubtedly a failure. Both the Prince Regent's residence and the imperial advisor's residence were in service to Emperor Li. The struggle was like a game. The two sides that played had to abide by the rules of the game and not cross the boundaries. Li Xian did cross that boundary, so he could only die in vain. Otherwise, the dispute between the imperial advisor and the Prince Regent, vying for power in the face of the emperor, that would also be a disgrace to the Prince Regent's residence. Yan Yuan dared to be so aggressive and arrogant as to come to the Prince Regent's residence to take away the prisoner, precisely because he had reason on his side with all the advantages, so he was not afraid of contention. Li Jing understood this, but the one who died was his son, so it was natural that he was angry. Father has stopped inquiring about the matters of the dynasty for many years. Now, when this matter comes out, how will the world view Prince Regent's residence? Li Jing asked. Even he could not understand his father's mind. What does the view of the world has anything to do with the Prince Regent's residence? The voice of the old man was still calm. It was as if he had experienced a lifetime's worth of trials. Li Jing, you must remember that Prince Regent's residence or the imperial advisor's residence both serve His Majesty. That is all. What is the status of my position, and what is the status of the imperial advisor? Today, the imperial advisor is more useful to His Majesty. Whoever disregards the rules is disregarding His Majesty. Do you understand? Hearing this voice, Li Jing's heart trembled, and he looked at his father. The old man in front of him seemed to see things more clearly than anyone else. So over the years, he had stopped inquiring about matters of the outside world and no longer fought for anything. Many people thought that he had chosen to cultivate in solitude instead, but in fact he had already seen through everything. Whether it was the Prince Regent or the Imperial Advisor, they were all for the sake of the Emperor, nothing more. Remember, some things cannot be obtained simply because you fight for it. The kids thought they were sharper than me. Do you think I need them to remind me of anything? The Prince Regent continued to speak. His extreme coolness was nearly frightening to behold. Even though his grandson had died, it did not seem to upset him much. One day, when His Majesty thinks that I am useful again, I will be present again, the Prince Regent continued. Do you understand? Li Jing sighed in his heart. It was very cruel, but very realistic. Go back, seeing that there was no response from Li Jing. The Prince Regent dismissed him lightly. Li Jing turned to leave. After he left, the Prince Regent opened his eyes, and they were extremely sharp. When he got into a match with someone on the level of the Imperial Advisor, it was not a simple matter of who suppressed whom, but whoever made the wrong move first. What Li Xian did was making the wrong move, and it was beyond stupid. Therefore, death was his destination. Yan Yuan and the others traveled in the air after they left Prince Regent's residence. Mr. Nan Zhai asked Yi Futian, "How is your injury?" "I'm fine," Yi Futian responded. All this was still owing to his strong physique that was comparable to that of the saints. If it were not so, he was probably already disabled. "That's good to hear," Mr. Nan Zhai nodded. "Senior brother, I killed Li Xian. Will it involve the Imperial Advisor's residence?" Yi Futian asked. "Don't worry. Whether you killed Li Xian or not, there is no impact on the Imperial Advisor's residence," Yan Yuan replied. Yi Futian looked up at Yan Yuan and was somewhat puzzled. The world said that the Prince Regent no longer concerned himself with matters of the state and thought that he resides in solitude. But this once powerful prince was far more clever than the world imagined. Li Xian had overstepped the boundaries. His death was unimportant. Yan Yuan continued. He thought that he could change things, but what went on between our master and the Prince Regent was not something the younger generation could resolve. He lacked self-awareness. Yi Futian seemed somewhat befuddled, but still nodded. Yan Yuan turned his eyes toward him. Li Xian thought that he could fight for something. But younger brother, you must remember, the best fight in this world is just to cultivate. Yi Futian looked at Yan Yuan, and for a moment it seemed that time and space had turned back to many years ago. His third brother once told him that whatever was the biggest in the world could claim the truth. If there was anything bigger than the truth, then it had to be a fist. In the world of the cultivators, the best fight was cultivation. These two conclusions had the same meaning. Therefore, the disciples of the Imperial Advisor's residence seemed to have no contention with the world and were cultivating in peace. They did not deign to jump up and down and all around like Li Xian. This was probably a difference in realms. The news that Yan Yuan had taken Yi Futian from Prince Regent's residence quickly spread out, causing huge waves instantly. Many people of the Dali Imperial City felt that they were indeed the chief disciples of the Imperial Advisor and had trespassed in the Prince Regent's residence to take away their person. Below the Nirvana Saint Plain, could there be a second? Yan Yuan and the group returned to Dali Academy. Although the people of Dali Academy were excited, they were not too shocked. Since the senior brother himself had gone, then they would naturally bring back their person. The Dali Academy belonged to those who were friendly toward the Imperial Advisor. As for Yan Yuan, who managed Dali Academy, all of them worshipped him from the bottom of their hearts. Seventh Swordsman, Liao called when he saw Yi Futian returning safely. "Gratitude for all the troubles, Your Highness, went though on account of me." Yi Futian bowed slightly. Liao waved his hand. "Your safe return was the most important thing. It was too impulsive of you to have killed Li Xian." Li Xian, after all, was a royal descendant. If the people of Prince Regent's residence were mad enough to kill Yi Futian first, then it would have been too late to do anything. "Your Highness, if I did not subdue Li Xian, I would be a dead man already. Since it was destined that one man must die, then this was the only way it could be." Yi Futian responded. Liao said nothing more. He added, "Since you have returned safely, I shall be leaving." Once finished, he bowed to Yan Yuan and the others. "Senior brother, I am leaving now." "His Highness, returned safely," Yan Yuan said. "Brother, you have suffered some injuries. Rest early," Yan Yuan said to Yi Futian. "Yes, senior brother." Yi Futian nodded and turned to leave. "I am leaving too," said Lu Chuan, who was next to him. He left with Yi Futian. He walked next to Yi Futian. "What you did was a little too risky. With the master and senior brothers around, what do I need to be afraid of?" Yi Futian laughed. "You are not the least bit humble." Lu Chuan smiled and said, "But you weren't wrong. No matter what you did, the brothers will always be there for you." "What if I did something wrong?" Yi Futian said, "As long as it is not a great mistake that betrays the master, then it is the same, just like the day when the master promised to accept you as a disciple." Yi Futian was silent, thoughtful in his heart. "Do you know anything about the fourth senior brother?" Lu Chuan suddenly asked. "What of the fourth brother?" Yi Futian asked. He had always been curious about Wang Zhong. He and the other disciples of the imperial advisor seemed out of place. The master has the ability to make death warriors. The father of the fourth brother was a death warrior, and he died many years ago. The fourth brother always hated the master, but the master still accepted him as a disciple and passed on his martial arts to him. Slowly, Lu Chuan said, "The master is like this. He doesn't even care. Maybe one day, when the fourth brother turns on him, he will still be indifferent. Of course, if there is such a day, I, along with our other brothers, will definitely do things for the master that he does not want to do." Yi Futian was a little surprised. He didn't expect Wang Zhong to have such a story. He glanced at the Lu Chuan who was next to him and said, "I believe that the fourth brother will not do this." Lu Chuan looked ahead calmly and said softly, "Master took each person as a disciple for a reason. I don't want brothers to stand opposite of each other one day, either." Lu Chuan looked ahead calmly and said softly, "Master took each person as a disciple for a reason. I don't want brothers to stand opposite of each other one day, either." Yi Futian thought for a while and said, "Master doesn't seem to like violence, but why does he cultivate death warriors? As Master has said before, there is a price for everything you want to do. Whether there is master or not, death warriors always exist, serving the army or born and raised for such purpose. What master does is to make them stronger. There are even some death warriors in the army who knew they were not able to make any progress in cultivation in their lifetimes and rather chose to receive master's transformation." Lu Chuan continued, "But even so, master admits it is against the law of heaven and announces he will only cultivate them when there is war, like the Battle of Empty Realm, or when the sovereign family ordered so. Do you know why King Tiandao has a deep grudge with master?" "Why?" asked Yi Futian. "King Tiandao rules the army of the West, which is the strongest army outside the imperial city. He wants to build an army of death gods and hopes master can help. He even thinks that the master can transform not only sages but also saints. King Tiandao has tried to counsel the emperor many times to give master pressure, but master rejected. So to speak, when Di Hao defeated Dongqin, he requested to become the imperial advisor's disciple. Was this the reason?" asked Yi Futian. How's things suddenly came to his mind, although at that time, after the imperial advisor asked both of them why they sought the way, imperial advisor chose Yi instead of him. Maybe, Lu Chuan said. Then can Master transform Saint Plain cultivators? Yi Futian asked, looking at Lu Chuan. Saint Plain cultivators have taken the crucial step and refined their physiques. They have infinite potential. Whether yes or no, Master will not do it, Lu Chuan replied. So the answer is no. I see. Yi Futian nodded. After they chatted a while, Yi Futian went to cultivate alone. Although his physique was powerful, he was seriously injured by the divine implement's will, and he needed time to recover. The incident soon subsided and no direct conflict had happened between Regent King and Imperial Advisor. Otherwise, that would be a crisis. Year 10,022 of the Divine Prefecture calendar was approaching its end. The finely decorated imperial city of Dali was even busier than usual. The tradition of celebrating the end of a year had lasted for more than 10,000 years since the start of the Divine Prefecture calendar. Similar customs were widespread throughout all realms of the Divine Prefecture, though some realms didn't think it as important as other realms did. However, if conditions allowed, having at least a simple gathering was a must for everybody. On the last day of the year, gorgeous lamps lit up the palace of the Dali dynasty. Graceful dancers danced to festive songs. Members of the royal clan and courtiers all gathered in the palace to celebrate the new year. However, the imperial advisor didn't come, and nobody would blame his absence because nobody dared to. All royal clan members knew the imperial advisor didn't like being surrounded by many people. At the end of every year, he would wake up his sleeping daughter and celebrate the new year with her. Emperor Li had asked the imperial advisor about his daughter's issue, but the imperial advisor declined his help. The imperial advisor claimed his daughter's illness was incurable. Even Ren Huang couldn't do anything about it. Nobody doubted what the imperial advisor said. If there had been a solution, how could the imperial advisor have wasted his own daughter's time? Everyone also wondered, what kind of illness did the imperial advisor's daughter have? In the imperial advisor's residence, it was cozy and peaceful. The imperial advisor just had a dinner gathering with his disciples. People returned home. The imperial advisor stayed with Fei Shui in the courtyard. Both of them sat on the ground in a relaxed manner and looked up at the stars above. When fireworks exploded, glittering stars seemed to dim, but nobody knew if Fei Shui could see them. Master, did you want to see me? Yi Futian came and asked. Come, sit by me. The Dali imperial advisor laughed and said. Yi Futian nodded and sat next to the imperial advisor. A slight smile rose on Fei Shui's face. It was the second time Yi Futian saw her awake. He felt a tinge of pity and sadness for her. I heard you went to West Mountain alone a few days ago, and you challenged Demon Saint, the imperial advisor asked. It was very hard. When confronting the Demon Saint, I could only survive. My level still restricts my ability, Yi Futian replied. The gap between saint and sage is indeed hard to measure. Now, you can battle with Demon Saint and even survive before the Candle Dragon Demon Saint. It is very rare. Perhaps you are the only one in the 100 years history of Dali Dynasty, said the imperial advisor. But I am still just a sage, and I am still unable to enter the Saint Plane. Cultivation is an accumulative process. It needs time to grow. To enter the Saint Plane, you need a chance that conforms to the Great Path, and there is no need to hurry. The imperial advisor continued, I haven't taught you anything since you became my disciple. Today, I will teach you one chapter of my cultivation method. Master, I have cultivation methods of my own, and your way of cultivation may not suit me, said Yi Futian, who didn't immediately accept with delight. He would have been inwardly thrilled when he had just reached Dali and learned the best teachings about cultivation from the Dali imperial advisor. However, the imperial advisor's teaching made him feel shame. If it doesn't suit you, I will not teach you. Imperial Advisor said, laughing. My cultivation method is called the Deed of Thorough Comprehension, which contains all aspects of the world. There are several chapters, including the energy of metaphysical practices, which can help you perceive the existence of all beings, observe the change of stars, and foretell one's fortune. But there is only one chapter that I will teach you, and it suits you best. Through it, you can use your body as a cauldron, your soul as a guide, the 5 elements of the great path as the air to produce the power of heaven and earth, and connect you to the great law of the universe and sharpen your sense to the world. When you fight, your body as the cauldron will flame and borrow energy from the law of the world. If I am not wrong, this chapter will suit you very well. In awe, Yi Futian looked toward the Imperial Advisor. It was said that the Imperial Advisor was extremely knowledgeable and proficient in many skills. There was even hearsay about his uncanny abilities. Yi Futian, as a cultivator of such level, of course, didn't believe the rumors and assumed his ability was somehow overpraised. But now it seemed Imperial Advisor indeed had special cultivation skills. The deed of thorough comprehension should be extraordinary, and the Imperial Advisor claimed he could see one's fortune from the change of stars. Did it mean he could tell Yi Futian's fortune? Did Master take me as your disciple because of not only my belief in swordsmanship, but also my fortune? Said Yi Futian. The strength of one's fortune doesn't mean anything. It's not about it, the Imperial Advisor said. Yi Futian nodded. Even though the mysterious method could measure one's fortune, very likely it was a rough estimation and could not see one's destiny. Even very powerful astrologers were not able to do so. They could only make a rough guess. I will teach you the cultivation method, the Imperial Advisor said. Yi Futian nodded, and soon he felt a strong spiritual power that covered his body. Beams of light emitted from the middle of the Imperial Advisor's eyebrows and shot toward the center of Yi Futian's brow. Suddenly, a lot of things came to Yi Futian's mind. The path was only taught to the chosen one. The law didn't come to unwanted ears. Imperial Advisor thought Yi Futian was the one, so he taught him in person. Yi Futian closed his eyes and perceived some moments. The next time he opened his eyes, the Imperial Advisor was gone. Fei Shui was still there, facing him. If she could have seen, her eyes must have been more beautiful. Where is Master? Asked Yi Futian. He has gone to rest, said Fei Shui. How long did I meditate? Said Yi Futian. Half an hour, Fei Shui replied. Yi Futian nodded slightly and looked toward where the Imperial Advisor had been. He was going to make more inquiries. My father told me to pass on the message. When you hesitate, just follow your heart and do what you feel in your heart to be right. Otherwise, the imperfection in your state of mind will affect your cultivation. Fei Shui said to Yi Futian. Yi Futian's heart sank for a moment. He looked at Fei Shui and said, grinning, Master has noticed. Have you seen any disciple evade learning from their master? Fei Shui put a smile on her face and said, And don't forget, I can sense the fluctuation of your emotions. Yi Futian shrugged. He seemed not to mind it. Maybe he was indeed full of himself. Nothing in the world could be flawless. Even though the Imperial Advisor might not know his identity or didn't expect that he came from Emperor Xiao's realm, how could he be unaware of anything when Yi just cultivated beside him? Human beings couldn't be empty of emotions, and emotional transitions were detectable. If the Imperial Advisor had known he came to the great Li to kill Liao, would he have told Yi to follow his heart and do what his heart would not regret? So you mean I have no secrets in front of you? Asked Yi Futian, laughing. Yes, Fei Shui laughed and replied. Since I have no secret from you, shouldn't you share some of your secrets with me? Said Yi Futian. Why does the thing in your body make you keep sleeping to survive? You want to help me? Said Fei Shui. She was surprised by Yi Futian's feeling that she sensed. She chuckled at the idea in his mind. Even her father, a Ren Huang, could do nothing about it, and this guy wanted to help her. Even though there is no solution, someday maybe we will find it, Yi Futian said seriously. Fei Shui could sense his warm-heartedness, which was from the bottom of his heart. She was never wrong about people's feelings. That was the true emotion from the heart. He couldn't fake it. As I told you last time, the thing in my body is inauspicious. In fact, the inauspicious thing is a treasure that has merged into my body, and because of it, my perception is more accurate and sharper than anyone else's. I can perceive not only human emotions, but also the existence of everything in the universe and absorb energy from them. However, the energy is too much, and once it explodes, my plane cannot support my body to endure this energy, and I will perish. That's why my father lets me sleep to avoid it. Fei Shui confessed to Yi Futian. She then laughed and said, "Now you also know my secret." Last time Yi Futian guessed it right. This thing could make the world tree shake, which had never happened before. Even the imperial advisor and Ren Huang had no solution for the thing in Fei Shui's body, so one could imagine how valuable it was. Even the imperial advisor and Ren Huang had no solution for the thing in Fei Shui's body, so one could imagine how valuable it was. "Is it possible to take it out?" asked Yi Futian. "It has merged into my body and connected to my veins and heart. My father said it could only be taken out if I die." Fei Shui shared her secret calmly. In fact, she had slept for many years, and the actual duration of her life was very short. If not for her father, she might not have cared about life or death. Perhaps now, she lived her life only for her father. Thus, she didn't care about the secret, especially when she perceived Yi Futian's good intentions. She didn't need to hide it. "Can I perceive it?" said Yi Futian. "Yes," Fei Shui nodded, wondering how Yi Futian would do so. Soon, Fei Shui felt him holding her hand. Her arm slightly shivered, and she intrinsically wanted to retreat, but she didn't do it and just let Yi Futian hold it. An invisible life force infused into her body under his palm. There was a moment Fei Shui had a mysterious feeling. It was as if she was very intimate with him. But how could he do this? She was surprised. Meanwhile, Yi Futian was amazed by that kind of feeling, too. The world tree in his life palace waved and rustled, emitting wisps of life force out of the palace, which ran through his body, tentatively entering Fei Shui's body. It was as if his world tree spirit could do more than detect the thing in Fei Shui's body. Tens of thousands of wisps of life force were infused into Fei Shui's body continuously. It was as if they would never end. A dreamy aura surrounded Fei Shui's body. She slightly felt the treasure that had been part of her blood, and her heart seemed to be detached. It was almost ready to emerge. There was even a life flow that ran from her body to Yi Futian's. The change was unexpected by neither of them. Was Yi Futian absorbing the energy from the treasure? But how? Fei Shui was in shock. The treasure had long been merged into her body, and even her father was not able to take it out. But Yi Futian seemed to have made it. In the meantime, Yi Futian's perception of the world was changing. He could hear Fei Shui's heartbeat, sense her anxiety, and was aware of her confusion and shock. Yi Futian even saw the thing in Fei Shui's body. It was a monument without limit, bearing an inscription with no end. It was hard to see it clearly, but the law of heaven and earth seemed to hide inside. But the thing was a part of Fei Shui's body. It was hard to tell what was what, and if there had not been the world tree spirit, you would have never perceived its existence. Yi Futian opened his eyes and withdrew his life flow. He looked at Fei Shui. Fei Shui's head was lowered. Although she could not see, she was able to sense all that had happened. It was amazing that the treasure in her body could respond to Yi Futian. "So, we have similar secrets," said Yi Futian, grinning. Fei Shui laughed too. She nodded and said, "I will keep your secret. I will not tell anyone, even my father." Yi Futian stared at this young lady's simple smiling face and sighed to himself. Then he looked up into the countless stars in the sky. The imperial advisor had a grudge with Wang Zhong, but he still took him as a disciple. The imperial advisor didn't know Yi Futian's identity and knew he might have his own agenda, but still took him as his disciple and taught him the deed of thorough comprehension. On many occasions, the meaning of life was not all about benefiting oneself. Perhaps this sounded stupid. However, this might be what the temperament of a saint meant. Fei Shui, is there a matrix where you sleep? Asked Yi Futian. Yes, there is a ceiling matrix, Fei Shui said, confused. I can take you to the place you sleep. Let's go, said Yi Futian, standing up. Fei Shui felt his emotions and knew he was not going to send her to sleep, but she still accompanied him to walk toward the place. Soon they came to the place where Fei Shui slept. It was a sight full of matrices. Before them stood a cold jade bed. Fei Shui walked up and sat on it. Yi Futian followed her and said, Maybe I can try to take the thing from your body. Fei Shui said that the imperial advisor had told her the treasure had been part of her blood and heart, and unless she died, it was impossible to take it out. However, after Yi Futian's first attempt, he felt he could have a try again. Fei Shui was silent for a second and then asked with a laugh, Are you serious? Yes, Yi Futian nodded. You can do it, Fei Shui said, smiling. If Yi Futian wanted to try, she would let him try, even though she didn't have high expectations. They crossed their legs and sat in the matrix. Both of them closed their eyes. Wisps of life force were released from Yi Futian's body. He held Fei Shui's hands. She lowered her head but didn't stop him. Soon the mysterious feeling reappeared. The next moment, bursts of dazzling light erupted. Fei Shui seemed to have perceived something. She softly said, What a beautiful tree. Later, her body was submerged by the giant tree. Countless branches and leaves enveloped her. The world tree spirit clasped her to its bosom. Fei Shui suddenly understood why she sensed the impurity of the seventh sword's sword spirit. Actually, he was not a swordsman in training. His natal spirit was not even sword. Their bodies were wrapped tightly like in a cocoon. The world tree rustled and reflected resplendent luster. After a long while, a breath of horror burgeoned from here, followed by a string of clanging sound. The glare of the world tree suddenly vanished. Yi Futian withdrew his natal spirit and looked at Fei Shui, from whom a beam of bright light shot into the sky. Fei Shui, the imperial advisor called. Yi Futian swiftly left the bed and walked away. In a hurry, imperial advisor took a glance at him and walked straight to Fei Shui. Yi Futian directly returned to his residence. He would not go away, but he had no idea how to face the imperial advisor either. As the imperial advisor had told him, he just did what his heart felt was right. Yi Futian closed his eyes. In his life palace, the world tree rustled in the wind. He wondered what the natal spirit actually was. A radiant beam of light came out of a corner in the imperial advisor's residence and penetrated the sky. People came outside and gathered, wondering what had happened. Yan Yuan, Sir Nanjai, and others came to the gate of the place where Fei Shui slept and requested to see Master. None of them knew what happened. Nothing serious. I am checking Fei Shui's status. You can all leave, said the imperial advisor. Yes, sir, Yan Yuan nodded and said. They saw nothing wrong and soon all returned. In Imperial Xiao's palace, Emperor Xiao's realm, Xia Qingyuan summoned Black Wind Condor after she had just returned from a royal banquet to her own princess residence. Sir Condor felt embarrassed to death. Was he her slave? What are you doing now? Xia Qingyuan asked Black Wind Condor. Black Wind Condor knew she was not talking to him, so he sent a message to Yi Futian. Soon after, Black Wind Condor closed his eyes and reopened them. He looked kind of different. I am cultivating, said Condor. Today is the last day of the year. You should be in the Imperial Advisor residence, right? How does it feel to celebrate the new year in the Imperial Advisor residence? Asked Xia Qingyuan. Yi Futian sensed from her tone that she was not very happy, so he said, Not bad. The Imperial Advisor just taught me his cultivation method. Xia Qingyuan was stunned for a second and said, staring at the black-winged condor, So the Imperial Advisor really appreciates you. No wonder you don't want to come back. The Imperial Advisor residence treats me very well indeed, Yi Futian said and sighed. Don't tell me you are thinking about it, said Xia Qingyuan, staring at the black-winged condor. Did this be *** really have some emotional connection with the Imperial Advisor residence? Black-winged condor looked at Xia Qingyuan and didn't answer. Later he asked, What's the matter this time? Xia Qingyuan stared at him and said coldly, Nothing. If so, I should go now, Yi Futian said. You. Xia Qingyuan clenched her fists and hoped she could punch him. About that thing, I found a clue, said Xia Qingyuan. She referred to the last time's incident with Xiaosheng. Black-winged condor narrowed his eyes and said, Tell me more. We are still investigating. I will tell you if we have results. Fine. Black-winged condor nodded and replied, Thank you for your efforts these days, Your Highness. Xia Qingyuan looked into black-winged condor's eyes and felt somehow relieved. On the last day of the year, she skipped slapping the condor. It was the first day of year 10,023 of the Divine Prefecture calendar. In the Imperial Advisor residence, Dali Imperial City, Yan Yuan, Sir Nanzhai, Mu Chunying, and others came to visit the Imperial Advisor. When they set foot in the courtyard, they saw a slim figure quietly standing beside the Imperial Advisor. Of course, it was Fei Shui. Fei Shui. Yan Yuan and others showed surprise. She was not sleeping. What had happened yesterday? Fei Shui's thing had been settled. From today, Fei Shui will no longer need to extend her life by sleep, said Imperial Advisor with a heartfelt smile. From now on, his daughter Fei Shui would be normal except for her blindness. Yesterday, he just couldn't believe it when he saw this. He even had no idea what Yi Futian had done. He didn't ask, and Fei Shui didn't tell him either. Yan Yuan and others first paused a second, and then every one of them smiled. Did it mean Fei Shui would no longer need to sleep? Although they didn't know what had happened yesterday, since Master said it was settled, it should have been settled. Where is the seventh swordsman? Asked the Imperial Advisor. Master, Yi Futian called from a distance. He came closer, bowed, and said, The seventh swordsman is here to greet Master and brothers. Good. Have you cultivated on the deed of thorough comprehension? The Imperial Advisor asked as if nothing had happened yesterday evening. Yes, but it is a little abstruse for me, and I am afraid I need some time, replied Yi Futian. The deed of thorough comprehension is indeed not easy to understand. You have to focus on it, said the Imperial Advisor. Yi Futian nodded. Yi Futian's eyes turned to Fei Shui. He noticed Fei Shui was also looking at him. Yi Futian's eyes turned to Fei Shui. He noticed Fei Shui was also looking at him. I haven't told my father anything yet, Fei Shui whispered to Yi Futian. Yi Futian could tell there was something playful about her tone. She must be in a good mood since she finally could live a normal life as others did. From now on, she could always keep her father company and no longer needed to sleep. Yi Futian chuckled to himself. Fei Shui didn't tell her father anything, and the Imperial Advisor didn't ask. It was as if nothing had happened yesterday. Even those elder brothers had no idea what happened. However, the Imperial Advisor must have felt something even if he was not told. At least he knew the seventh sword was not merely a swordsman in training. Even so, the Imperial Advisor didn't ask. Thank you, Yi Futian replied in a whisper. Can your eyes be healed?" "I should be the one to thank you," said Fei Shui. "My eyes were damaged by the treasure's energy when it came into my body. I am blind and it can't be cured, but I am already happy to live a normal life. I shouldn't expect much." As a cultivator, even though she couldn't see, she could still perceive the world. Although it was colorless, her life would not be much affected. She was delighted. The only pity was that she couldn't use her eyes to see the seventh swordman's face. Yi Futian didn't say anything, but he felt pity too. "Have you taken out the treasure?" asked Yi Futian. "No," replied Fei Shui, "but it will no longer be part of my body and can exist separately. My father has sealed it. Although it is not completely sealed, it will no longer merge into my veins and heart and make me unable to endure it." She continued, "In my current status, I can depend on its energy to cultivate bit by bit, and as my cultivation makes progress, I can gradually release the sealed energy and grow up with it." Such an outcome was, of course, the best for her. The treasure had been utterly connected to Fei Shui's veins and heart in the past, so sealing it would have meant sealing her life and putting her to sleep. After Yi Futian removed it from Fei Shui's body with the power of World Tree, it became independent. Yi Futian could even take it away as his own, since the treasure was more attractive to the World Tree than to Fei Shui's body, which was the reason why it was taken out. But this invaluable treasure belonged to Fei Shui. Yi Futian didn't take it, but left right after he did his job, letting the imperial advisor finish the job. Apparently, after the thing was removed, the imperial advisor did a nice job. "Good things come one after another," said Sir Nanjai with a laugh. Master finally cured Fei Shui and would no longer worry about her situation every day. And the junior brother, the seventh swordsman, even got the opportunity to learn about Master's deed of thorough comprehension, which was Master's core cultivation method and contained mysterious knowledge that could change the nature's fortune. Sir Nanjai cultivated on one chapter as well, but so far he had not totally comprehended it. "The first day of the new year is indeed a lucky one," Yan Yuan said, smiling. Apparently, everyone was happy for Master and Fei Shui. Lu Chuan took a glance at Yi Futian and thought something might have happened yesterday. However, it didn't matter. The imperial advisor had a smile on his face. He hadn't been so happy for a long time. Although his power had spread across the Dali dynasty, Imperial Advisor was actually quite disengaged with politics. For him, power was nothing but fleeting clouds. Today is the first day of the new year, and the court of Dali dynasty will begin today. 7 swordmans, why don't you come with me? The Imperial Advisor said to Yi Futian. Since Yi Futian had become the Imperial Advisor's direct disciple, he had gained his status in the Dali dynasty and was supposed to go to see Emperor Li. "Yes, Master," Yi Futian nodded. "Let's go then," the Imperial Advisor said. He smiled and turned to Fei Shui. "You stay at home and rest." "Okay," Fei Shui said, nodding. The Imperial Advisor gently stroked her head with love and then steered his sword toward the direction of Dali Imperial City with his disciples. Besides the Imperial Advisor, in Emperor Li Avenue District, masters were coming out of residences and steering their swords in the air in the same direction. On the first day of every new year, all the officials in Dali dynasty came to pay homage to the court. On this day, in the lavish Dali Imperial Palace, a broad path stretched from the sky. All cultivators steered their swords in the air toward the palace, following the path. Numerous, rarely seen. Big figures all attended this ceremony. The Imperial Advisor and disciples arrived a little late, and many people were already in the palace. They got off of their swords, and immediately many people outside the palace bowed toward Imperial Advisor and greeted, "Hail, Imperial Advisor!" The Imperial Advisor slightly nodded and led Yan Yuan and others to walk forward. The people walking ahead of them all stopped and stepped aside to let the Imperial Advisor go first to show respect. In addition to the Imperial Advisor, his disciples caught many people's eyes as well. Yan Yuan was the Imperial Advisor's chief disciple In Dali, his name weighed a lot. Not long ago, he broke into the Prince Regent's residence with 2 junior brothers, without the imperial advisor's involvement. How daring! As the figure who had stirred up a storm not long before, Futian was the most famed among young elites and also captured some attention. He hunted in the West Mountain and decapitated Li Xian. How contemptuous! His interest in victory was as keen as his sword. They walked straight to the palace. It was the second time Futian came to the Dali Imperial Palace. But compared with the last time that Liao met with Futian and others in a relaxed manner, today the atmosphere was obviously more solemn and tense. That day's meeting was a trial among young elites. This time's ceremony was for all to pay homage to the Dali court. Giant golden dragon patterns engraved on the ground displayed their sharp fangs and claws. The most prominent figures of Dali dynasty stood on both sides of the central path. Behind them were rows of pillars, each carved with one golden, holy dragon. In front of them was a lofty staircase that led to a magnificent palace sitting above the clouds. Many royal clan members had also appeared on both sides of the path. They looked in the direction of Imperial Advisor, with coldness in their eyes. The thing that happened last time let them witness the power of the Imperial Advisor's residence. After killing the Prince Regent's offspring, Yan Yuan beat Li Su and led his people to leave, and even raved that he would not punish others' wrongs. How brazen they were! Thus, most royal clan members were piqued by them. Even so, when the middle-aged figure walked past them without a slight essence of life force, nobody dared to look into his eyes. They all lowered their heads. Not to mention the Imperial Advisor, how many people present today were comparable with the disciple Yan Yuan, who stood behind the Imperial Advisor? Imperial Advisor! People in the crowd greeted and bowed to him. Many people looked toward the Prince Regent, who was standing in the front line. The people of Prince Regent's residence stood behind Prince Regent, including Li Su. Having just noticed the Imperial Advisor's arrival, the Prince Regent turned around to look at him. He smiled, showing no trace of a grudge. He made a fist salute, slowly, and greeted Imperial Advisor. Imperial Advisor paused and replied to him with a fist salute, "Your Highness," and then they stood shoulder to shoulder in the front of the crowd. Yan Yuan and others didn't follow behind. Instead, they stood in the crowd at a distance from the Imperial Advisor. At the front, a prince appeared from the side and showed courtesy to the Prince Regent and the Imperial Advisor. Li Yao was also present. He looked at the crowd and slightly nodded to Futian when he saw him. Futian nodded to him as a reply. At the same time, another group of people arrived. One of the 2 persons who led the group was the 3rd prince. The other person had a rather imposing physical appearance and domineering manner. He took a glance at the crowd, and many people didn't even dare to face him. They lowered their heads. He strode directly over to the Prince Regent, made a fist salute, and greeted, "Uncle." Prince Regent gave a smile and asked, "How did you have time to come here from the land of West this time?" The person was King Tingdao among the 4 kings. "I have some important issues to report to His Majesty," said Tiandao with a laugh. Then his eyes turned to other people and fixed on the Imperial Advisor. He said, "The Imperial Advisor is here too." Imperial Advisor nodded as a reply. King Tiandao stood next to them in the front line. Soon King White arrived too. 1 advisor and 4 kings of Dali dynasty had all arrived, except King Li. King Li was busy with issues in the lower worlds, so he usually didn't show up. Suddenly, the crowd quieted down and stood back to watch a figure appear on the staircase. He stood there almighty like a god, as if in this solemn palace he was the only one. "All hail, your Majesty!" everyone said and bowed. The person standing on the staircase was undoubtedly the absolute master of Dali dynasty, Emperor Li. "Feel free to stand up," said Emperor Li. "After 1 year, I am glad to see the graceful bearings of you all. Imperial Advisor governs the court. King Tiandao guards the border. Prince Regent and King White are also in charge. No wonder our Dali dynasty can prosper, said a courtier, smiling. Thank you for all your efforts, Imperial Advisor, Prince Regent, King Tiandao, and King White, Emperor Li said. The Imperial Advisor and 3 kings bowed and showed their gratitude. Imperial Advisor, I heard recently you took one disciple with exceptional talent who even defeated King Tiandao's foster son Dihao. Did he come with you? Emperor Li asked, looking toward the Imperial Advisor. Imperial Advisor nodded, turned to the crowd behind him, and called, 7th Swordsman. Yi Futian walked up and bowed to Emperor Li, saying, 7th Swordsman is here to greet your majesty. Raise your head, said Emperor Li. Yi Futian looked up. His temperament is indeed extraordinary, Emperor Li said with a laugh, nodding. Previously, Imperial Advisor lost his disciple Yuan Jin on the battlefield. I feel so happy you have a new disciple now. Although she has a boyish nature, my daughter Li Xiao is at the age for marriage too. Imperial Advisor, what do you think if I married her to 7th Swordsman? Many people were in shock at what Emperor Li had said. The 7th Swordsman had just defended Prince Regent and killed Li Xian. Now the Emperor was going to betroth his daughter to him. This was... Emperor Li's action indicated that he thought highly of the Imperial Advisor. Emperor Li's action indicated that he thought highly of the Imperial Advisor. Of course, there was no doubt that His Majesty betrothed the princess to the 7th Swordsman because he was indeed an excellent man. He was the best swordsman in the lower worlds. He defeated Dihao and survived in the hands of Demon Saint. He killed Li Xian in public. He had outstanding talent, courage, and charisma, and he was also handsome and the right age. Many people thought from this perspective and secretly admired this abrupt but wise decision of betrothal. Princess had a noble lineage, but the 7th Swordsman as the Imperial Advisor's disciple was extraordinary too. In Dali dynasty, perhaps no one was more suitable than him. Many royal clan members raised their head, shocked at the words, but who dared to question Emperor Li? Yi Futian was also stunned in the crowd. He would never have expected that the first day he came to court with Imperial Advisor and met Emperor Li would betroth Princess Li Xiao to him. This was ridiculous. He let Yi Futian marry Li Xiao and become the Emperor's son-in-law. Not to mention whether he was willing to marry or not. The reason he came to Emperor Li's realm was, and if he married Li Xiao. Numerous pairs of eyes fell upon the Imperial Advisor. The Imperial Advisor took one step forward and bowed to Emperor Li, saying, It is the 7th Swordsman's honor to obtain your Majesty's grace. I took the 7th Swordsman as my disciple, and I am aware that although he has an exceptional talent, his personality was unruly and disdainful. I am afraid he may bring offense to Princess. How about we ask about his thoughts? Otherwise, if Princess has discontent in the future, it will totally be my guilt. The Imperial Advisor's words make sense, Emperor Li said, nodding. He turned to Yi Futian and said, The 7th Swordsman, are you willing to marry? Yi Futian lowered his head and stepped forward. He had no choice. Who dared to refuse the marriage Emperor Li arranged for him? It was Emperor Li's blessing, and he was supposed to bow and express gratitude for it. Any inappropriate reply might bring trouble. But of course, according to what Yi Futian knew, even if he declines it, Emperor Li would not be angry at him as the Imperial Advisor's disciple. Your Majesty, I deeply appreciate your blessing. I have met Princess once. Her beauty and wit are indeed unparalleled, and I am afraid I don't deserve someone like her. Besides, I am already emotionally attached to someone in the Imperial Advisor's residence. I don't dare to disgrace Her Highness, Yi Futian slowly said. One that didn't know the truth would assume he was sincerely afraid he didn't deserve Princess. However, many royal clan members had participated in the recent hunt and still remembered how he bluntly treated Princess and asked her if she could bear his sword. And now he claimed that her beauty and wit were unparalleled, and he didn't deserve her. Wow, life was nothing but a play. But even though they all knew it, no one dared to expose it. Otherwise, the imperial advisor would be offended. Also, everyone had to rethink the intention behind the emperor's betrothal. Who dared to spread rumors in such a situation might pay for their senselessness at the price of death. Obviously, Emperor Li did so because he thought highly of the imperial advisor. Besides, who was the someone in the imperial advisor's residence he was emotionally attached to. It was evident to everyone he referred to the imperial advisor's daughter. The seventh swordsman had only been in the imperial advisor's residence for a few days, and now he wanted to become the imperial advisor's son-in-law. However, what else could Yi Futian say? He was sorry for Fei Shui, but at least Emperor Li couldn't say anything about this reason. Both the imperial advisor and Yan Yuan took a look at him after he finished speaking. They knew he used Fei Shui as an excuse. Emperor Li took a glance at Yi Futian and said with a careless smile, "Okay, imperial advisor, if in the future these two young people have this thought, I can arrange marriage for them." The matter of Li Xiao had come to an end. Emperor Li valued the imperial advisor, and since the seventh swordsman was emotionally attached to imperial advisor's daughter, he would not step in and bring embarrassment to the imperial advisor. And instead he promised to arrange the marriage for them, which showed his magnanimity. Others would just let it be since Emperor Li himself no longer mentioned it. Everyone knew how politically stupid it was to give pressure to the imperial advisor's residence by such a thing. Nobody would do it. "I am so thankful for your kindness, Your Majesty. I never ask about affairs between young people. But if one day the thing is decided, I will report to Your Majesty," said the imperial advisor, bowing. He knew what Yi Futian said was untrue, but he had to admit it had effectively solved the crisis, since Yi Futian didn't want to say yes. "Good," Emperor Li said, nodding. He then turned to others and asked, "Is there anything to report today?" "Your Majesty, I have one issue to report," said King Tiandao, who stood in the front line. "What is your matter, my brother king?" asked Emperor Li. King Tiandao was Emperor Li's full brother and was conferred the title of King Tiandao, so Emperor Li called him Brother King. The way he addressed him indicated how intimate they were. It seemed that the Emperor Li equally respected imperial advisor and King Tiandao. The martial power of Dali dynasty has reached an unprecedented level. Numerous top figures came out of imperial advisors, Dali National Academy, and my Daily Mountain. And the number of upper plane cultivators in Dali keeps increasing. If the imperial advisor can provide help to the army, and we build St. Plain iron troop together, it must be invincible, King Tiandao said in a solemn voice. Therefore, I earnestly request Your Majesty to allow the imperial advisor to enter the army and build an iron troop for the prosperity of Dali dynasty. The imperial advisor has put much effort and work in teaching cultivators for years in Emperor Li's city. I often send people to learn matrix methods from the imperial advisor and use the knowledge to train the army. Brother King, you are too straightforward. You want the imperial advisor to join the army, said Emperor Li, laughing. King Tiandao said, Your Majesty, these years the imperial advisor has put much effort into his job, and his contribution to the dynasty has been significant. However, nowadays, everything in the imperial city runs smoothly, and the status of Dali Academy is unshakable. I heard that now the imperial advisor seldom takes up matters of Dali Academy. Since the third prince has made a breakthrough in the unblemished St. Plain, I suggest the third princess take charge of Dali Academy for the imperial advisor and handle issues in the city. Prince Regent and King White can also maintain the city's stability. The imperial advisor and his disciples all have military ability and wisdom. If they can enter the army and cooperate with me, we can build an unparalleled troop, continued King Tiandao. Suddenly, everyone's expression turned serious. All the top figures of the Dali imperial city gathered in front of the staircase, but no one let out a sound. King Tiandao, wanted to enlist the imperial advisor and his disciples in the army and let the third prince be in charge of Dali National Academy. Didn't it mean asking imperial advisor to hand over the enterprise he had been devoting many years to? However, everything in Dali dynasty was supposed to belong to the royal clan. How could the imperial advisor say no if the third prince came to take charge? I can get your point, brother. If the imperial advisor and King Tiandao cooperate, indeed an unassailable army can be established on the land of Dali, said Emperor Li, smiling. He turned to ask the imperial advisor, "What do you think of King Tiandao's opinion?" The imperial advisor made a fist salute and said, "Nowadays, Dali National Academy is indeed running in good condition, and I am not engaged with the job. Yan Yuan is in charge of running it. If your majesty would like to appoint the prince and others to the board of the academy, I can relax more and will be delighted to do so. As for entering the army, I am studying the new matrix method, and if there is an outcome, I will send it to the palace and then to the army," the imperial advisor continued. "But directing the army is not my field. I am afraid I will disagree with King Tiandao if we work together. Is there anything in the world the imperial advisor is not good at?" King Tiandao said after listening to the imperial advisor, "And, imperial advisor, you don't need to worry about disagreement. As long as you are willing to join the army and build it well with me, I don't mind serving as the imperial advisor's assistant. Your Highness is so dedicated to strengthen the army. Are you preparing for the war?" the imperial advisor questioned him. "Dali dynasty is powerful enough to start a war. Why can't we do it?" replied King Tiandao. "A war between realms will cost too much, and once it explodes, the number of casualties will be uncontrollable even if the scale is not large. Dali is far from ready for it," said the imperial advisor. "Exactly. That is why we need the imperial advisor's support," said King Tiandao. Emperor Li didn't speak, so the argument was only between the imperial advisor and King Tiandao. Prince Regent just stood there quietly and didn't say a word. It was as if all that had happened was none of his business. "Please stop arguing, both of you," Emperor Li said, laughing. "Imperial advisor is right. Wars are costly. Once the war begins, the situation will be out of our control. This issue requires further thought and discussion. How about King Tiandao and imperial advisor talk after the meeting?" "Yes, your majesty," King Tiao and imperial advisor said, nodding and ending the quarrel. "Does anyone else have anything to report?" Emperor Li asked and turned to others. Some reported some unimportant issues. However, Yi Futian was still slightly agitated. Did King Tiandao try to provoke a war? Was he aiming at Emperor Xiao's realm? At the thought of this, he delivered the message to the condor and let him pass it on to Xia Qingyuan. But soon, the condor's message for help came to Yi Futian's mind, which made Yi Futian feel curious. After taking a look at what had happened on that side, he said to himself that this guy deserved it. Didn't he know it was suicidal to irritate Xia Qingyuan by the things that happened today in the court? One could imagine how Xia Qingyuan's mood was like when she found out Yi Futian almost became Emperor Li's son-in-law. He came to Emperor Li's realm for revenge, and now he would become one of them. Yi Futian perceived how violent the scene where Xia Qingyuan and the Cyan Arguzinus beat the condor was, and paid a silent tribute for him in advance. This was what his loose lips deserved. Yi Futian could hear black-winged condors' dreadful shrinking even from the infinitely far distance. This time, Xia Qingyuan, that woman, really had no mercy. In Dali Palace, after Emperor Li announced the end of the court meeting, the crowd dispersed. Liao took a look at Yi Futian and felt pity for him. If Yi Futian had agreed to become the son-in-law, his power in Dali would have definitely reached its apex. However, he declined the chance. He was, as usual, very special. Liao didn't come to talk to Yi Futian, but rather he walked to King White and King Tiandao. Not long ago, he received a message, and now he needed King White and King Tiandao's backup Otherwise, the manpower he was able to manage would be not enough. Emperor Li convened King Tiandao, Prince Regent, King White for a meeting, and the rest of the crowd gradually dispersed. Emperor Li convened King Tiandao, Prince Regent, King White for a meeting, and the rest of the crowd gradually dispersed. Li Yao walked to Yan Yuan, and Yi Futian sighed and said, laughing, "The seventh swordsman. Just now, if you had said yes, from now on you would have to call me brother-in-law." "I hope your highness didn't mind," said Yi Futian. Li Yao shook his head and said, "Of course not, since you are emotionally attached to master's daughter. My sister Li Shao is very unruly. If you had nodded, she would still cause a disturbance." The seventh swordsman was such a proud person, and the first time he met with Li Shao, the two had already had an intense confrontation. If Li Shao married Jianqi, the scene must be quite horrifying. Li Yao guessed they could fight every day. Yi Futian didn't say much. Yan Yuan, who was standing aside, cut in. "It takes a while for His Majesty and the Imperial Advisor to discuss issues. The seventh swordsman and I should return now, Your Highness." "I will see you out, elder brother," said Li Yao. "Please stay, Your Highness," said Yan Yuan respectfully, and then they returned. Li Yao watched Yi Futian leave and had a thought in his mind. In the Battle of Empty Realm, Yi Futian of Emperor Xiao's realm was peerless, and no one on the battlefield dared to fight him. Today the seventh sword was also unrivaled in Emperor Li's realm. If both appeared on the battlefield, who would defeat the other? The message he received recently was just about Yi Futian. If Li Yao had known the two people that he was comparing were the same person, nobody could understand how he would feel. Of course, they looked like two utterly different people. Yi Futian was good at using halberds, and the seventh sword was good at using swords. Li Yao had made close contact with Yi Futian several times, and he felt their life forces were completely different. Li Yao was smart, but he did not think they were the same person. The thought had never even occurred to him. Anyway, who would suddenly think two completely different people were one for no reason? It was said that after Yi Futian and others left the imperial palace, Li Shao was furious in her palace and claimed she would kill the seventh swordsman who had embarrassed her so much. How could he reject the emperor's betrothal in public? Did he think she didn't deserve him? She heard that the imperial advisor's daughter had a severe illness, could not see, and had to sleep all the time. And his heart belonged to her? Was a princess not better than a half-dead patient? Wasn't it an embarrassment? Even though the patient was the imperial advisor's daughter, it was an open secret. Nobody dared to mention it during the court meeting, but they all knew. The people in Princess's residence lived their lives in apprehension, but most people in the palace enjoyed it as a farce. After Li Shao was mollified, she would soon forget about it, but if the seventh swordsman had promised to marry her, she probably would still make a fuss. Yi Futian wasn't even aware of all this. He didn't care what Li Shao thought. In Emperor Xiao's realm, Black Wind Condor was being beaten like hell. While in the villa where the cottage was located, on the backside of the mountain, the sword saint stood on the edge of a cliff in silence, his black clothes blowing in the wind. Behind him, a person came and asked, "What are you thinking about, brother?" The person was the cottage villa third disciple Gu Donglu. "It has been 19 years, Sword Saint said abruptly. However, Gu Donglu understood what he meant. He walked to Sword Saint's side and nodded. "Yes, 19 years. In year 10004 of the Divine Prefecture calendar, the peerless princess Dong Huang came to the Book Mountain of Eastern Barren Territory and took away Sir Du of the cottage villa. Today was year 10023 of the Divine Prefecture calendar. It had been 19 years. Others might not understand what Sword Saint meant, but Gu Donglu understood it. Too many things had happened over these 19 years. They had reached the height they'd never dreamt of before. They had experienced numerous trials. So many times they had been on the edge of death until they came to be who they were today. Even so, it seemed they still had a long way to go. The Sword Saint looked up at the sky dome and asked, "Donglu, how high do you think the sky is?" When people in the lower worlds looked up, what they saw was the sky. Hen people of the upper worlds looked up, the sky was still there. How high was the sky? "Infinitely high," said Gudonglu. "How far can we go?" asked Sword Saint again. "Infinitely far as our hearts," said Gudonglu. Sword Saint nodded, smiling. The sky was infinitely high, as the hearts as the paths. Once upon a time, people called him a genius and said his state of mind was exceptional, that he could witness history. He didn't care if he could witness history or not. What he cared about was nothing but when he could see Master and achieve his wish with him. However, all seemed too far away. The more he thought, the more intangible everything seemed. "Donglu, I am going to enter the Saint Plane," said Sword Saint. Gudonglu paused a second and grinned, saying that's great. The brother had finally made a breakthrough on that level. Since he said he would enter the Saint Plane, he would make it. Gudonglu had no doubt whether or not the brother was a saint. Sword Saint laughed. He reached out one hand. All of a sudden, demonic might pervaded the space, and in the roaring waves of demonic might, a demon sword gradually formed. All the might converged in his body, which made him ball to the sky and earth. "Even though it is infinitely far, I will chase after it." Sword Saint took a stride forward and lifted the demon's sword into the air. Stronger demonic might kept rolling, growling, and merging into the sword. The demon's sword greedily swallowed the terrifying radiance. An aura of force surrounded the whole villa. People in the villa looked up in the sky. Lapis Saint and the village chief all looked at Sword Saint, who was soaring up in the midair as if he was attempting to touch the bound of the sky. "Brother." Zhuge Mingyue, Luo Fan, Yi Shaoshi, and Beitang Xinger also caught sight of Sword Saint and looked toward the sky. As Sword Saint rose higher, the demonic might also grew stronger. The light of catastrophe flickered above the upper sky. The storm and clouds turned dark as if the end of the world would come. The sky transformed. His catastrophe. People in the villa were in shock. Brother is entering his Saint Plane catastrophe. Zhuge Mingyue tucked her hair behind her ears using one slender hand. Her eyes were crystal clear and gorgeous when she looked toward the empty sky. A saint, a cottage villa disciple, would become a figure of the Saint Plane. From now on, the older brother would become a sword saint in the true sense of the word. If Master had been able to see the day to come, he must have been very happy. Besides the older brother, Donglu and Yi Futian were also in the last stage of Sage Plane, and one day they would experience this too, especially Yi Futian. He had caught up with everyone in cultivation. Maybe he would meet the Master's expectation one day. "Today is such a good day, sister." Beitang Xinger walked to Zhuge Mingyue and said, "On the first day of year 10023, according to divine prefecture calendar, the older brother entered Saint Plane. Yi Futian would also be happy for his older brother if he had been here." Black clouds loomed in the upper sky as if the demon catastrophe was about to come. Everyone's catastrophe differed depending on their cultivation styles. The intensity of Sword Saint's catastrophe was much higher than the catastrophe of Dojan. The force seemed to be able to crush Sword Saint. But no cottage disciples doubted whether or not Sword Saint could pass this catastrophe. Just as what Master had said during the cottage cultivation, although the older brother's talent was ordinary among all brothers and sisters, he continued to make steady progress. Since he was experiencing the Saint Plane catastrophe, he had completed all the required conditions. It was an automatic outcome. Even though the Saint Plane catastrophe might be a tough one, all disciples believed the older brother would overcome it. The Sword Saint continued soaring up in the sky as if he was attempting to run into the catastrophe of law. The sword was held tight in his hand. The boundless reflection of catastrophe light dripped down from the sky. Followed by an appalling thunder, the catastrophe befell him. Sword Saint raised his sword and heaved a heavy strike toward the catastrophe. The catastrophe was chopped up. Even the sky dome seemed to be torn apart. The scene was like a thump on everyone's heart. Soon, the catastrophe converged again. Sword Saint put down his hand, and the sword faded away. The light of catastrophe fell upon him and washed across his torso. The catastrophe of the law was dangerous, but it was a necessary path to becoming a saint. One could only become a saint by accepting the purification of the law. That strike was not aimed at destroying the catastrophe. It was a manifestation of Sword Saint's fearless heart. Even though heaven was infinitely high, the path was infinitely far. He must rise up in person and see them with his own eyes. Under the dome of the boundless catastrophe, Sword Saint stood straight up in the air like a god. Even people far from the villa looked up and watched toward the direction, full of awe. In the imperial advisor's residence, Emperor Li's realm, at dusk Futian heard from the condor that the older brother had entered the Saint Plain. He woke up from the status of cultivation, and a grin spread across his face. He stood up on his feet, eyes fixed on the sky. Finally, a cottage disciple set foot on the saint path. The only pity was that Futian was not in the cottage to witness this historical moment. Now the older brother had entered the Saint Plain. One day Futian would, too. So would the third brother. They would all reach a higher place. "What makes you so happy?" someone said in a soft voice. Futian turned around and saw Fei Shui, who was facing him. She said, "I can sense how excited you are from a far distance." "A happy thing, of course," Futian said, laughing. "Really? I heard in today's court meeting His Majesty wanted to betroth Princess to you. If you were happy about this, you shouldn't have rejected it," Fei Shui said with a smile. "And when did you fall in love with me?" Futian was very embarrassed. Fei Shui smiled carelessly. She was able to sense emotions, so she knew Futian was never in love with her. Otherwise, he could not hide it in front of her. "Why did you decline the Emperor's betrothal? Don't tell me you really have someone you love?" Fei Shui said, grinning. She suddenly wanted to know about Futian's thoughts. It must be interesting. Futian heard Fei Shui's questions, and it felt like an icy needle was pricking his heart. Even after so many years had passed, he was still heartbroken whenever it came to his mind. Fei Shui's smile vanished. She immediately realized her curiosity was not appropriate. She lowered her head and softly said, "I'm sorry." She knew she asked a bad question. "Never mind, it's not about you," Futian said. He knew Fei Shui didn't mean to. "I should go now. Please forget it and continue thinking about that happy things." Fei Shui said quietly and turned and left, worrying she would affect Futian's mood. Seeing her leave, Futian shook his head with a bitter smile. How could he easily forget it, since it had already come into his mind? But the news that Sword Saint had entered the Saint Plain still made him happy from the bottom of his heart. After Fei Shui left, Futian looked up to the sky. The scene of the palace battle remained vivid in his mind. Jiu's death was the pain in his heart. They had been together since they were 16 years old. They had gone through ups and downs for so many years, but all became nothing but a memory because of Liao. Even though Liao was friendly with him in Emperor Li's realm, Futian knew it was only because of his current identity as the seventh swordsman, a person useful to Liao, instead of the trivial and miserable palace lord at the mercy of him in the land of the 9 states. So he ventured to Emperor Li's realm. However, Futian gradually realized his plan was not as perfect as he first thought. He came to the imperial advisor, but discovered that this mysterious and powerful figure in legend was uncommon and common at the same time. He dithered, especially when he cultivated in the deed of thorough comprehension. He found the cultivation method was above the saint level. But the imperial advisor had taught it to him before Yi Futian helped Fei Shui. Besides, from Fei Shui and Lu Chuan's conscious or unconscious indications, Yi Futian came to know that people of the imperial advisor's residence were not unaware of his suspicious identity as the seventh swordsman. However, even so, the imperial advisor was eager to teach him the cultivation method beyond saint level. What kind of magnanimity was it? If Yi Futian had been in the imperial advisor's shoes, he would not have done it. Was it only because the imperial advisor appreciated his passion for cultivation? Yi Futian couldn't stop thinking about what would happen if he killed Liao with as the imperial advisor's disciple. Even though the imperial advisor was in power in Dali dynasty, and Emperor Li might not harm him, the estrangement must grow between them. And as what he had seen in today's court meeting, King Tiandao was also very aggressive and was urging the imperial advisor to join the army. Prince Regent's forbearance was unsettling, too. His offspring was killed, but when Yan Yuan took him away in the face of the Prince Regent didn't demand the release. Yan Yuan also said the Prince Regent was very sophisticated. He had his own intention behind the seeming forbearance. What's more, the imperial advisor was against battles between realms. Some people speculated that he could transform saints, and King Tiandao obviously also had this thought, but the imperial advisor didn't do it. Did Emperor Li have the thought too? King Tiandao was Emperor Li's full brother. If Emperor Li had no opinion on what King Tiandao had said, why should he convene imperial advisor King Tiandao and others for a session after the court meeting? The harmony between the lord and the ministers in Dali dynasty was nothing but an illusion. The imperial advisor was perhaps not at the apex of power in Dali as he appeared to be. Was the imperial advisor's status really that stable? Maybe yes, only if no accident occurred. Yi Futian was having an inner struggle. If the Dali imperial advisor had been a different person, Yi Futian would fool the imperial advisor and Emperor Li against each other without hesitation, just like before. But he had changed his state of mind after this period of time. The imperial advisor once passed the message through Fei Shui to tell him not to waver and do what his heart felt was right. Sir Du also taught him to live a life between sky and earth, following his conscience. Killing Li Yao was what he pursued, but if he made it, would he be free from guilt? He was not supposed to involve others in his plan for revenge. If he had not known the result, he would not have had so much concern. However, he knew what outcome that would bring. Following my conscience between the sky and earth, Yi Futian murmured and exhaled deeply. Suddenly his mind cleared. In just one moment he felt his heart open and his mind become broad. It was as if his body was connected to the sky and earth, and everything in the world became clearer to him. It was a wonderful feeling that he couldn't tell what it is. It seems that I have touched the saint path, Yi Futian thought to himself. Everything became so bright in his eyes. At the moment, he was getting closer to the saint plane. Yi Futian sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Instantly, his mind connected to Black Wind Condor in the palace of Emperor Xiao's realm. In Princess Residence, Emperor Xiao's realm, the poor Black Wind Condor had so many bruises. The next time he came in front of Xia Qingyuan, she gave him a cold, brief glance and called, "Sayani, what's the matter?" "It's me." It was Yi Futian's voice. Xia Qingyuan paused a second, but she was still emotionless and replied coldly, "I heard you will become Emperor Li's son-in-law." She was still thinking about whether Yi Futian should belong to Emperor Xiao's realm or Emperor Li's realm. If he had said yes in the court meeting, he would immediately become the imperial advisor's or emperor. Li's son-in-law and his status would be equal to that of a noble Dali prince. However, strictly speaking, Yi Futian in Emperor Xiao's realm was just a princess's servant. The contrast was, "May I know why your highness is not in a good mood?" Yi Futian asked calmly, "When am I not in a good mood?" Xia Qingyuan asked coldly, expressionless. She would not admit it. "Why did you beat the condor half to death then?" Yi Futian was speechless. This woman lied through her teeth. The beast couldn't keep its mouth shut. "Why can't I discipline it?" replied Xia Qingyuan. Yi Futian thought to himself that this woman was indeed unreasonable, even though she was the high-born princess of Emperor Xiao's realm. "I will come back," said Yi Futian. Xia Qingyuan paused a second and stared at Black Wind Condor, asking when. "I will find the right time to tell them I will travel outside Emperor Li's realm for cultivation, and then I will come back to Emperor Xiao's realm," said Yi Futian. He hoped the seventh swordsman could vanish. Nobody would know his identity. Vengeance for Jiue had to be delayed. Okay. Xia Qingyuan was finally relieved. Even though Yi Futian had converted his identity, he was surrounded by top figures in Dali Imperial City, and he even had met Emperor Li. She felt it was not that safe for him to continue. What's more, she was not sure whether the assassination last time was a trap someone set up for Yi Futian, but if it was, the message might have reached Emperor Li's realm. Even though the identity of Yi Futian in Dali Dynasty was the seventh swordsman, and people might not realize it. But still there was a risk. Now, since Yi Futian was willing to come back, she fully supported it. "Do you need anyone to pick you up?" asked Xia Qingyuan. "No, that will alert them. I will use cultivation as an excuse to leave and change my identity, then come back," said Yi Futian. Xia Qingyuan nodded and said, "Okay, just be careful." "Thank you for your care, Your Highness," said Yi Futian. Xia Qingyuan paused a second and said coldly, "I just don't want to see you die in Dali." Yi Futian didn't say anything. Xia Qingyuan continued, "Are you going to come from the upper worlds or lower worlds?" "From the lower worlds," said Yi Futian. "It was safer." "Good. You control demonic beasts in the Holy Ji Palace of lower worlds, don't you?" "I will send people to the lower world palace and take the controlled demonic beast to the border of Emperor Li's realm, just in case," Xia Qingyuan continued. The Black Wind Condor would stay in the palace, so she could know the latest situation and communicate with Yi Futian. "Your Highness doesn't need to bother," said Yi Futian. "It's settled. Send a message to me whenever you can after you depart," said Xia Qingyuan coldly. Yi Futian looked at Xia Qingyuan. There was a strange look in his eyes. Okay. He didn't say much, and soon he exited from Black Wind Condor's mind. In Dali Dynasty, Yi Futian had cultivated for some days. He was not able to leave on the first day of the year when Emperor Li's betrothal happened, so he waited and spent the time focusing on cultivating the knowledge in the deed of thorough comprehension. Sometimes he also sought advice from the imperial advisor, and the imperial advisor explained to him patiently every time. As his cultivation progressed, Yi Futian gradually felt his level was getting closer to the Saint Plane. He was very likely to enter the Saint Plane this year. The feeling was very mysterious and indescribable. One day, Yi Futian came to the courtyard where the imperial advisor lived. "Master," Yi Futian greeted the imperial advisor who was resting there. The imperial advisor looked at him and asked, "Do you have any questions about cultivation?" "No." Yi Futian shook his head and said, "Master, I feel my cultivation has reached the edge of Saint Plane, so I am thinking about traveling around the world and taking occasions to set foot on the Saint Path." "Good. You need company?" asked the imperial advisor. "No need, Master. I want to focus on meditating cultivation paths this time. I will travel the world alone with only one sword in my hand and will not come back until I enter the Saint Plane," Yi Futian said to the imperial advisor, but he knew it was not true. From now on, the name of the seventh swordsman would no longer exist in Dali. Yi Futian looked at the imperial advisor and had mixed feelings. He didn't want to say goodbye to him. If Dali had not been his enemy, Yi Futian would have stayed and cultivated under the instruction of the imperial advisor for a long time. He was indeed a highly respectable old man. "Where are you going?" Fei Shui came toward Yi Futian and asked. Yi Futian lied. "Anywhere, upper or lower worlds." "I want to travel around," said Yi Futian. He knew he could not conceal anything from her, but he still said it in this way. He was planning to go to King Li's palace and ask Li Yu to open the matrix for him, and then he would enter the lower worlds. Li Yu was his friend. She could do him a favor. Fei Shui didn't say anything. She could sense that it was very likely Yi Futian would not come back after leaving. She knew Yi Futian had a secret, but why would he not come back? What kind of secret made him do this? Was there some place outside the imperial palace that was better than the imperial advisor's residence in Dali Dynasty? "Do you have to go?" Fei Shui asked after a short silence. "Yes," Yi Futian nodded, serious. Fei Shui fell silent for a moment again, and then put on a smile, saying, "I hope you enter St. Plain one day, seventh swordsman." She came in front of him and slightly opened her arms. She had no idea when the next time she would see his face. Yi Futian knew what she meant. He opened his arms and hugged her and said, laughing, "Now I have to say I was honest to His Majesty." Fei Shui sighed to herself. The guy made a joke again. The hug was, of course, not about love. It was to say goodbye. The imperial advisor looked at them as if he had understood something, but he didn't ask. He just said with a laugh, "The path has no boundaries. Cultivation exists everywhere. I hope you enter St. Plain soon." The path has no boundaries. Cultivation exists everywhere. Yi Futian looked at the imperial advisor and said, "Master, please take care." And then he took a bow to the imperial advisor and turned around, leaving. Before he left, he said, "Please say goodbye to my brothers for me, sir." Yi Futian was walking out of imperial advisor's residence. Fei Shui couldn't see, but she still faced Yi Futian and had a bright smile on her face. Yi Futian was walking out of imperial advisor's residence. Fei Shui couldn't see, but she still faced Yi Futian and had a bright smile on her face. Everything had gone well so far. Yi Futian was going out, and at the same time, a group of people was coming in the direction of imperial advisor's residence, and the person who led the group was Li Yao. Li Yao saw Yi Futian and paused, greeting, seventh swordsman. "Your Highness." Yi Futian stopped and saluted too. "Where are you going?" asked Li Yao. "My cultivation has reached a plateau, so I am thinking about traveling outside and strengthening my swordsmanship. I hope one day I can enter St. Plain," Yi Futian replied. Liao nodded and said, smiling, "By the time you come back, a peerless swordsman in training will rise in our Dali dynasty." Yi Futian didn't respond. He said, "Your Highness, I should go now." "All right." Liao nodded and said, "I have some matters to talk about with Master. Sorry I can't see you out." Yi Futian and Li Yao parted and walked in opposite directions, respectively. Li Yao headed toward the imperial advisor's residence, and Yi Futian went in the direction of King Li's residence. Outside the imperial advisor's residence, Li Yao and others landed and requested to see him. Soon they were invited in. Li Yao bowed in front of the imperial advisor and saluted, "Master." "Your Highness." The imperial advisor nodded and greeted him while sitting. "Will the seventh swordsman enter the St. Plain soon?" asked Li Yao, smiling. "Yes, he will," said the imperial advisor, nodding. "The seventh swordsman's talent is extremely rare even throughout the 100 years of Dali dynasty history. I can't imagine how great he will be after he enters St. Plain," said Li Yao, laughing. The imperial advisor slightly nodded and asked Is there anything I can do for you today, Your Highness? Yes. Li Yao became serious after hearing what the imperial advisor asked. He said, I received a message before that the person who killed Brother Yuan Jin on the battlefield of Empty Realm might have reached Emperor Li's realm. It is undoubtedly extremely hard to find a person in a country. However, recently I got one more message that this person will probably return from the lower worlds. I am here to ask Master if my brothers can go to the lower worlds with me. The imperial advisor took a look at Li Yao and said, People die during war. It was Yuan Jin's destiny to end his life on the battlefield. Please don't take it too much to heart, Your Highness. Li Yao nodded, but he couldn't put it aside. Yi Futian left a too strong impression on him. That year in the 9 states, Li Yao treated his enemies like nothing. But on the battlefield of Empty Realm, a man who he thought he could trample on like an ant completely defeated him and even threatened his life. Yuan Jin had entered the Saint Plain and was one of the most talented among all brothers, but he was also defeated and killed. If Yi Futian became stronger, he would definitely become a great threat. But as an opponent, Li Yao must admit that Yi Futian was a very rare genius, just like the 7th swordsman. With these thoughts in mind, Li Yao bowed to imperial advisor and requested to leave. He turned around and prepared to leave. After walking a short distance, he was suddenly hit with a thought like a lightning strike, jolting his mind. It stunned him for a few seconds. He froze for quite a while. His face turned pale, and his heart thumped faster and faster. No, that's not possible. Li Yao's heart twisted painfully. He tried to deny the thought that came out of nowhere, but he couldn't erase it from his mind. Yi Futian and the 7th swordsman. Both of them were rarely seen geniuses. Both of them were able to defend saint-level attacks. It was said that something detained Yi Futian since he came to Dali. The 7th sword from the lower worlds rapidly gained fame as a swordsman in Dali dynasty. He got the message that Yi Futian was about to leave, and at this time the 7th sword was going outside to cultivate. Why did he have to choose this time to go outside? Li Yao had never put these two people together, and he didn't have the idea even when the 7th swordsman said he would travel outside to cultivate. But after he had the conversation with the imperial advisor, the connection between Yi Futian and the 7th swordsman suddenly came to his mind. His heart trembled heavily. Master, where is the 7th swordsman heading? Li Yao turned around and asked. Even at this moment, he was still not sure and needed to confirm it with the imperial advisor. I don't know. He said, Anywhere, said the imperial advisor. I want to take the 7th swordsman to the army for cultivation. Please allow me to do this, master. Li Yao bowed and said. Fei Shui seemed to have perceived something, and her face turned ashen. She looked toward her father. The imperial advisor said, Your Highness, cultivation should follow the will of the heart. Since the 7th swordsman wants to cultivate outside, let him do it. Li Yao looked at imperial advisor and bowed, saying, Yes, master. He left the imperial advisor's residence with his head lowered. He was still not sure about it, so he didn't say it out loud. What if he was wrong? But if he was right, the 7th swordsman would definitely go to the lower worlds. The best way to enter the lower worlds in Dali Imperial City was to go to King Li's palace. Let's go. Li Yao quickly headed in the direction of King Li's palace with his people. Father, I can sense that His Highness has a desire to kill, said Fei Shui to her father. Her face was pale. The imperial advisor looked into the distance and let out a sigh. Now it made sense. Finally, he understood why the 7th swordsman had to leave. If he hadn't left, Li Yao wouldn't have noticed. If he hadn't left, what kind of ending would be waiting for him? What would happen if the 7th swordsman kept cultivating in Dali, depending on his talent and nature? Wang Zhong also cultivated with imperial advisor before the 7th swordsman arrived, but Wang Zhong hated him. Persistence was his nature. But compared with insisting on something, what was more difficult to do was letting go. The seventh swordsman chose the latter. The imperial advisor had not expected that he could learn so much from a young disciple at the apex of a Saint Plane. The law had no boundaries, and according to the nature the seventh sword had shown, the imperial advisor believed he could have his achievement. With this in mind, the imperial advisor released his soul of Saint Apex and sent it into the distance. It reached Dali National Academy. Yan Yuan was in the academy and perceived it. He raised his head and saluted Master. Yan Yuan, imperial advisor's voice came to Yan Yuan's mind. Please see your brother, the seventh swordsman, off in King Li's palace. Where to? Asked Yan Yuan. To the 9 states, Emperor Xiao's realm, said imperial advisor's voice. Yan Yuan fixed his eyes on the empty sky. He stood still and didn't say anything for a while. Why? Yan Yuan hesitated for a moment and asked. He rarely asked Master for an explanation, but this time he did. He is your younger brother, the seventh swordsman in Emperor Li's realm, but when he passes the border of Emperor Li's realm, the seventh swordsman will no longer exist in Dali. Imperial advisor's voice again came into Yan Yuan's mind. Yan Yuan closed his eyes and ruminated for a second. The next moment he opened his beaming eyes. Something seemed to be clear in his mind. He said, "See." Yan Yuan did a flip and vanished from Dali National Academy. King Li's palace, imperial advisor's residence, and Dali National Academy were all located on Emperor Li's avenue, so the actual distance was not very far. Yi Futian didn't take a long time to come to King Li's palace. Li Yang and Li Yu were surprised to see Yi Futian come, so they asked, "Seventh swordsman, what brings you here today?" "I want to go to the lower worlds to travel around and find ways to enter the Saint Path. Your Highnesses, please allow me to use the Matrix and enter the lower worlds," said Yi Futian. He came to the upper worlds by the Matrix in King Li's palace last time after he gained fame in the King Li's palace. King Li ruled the lower worlds, and the Matrix he was in charge of connected the upper and lower worlds. All right. Li Yang and Li Yu immediately approved it. They had no reason to refuse Yi Futian's request. They were friendly with Yi Futian from the beginning. Besides, an imperial advisor's disciple's request to use the Matrix was always granted. "Do you want to depart now?" asked Li Yu. "Yes." Yi Futian nodded. "I will go with you," Li Yu said, smiling. "I want to go to lower worlds to see my father anyway." Then they together headed in the direction of the Matrix in King Li's residence. At the moment, Yi Futian heard the sound of someone breaking into the air behind him. He seemed to have perceived what happened and frowned. "Seventh swordsman, please wait." It was Li Yao's voice. Yi Futian didn't know Li Yao had become suspicious. Li Yang, Li Yu, and Yi Futian, who were near the Matrix, turned around and looked at him. "What can I do for you, Your Highness?" asked Yi Futian. "I have an important issue, and I need you to come with me to the Imperial Palace and solve my confusion," said Li Yao. Even though he was suspicious, Li Yao didn't immediately accuse him. He had to confirm everything before he adopted a hostile attitude. Because the imperial advisor still stood behind the seventh swordsman, he was the imperial advisor's acknowledged disciple. If the imperial advisor developed a grudge with him because of this, there was no benefit to Li Yao. There was a strange look on Yi Futian's face, but it soon turned back to normal. He said, "Your Highness can speak here. I will try my best to help clear up any confusion Your Highness may have. This matter is extremely important, so I can only tell you in the Imperial Palace. It won't take very long. Please spare some time to go with me for a few hours, and you can cultivate later," continued Li Yao. Although he was still very polite, Yi Futian had already sensed something abnormal. Li Yao's tone and attitude seemed somewhat strange. Since Yi Futian transformed into the seventh swordsman, he had been very cautious in behaving consistently with the seventh swordsman's personality. Everyone spoke and did things in their personal style, but Liao at this moment acted abnormally. So how do you become suspicious? It shouldn't have been possible since the seventh swordsman and Yi Futian were two completely different people now. Yi Futian didn't know the reason that Liao became suspicious because he was on his way to the lower worlds for cultivation. Not long ago, Liao received a message that Yi Futian was likely to return to Emperor Li's realm from the lower worlds. Your Highness, I have requested to leave and have gotten permission from Master. Please wait for me when I return, Yi Futian insisted. He had to go. Liao's heart sunk after hearing his reply. Liao's speculation was getting closer and closer to reality, which made his heart harden. So the person whom he treated with respect these days was the person he most wanted to kill. The atmosphere suddenly became cool, and at this moment a person arrived from the sky. Yi Futian saw it was Yan Yuan. He said to himself that this time he had been exposed. Suddenly his heart sank too. Would Yan Yuan capture him? I need to do something in the lower worlds. Master told me to see you off. Yan Yuan came in front of Yi Futian and said to him. Yi Futian's heart slightly trembled. He looked toward Yan Yuan and didn't know how to feel. Yi Futian's heart slightly trembled. He looked toward Yan Yuan and didn't know how to feel. Just now he thought that Yan Yuan had come to capture him. However, Yan Yuan said he came to see him off per the imperial advisor's request. Obviously, Liao remembered something in the imperial advisor's residence after Yi Futian left, which was he stopped Yi Futian. The imperial advisor had also figured it out. Thank you, brother. Yi Futian nodded and didn't decline Yan Yuan's support. At this moment, he was the seventh swordsman. He was not Yi Futian. Li Yao's face took on a strange expression. The imperial advisor asked Yan Yuan to see him off. What was his intention? Did it mean that the imperial advisor had found out what had happened, but he still let him go anyway? Li Yao was almost certain that Yi Futian and the seventh sword were the same person. Let's go! Yan Yuan came next to Yi Futian and said. They stood on the teleportation matrix and uttered, Launch the matrix! Li Yang and Li Yu were perplexed. Why was the atmosphere so weird? The seventh swordsman wanted to go outside to cultivate, and it seemed that Li Yao didn't allow it, but the imperial advisor's chief disciple Yan Yuan came to see the seventh swordsman off. The matrix emitted dazzling light. The formidable will of the law erupted from it. I will see the seventh swordsman off too, said Liao. He looked ghastly and walked straight to the matrix with his people. He had no time to hesitate at this moment. Before he entered the matrix, he passed a message to a subordinate, and the person didn't enter the matrix and went in a different direction instead. I will go with you, said Li Yu. Confused, she also stepped into the matrix. She wanted to figure out what had happened. A dazzling beam of light soared up, and in extremely strong light, all the people vanished from where they were. They arrived at King Li's palace, the Dali dynasty of the lower worlds. Li Yao and Yi Futian stood together. There was a short distance between them. At the moment, they had their own thoughts and didn't look at each other. In King Li's palace, a lot of people came to them. Many wills were sent here. A voice sent greetings from a distance. Li Yao, Your Highness, Sir Yan Yuan, how do you do? What brought you to the lower worlds? A mighty figure stepped outside a palace and came in front of the matrix. The voice came from King Li. All his people bowed and saluted. We are here to meet Li Yao Highness, Sir Yan Yuan. King Li noticed Yi Futian and greeted him, too, smiling. Once the seventh swordsman gained fame in the lower worlds and entered the upper worlds with Lu Chuan and people of Sword Mountain. Now he had become the imperial advisor's direct disciple and was famous in Dali Imperial City. King Li was, of course, happy to see him have such achievements. However, King Li soon realized the atmosphere was somewhat quite strange. Everyone was silent. Yan, Yuan brother, you have come to the lower worlds with the seventh swordsman. Are you planning to keep escorting him? Ask Liao. He already knew the answer based on Yan Yuan and the seventh swordsman's attitudes. I want to escort him a little longer. Please return, Your Highness, Yan Yuan said, taking Yi Futian to stride down the matrix. What if I want him to stay? Liao said. The people behind him came forward immediately and blocked Yan Yuan and Yi Futian's way. Your Highness! King Li and Li Yu were stunned. What had happened? Weren't Liao and the seventh swordsman good friends? Besides, Liao was also the imperial advisor's nominal disciple, so he was supposed to respect Yan Yuan. But why were they almost hostile to each other? I apologize that I can't obey your rule, but my master's order is first, said Yan Yuan. He threw his sleeves and took a step, jumping into the air. Stop them, Liao ordered. People behind him all dashed forward toward Yan Yuan and Yi Futian. Uncle, please help me stop Sir Yan Yuan and the seventh swordsman, said Liao to King Li. King Li was confused and hesitated for a while, catching the imperial advisor's disciples. He had to hesitate, even though it was the prince who gave him the order. Uncle, the seventh swordsman is a spy from Emperor Xiao's realm. We must arrest him, said Liao. How had he treated the seventh swordsman since he entered Emperor Li's realm? Liao treated him as a confidant, gifted him the sword of Cassiopeia, and took care of him as much as he could. But now he realized the seventh swordsman was actually Yi Futian, the foe he was most eager to kill. How did he feel? As if he was wrapped by Yi Futian around his finger. The imperial advisor was the pillar of the country, but he was also trying to help him. Okay, I see. King Li was shocked by what Liao just said. The seventh swordsman was a spy from Emperor Xiao's realm. It was from his palace that the seventh swordsman entered the upper worlds, releasing abundant life force. King Li also immediately led his people to chase them. Sir Yan Yuan, please stop, King Li shouted, his voice resonating throughout the sky. But Yan Yuan's speed was faster, and no one was able to catch up with him. Please forgive me for this offense. King Li saw this and moved his fingers into a claw and swung in the air. Suddenly the might of law shrouded the place. A blurred image of a giant holy dragon showed up above the clouds, and it raised a terrifying sharp claw and smashed toward Yan Yuan and Yi Futian. Yan Yuan drew a circle using his left hand, and suddenly numerous swords of the great laws floated up and scattered all over the space with his body as the center. Go. Yan Yuan threw down his sleeve and unleashed the swords, which all aimed at the dragon and stabbed through it. People on the ground looked up to the upper sky, shocked. Wasn't that person King Li? Who was fighting with him? When I am determined to leave, you will not be able to keep me. Please stop here, Your Highness, Yan Yuan said. A dazzling beam of light flared up from his body and shook the sky and earth. It was still expanding, speeding up, outpacing anyone else. Witnessing the scene from a distance, Liao's face was ghastly white. Yan Yuan was considered the strongest cultivator below the saint plane of nirvana, and he did deserve the title. If there was no saint of the fourth holy plane nirvana present, who would be able to stop him? Follow him. Liao let out a shout. King Li and others fixed Yan Yuan as the target of their wills and continued chasing after them. At the same time, in the Prince Regent's residence, Emperor Li's realm. The Prince Regent was usually not interested in such matters, but this time he opened his eyes and anger flared up in his eyes. He could understand that the imperial advisor was detached from worldly complications, which made him a real saint. It was his virtue, but this was also his flaw. How could he make a mistake like this? If he had been in the imperial advisor's position, he would have captured the seventh sword. The Prince Regent stood up like a giant dragon waking up from his slumber. Suddenly, his will engulfed his villa and spread even further. The next moment, he jumped into the air and disappeared from the Prince Regent's residence like a furious dragon having stormed into the ninth sky. Many people of the Prince Regent's residence looked up to the sky, full of excitement. The Prince Regent was finally ready to take charge. The life force was so powerful that even the people in extremely distant places were able to perceive it. Of course, the Dali Dynasty Imperial Advisor was able to sense it in his residence. The Imperial Advisor looked up in the sky and told Fei Shui, "I will see him off." After saying so, he took a stride and vanished into the air. In the lower worlds, Yan Yuan took Yi Futian, and they kept going. They were swiftly crossing the empty realm. At the moment, Yi Futian kind of felt bad. He didn't expect Li Yao to figure out his identity before he left. He had already given up his plan. And he would accept it if the Imperial Advisor's residence had just ignored him. But now Yan Yuan was escorting him to leave in person, and even had a conflict with Li Yao. Didn't it mean that Yi Futian had the involved Imperial Advisor's residence in his own issues? Yi Futian couldn't understand how Li Yao figured it out. Li Yao hadn't even perceived it when he met Yi Futian outside the Imperial Advisor's residence. Was it because he told Li Yao he would go outside to cultivate, which made Li Yao suspicious? He knew what happened in Emperor Xiao's realm, and Li Yao might know Yi Futian was not in Emperor Xiao's realm. But how could he know it was him? The only possible reason was that Li Yao knew he was going back. But since Xia Qingyuan promised to send people to meet him, these people should have been reliable and shouldn't have attracted anyone's attention. What went wrong? He looked at Yan Yuan next to him and asked, "Does Master know who I am?" Yan Yuan took a look at him and said, "You are the seventh swordsman, Master's direct disciple." Yi Futian's stare froze for a moment, and then he seemed to have understood. He nodded. "I see." He was the seventh swordsman. In Dali Dynasty, he was just the seventh swordsman, the Imperial Advisor's direct disciple. That was all. That was why the Imperial Advisor sent his chief disciple Yan Yuan to escort him out. Their speed was so fast that others behind them were falling further and further behind. But these people's life forces were still fixed on them, and they refused to give up. A gust of depressing air befell the earth from the upper sky. Numerous people on the ground looked up, but only heard a continuous, deep roaring sound. What is that? A miracle. Numerous hearts trembled. People looked up to the sky, bewildered. Tens of thousands of golden dragons marched forward grandly, enveloping the sky. What a thrilling scene! Yan Yuan sensed the force and took a glance at the numerous holy golden dragons above. His life force had reached the climax at this point, and he was ready to take action. "Yan Yuan, keep going," a voice came from the figure that was standing above the sky. Suddenly, numerous dragons ceased their advance and let out a thundering roar. The figure appearing ahead stood still in the upper sky. It was as if no one could cross his shield as long as he was there. Yan Yuan said nothing and continued going forward. "Master," Yi Futian murmured. The next moment he saw a boundless, astonishing pattern form around the Imperial Advisor's body. It was like a sacred matrix containing the 5 agents of yin and yang and the law of sky and earth. All the spirits of the world were suddenly sucked up. The magnificent matrix was erected in the upper sky and formed a barrier, blocking everyone's way. "Imperial Advisor, your disciple is a spy of Emperor Xiao's realm. Do you still want to keep me from capturing him?" The Prince Regent said loudly, his voice resounding between the sky and earth. It was as if he raised his voice intentionally so that everyone could hear it. "The seventh swordsman is my disciple. What did he do that let your highness come to arrest him in person?" "He didn't do anything, but he belongs to Emperor Xiao realm. Do you still want to be on his side?" asked Prince Regent. "My disciples are my disciples, regardless of their origin or background. All I know is the seventh swordsman is my disciple. Since he is my disciple and didn't do anything wrong, I will not allow anyone to harm him, even if the one who wishes to harm him is the Prince Regent," the Imperial Advisor announced. King Li and others gradually all arrived, but none could pass the imperial advisor's barrier. At this moment, the man who stood in front of them was the imperial advisor, second only to Emperor Li in Dali dynasty, who dared to step forward. Li Yao looked toward the Dali imperial advisor, who was standing in front of him. Li Yao looked toward the Dali imperial advisor, who was standing in front of him. This man was like a natural barrier that no one was able to cross. The imperial advisor wanted to protect the seventh swordsman. Li Yao didn't understand it. Yuan Jin was also imperial advisor's disciple. Even though he didn't study with the imperial advisor for long, neither did the seventh swordsman. The imperial advisor didn't know the real identity of the seventh swordsman, but he still wanted to protect him. Li Yao just couldn't understand. It was not until he told the imperial advisor about Yi Futian's identity that the imperial advisor came to realize the reason why Yi Futian was requesting to leave. Because Yi Futian had let it go. The imperial advisor knew it was he who influenced the seventh swordsman and taught him to let the past go. The seventh swordsman even revealed some of his own secrets and put himself in danger to heal Fei Shui until he made up his mind to leave. Was it because of gratitude or vengeance? It was not easy to draw a conclusion. But the imperial advisor could see a rare virtue from the seventh swordsman. Yi Futian was Yi Futian in Emperor Xiao's realm, and the seventh sword was the seventh sword in Emperor Li's realm. Vengeance was vengeance, but gratitude was gratitude. The seventh swordsman was able to tell the difference. Why couldn't the imperial advisor do so? The imperial advisor was the destined one, born with the ability to predict destiny. He was able to influence the fortune of Dali dynasty. The great law was boundless, was the belief he held. The seventh swordsman inadvertently became his disciple less than 1 year ago. Still, the imperial advisor had a hunch that he would probably become the most eminent one among all his disciples in the future. Good. As the imperial advisor of Dali, you keep me from capturing a spy from Emperor Xiao's realm. Are you trying to betray Dali? The Prince Regent's voice echoed in the sky, reaching very distant areas. Numerous people heard what he said. The people of Dali's hearts trembled. Was the venerated imperial advisor a defector to Dali? The ordinary people on the ground didn't know what had happened, and the Prince Regent's words were appalling to them. Even King Li was in shock. He stared ahead and felt that the Prince Regent was too ruthless. If the seventh swordsman really belonged to Emperor Xiao's realm, it was likely that imperial advisor protected him purely out of a master's care for his disciple. In Dali, the imperial advisor was very trusted and respected by people, and he couldn't possibly commit treason. However, the Prince Regent, who had retired for many years, suddenly convicted him of treason, which might destroy the imperial advisor's reputation in Dali. But did the Prince Regent really care about Yi Futian? Not at all. The Prince Regent had no idea how outstanding Yi Futian really was. All he knew was that among all cultivators below St. Plain, Yi Futian was the strongest. But he was at most a sage, and the gap between Yi Futian and the Prince Regent was still huge. The Prince Regent's intention for this accident was to frame the imperial advisor, or at least undermine the reputation imperial advisor had established and Emperor Li's trust in him. Anyway, at the end of the day, the last name of Dali Imperial City's owner was Li. The imperial advisor could work for the dynasty, but he was not supposed to surpass any members of the Li clan in power. I will request to meet His Majesty after this affair is resolved, said the imperial advisor calmly. He stood there firmly, his body as the center. The colossal pattern that fell from the sky dome to the ground sealed the world and devoured all the roads, sucking up life forces in the space. The true dragon roared above the sky. Hundreds of thousands of divine dragons howled. They rushed forward and tried to shatter the imperial advisor's barrier. Numerous people looked at the shocking scene in the sky, their hearts racing. The Prince Regent and the imperial advisor, two legendary figures of Dali dynasty, were fighting. What did they fight for? Yi Futian didn't have a chance to witness the battle, but he knew that unless Emperor Li came to the lower world in person, he was safe under the Imperial Advisor's protection. Emperor Li didn't know what happened in the lower worlds, and even if he had known, would he enter the lower worlds just to arrest a young person of the Sage Plane? What would the people of Dali Dynasty think of him? If the seventh swordsman had killed Li Yao, Emperor Li might do it. Even so, Yi Futian was not satisfied in his knowledge that he was safe, but rather he felt burdened. He had given up killing Li Yao and made up his mind to leave Emperor Li's realm because he didn't want to involve the Imperial Advisor's residence in it. Still, he had never expected the Imperial Advisor to fight for him personally. Li Yao wasn't killed, so things weren't that serious. But in the end, it would still affect the Imperial Advisor. Now, Yi Futian knew the Imperial Advisor didn't really care about repercussions since he had already taken action. Imperial Advisor didn't care about fame and what people thought of him. Yan Yuan was in the ultimate status of the third Saint Plane, unblemished Saint Plane, so he could cross the void at a very fast speed. He was able to cover a very long distance in one stride. They didn't spend much time coming to the border of Dali Dynasty of the lower worlds. On the border, many people were standing on a mountain. The demon beast, which shared a mind with Yi Futian, was there, too. Those people had received his message and were waiting for him. "Your people?" asked Yan Yuan. "Yes," said Yi Futian, nodding. Yan Yuan teleported to the front of the mountain and slightly pushed forward with his hand. Suddenly, Yi Futian's body floated up and landed on the mountain. Yi Futian turned around and looked at Yan Yuan. "Brother," Yi Futian called. "Master said you are the seventh swordsman in Dali, but after you cross the border of Emperor Li's realm, I am no longer your brother," said Yan Yuan. "The next time we meet, I don't have to show mercy to you." Yi Futian recovered his original countenance and his silver hair. His eyes were dark and bright. Although he didn't have the seventh sword stunning looks, Yi Futian was more spirited and full of charisma. Yi Futian didn't mind his words and put on a smile, saying, "The next time we meet, whether you want to show mercy or not, I will." Yan Yuan took a long look at Yi Futian, turned around, and walked away, saying, "No need." Seeing the statuesque person leaving, Yi Futian bowed at Yan Yuan and said, "It was my great honor to have entered the Imperial Advisor's residence. If one day the Imperial Advisor's residence faces difficulties, I will definitely come back to help." That figure was silent as he walked further and further away. After a while, a voice came. "No need." The short reply put a bright smile on Yi Futian's face. It was fortunate for the world of cultivation to have the 33 strokes sword's master of Lihan Heaven in Emperor Xiao's realm and Dali Imperial Advisor in Emperor Li's realm. It was also Yi Futian's fortune to meet these two elders who truly changed his state of heart. "Goodbye, brother," Yi Futian said, and then turned around. The name the Seventh Swordsman was well known all over Dali Dynasty of the lower worlds. He has been famous when he was still in the lower worlds. He was the man with a sword who defeated all others in the Dali 9 states. No one had expected that he would still be peerless after he entered the upper worlds. He was considered the strongest below the Saint Plane. The Imperial Advisor took him as a direct disciple. Emperor Li betrothed his own daughter to him, but he declined. What was more amazing was that the seventh swordsman belonged to Emperor Xiao's realm, and after his identity was exposed, the Imperial Advisor escorted him out in person. What a dreamy story! What kind of being was he? A man with so much talent and charisma. In Dali Empire, the atmosphere of Emperor Li's imperial city was very depressing. The Imperial Advisor, Prince Regent, Li Yao, Yan Yuan, and others had returned from the lower worlds. Rumors of what had happened spread across the city. People were in shock. The strongest cultivator of Sage Plane, the Imperial Advisor's disciple, the Seventh Sword, was Yi Futian from Emperor Xiao's realm. This name sounded unfamiliar to many in Emperor Li's realm. Still, people who experienced the Empty Realm battle all knew that it was Yi Futian who contributed to the victory of Emperor Xia's realm. A peerless talent. He changed his profession to study swordsmanship and gained fame in Dali Dynasty, but nobody had even figured out he changed his identity. Emperor Li had been unaware when he met Yi Futian in person. What tricks had he used that deceived everyone? What was more astonishing was that after his identity was uncovered, the imperial advisor helped him leave. His charisma was truly amazing. With these experiences, the seventh swordsman was a real legend. At this moment, the people of Dali Imperial City fixed their eyes on Emperor Li's palace. Would Emperor Li rage at the imperial advisor? Although no one would believe that the imperial advisor committed treason, and Emperor Li could understand and trust the imperial advisor, it was inevitable for His Majesty to be concerned. In Emperor Li's palace, the Dali imperial advisor, the Prince Regent, Yan Yuan, Li Yao were all present. They stood there without a word. Emperor Li stood on the stairs and looked down at them. "Your Majesty, the imperial advisor let the spy of Emperor Xia's realm go, and even stopped us from capturing him. I suspect he has committed treason. Your Majesty, please convict him for his crime," the Prince Regent said loudly. He knew he couldn't destroy the imperial advisor by using the thing that happened today. Others knew this as well. But even though he couldn't destroy the imperial advisor, Prince Regent still wanted to sow the seeds of alienation in His Majesty's heart. Emperor Li was the ruler of Dali Empire. He allowed no betrayal. "Your Majesty, the seventh swordsman cultivated in the imperial advisor's residence, so he was my disciple. He never did anything improper during his stay. As his master, when I saw His Highness go to capture him, I asked Yan Yuan to escort him to safety." "Your Majesty, please convict me of my crime," said the imperial advisor. He confessed. "I know that imperial advisor cherished him as a talent and didn't have the heart to see him arrested. But the seventh swordsman belongs to Emperor Xiao's realm, and he will be a potential danger after he goes back," said Emperor Li. "How will you deal with him if you meet him in the future?" "He was my disciple, the seventh swordsman in Dali. Since I have escorted him out from now on, he will no longer have any relationship with me," replied the imperial advisor. Emperor Li nodded and looked at the Prince Regent, asking, "Do you have anything to say, uncle?" "Your Majesty, the imperial advisor emphasized their master-student relationship and deliberately ignored mentioning his own defects," said Prince Regent. "Your Majesty fully trusts and reveres the imperial advisor. When he decided to establish Dali National Academy, Your Majesty made all efforts to support him educating talents. But isn't he helping Emperor Xia's realm now? I am willing to resign my position as the Dean of Dali National Academy. Yan Yuan followed my orders and was involved in the issue today, so he will also go back to Imperial Advisor's residence for cultivation to avoid bringing controversy to the Academy," said the Imperial Advisor. "It shouldn't have been considered a severe misdeed, but rather something brought about by negative influence. There was no choice but to give up something." The Imperial Advisor had sensed the result before the actual events occurred, and now what he was doing was following the trend of things. "Since the Imperial Advisor said so, uncle, how about putting an end to it? Let someone else take over the job of Dali Academy," Emperor Li said to the Prince Regent. Since Emperor Li had given his opinion, the Prince Regent immediately understood what to do next. He took a bow and said, "Always regard your wisdom." "You may leave," announced Emperor Li. The Imperial Advisor, the Prince Regent, and others soon all left. Li Yao turned around and looked into the distance, perplexed. He was the most pitiful one in this incident. It was in Emperor Xia's realm of the upper worlds. Outside Emperor Xia's palace, a group of people came over. Below the palace, numerous people looked up and saw the young man at the front. They murmured, "It's Yi Futian." Yi Futian hadn't been seen for many days. People said he was cultivating in Emperor Xiao's realm, but now he came from outside the palace. Where did he go? People of Emperor Xiao's realm hadn't heard about Yi Futian for a while. The last time people talked about him was when Longlinger and Phoenix were in trouble. Someone walked out of the palace to meet him. That person was the little princess, Xia Qingyuan. Did Princess come to welcome him in person? What kind of reception was this? Did Yi Futian go outside for cultivation instead of cultivating in seclusion? A broken black shadow whipped in the wind, fast as lightning, and flew directly to Yi Futian. It was the Black Wind Condor. Black Wind Condor rushed in front of Yi Futian and said to him, its eyes watering, "Master, finally you are back." These past days, Black Wind Condor was in hell. Yi Futian put his hand on the condor's head and said, "I am sorry to have made you suffer." Yes, yes. The condor kept nodding. He had suffered a lot indeed. Sir Condor made up his mind that one day he must ride on that pheasant. He would not call himself Condor if he couldn't get revenge on it. But Sir Condor didn't expect to take revenge on Xia Qingyan. He just hoped his master could whip her harshly for him one day. Sensing the thought in Black Wind Condor's mind, Yi Futian gave a knock on the condor's head. This brat held too many grudges. Yi Futian looked up and saw Xia Qingyuan standing outside the palace, so he walked up to Xia Qingyuan and saluted, "Your Highness." Xia Qingyuan looked at Yi Futian. She had already known about how Yi Futian's identity was exposed and he was chased in Dali. She raised her head and looked at others, saying, "Thank you all for your effort. Please stay in the palace and wait for my order." "Yes, Your Highness." The people nodded. Xia Qingyuan was expressionless. She looked at Yi Futian and turned around to enter the imperial palace. Yi Futian followed her. They walked into the palace, followed by the Black Wind Condor. Since Sir Condor's master has returned, will that woman beat me again, he thought. People who saw them from a distance felt they looked like a couple. They came to the princess's palace. Xia Qingyuan said, "I will investigate all the people in the lower worlds and anyone who knew about this affair." Yi Futian told her through the Black Wind Condor on his way back that someone might have revealed that he was returning to Emperor Xiao's realm, which made Li Yao suspicious. The people who went to pick him up were all direct descendants of the Xia clan, and they entered the lower worlds through the matrix in Emperor Xiao's realm. Xia Qingyuan had never considered the possibility that it was leaked to Emperor Li's realm. The situation was worse than what she had expected. The whole thing seemed confusing from the beginning. "Your Highness, could you please let your people in Emperor Li's realm collect information for me?" said Yi Futian. Although he knew nothing serious would happen to the imperial advisor's residence, he was still worried and wanted to know what had happened. "All right." Xia Qingyuan nodded. "Where is Xiao Sheng?" asked Yi Futian. "He is in the Xiao house. I have asked people to watch over him. I am sure he doesn't have contact with the outside world, even with other people of the Xiao house," said Xia Qingyuan. "Does it mean that we have been wrong since the beginning?" They had watched Shaoxing since the beginning, but from what had happened then, they could deduce that Shaoxing couldn't do so many things. But Shaoxing wasn't involved at all? Impossible. It was more likely that someone else helped Shaoxing in the beginning. If so, who would cooperate with Shaoxing? It only could be someone close to the imperial palace. In other words, there was a traitor among all direct descendants of the Xia clan. "Last time Your Highness said there was a clue. How is it going now?" asked Yi Futian. "I learned that when Shaoxing was a child, there was an old servant taking care of him, and the servant went outside for cultivation after Shaoxing grew up. During that period, he came back and met Shaoxing once. I sent my people to track down who he had contacted. Still later, he made a breakthrough in cultivation and experienced the divine catastrophe and died in it," said Xia Qingyuan. Yi Futian laughed after hearing what she said. I don't think Shaoxing is the head of the whole conspiracy either. Yi Futian didn't believe Shaoxing had done all this by himself. Although he used to be considered the successor of the Shao house, after all the events that had happened, his status was undermined, and he was no longer as strong as before. The scheme was almost perfect. Every clue was flawless. Saint Shihua's attack seemed to have been driven by revenge, and if nothing happened after it, Yi Futian would have no suspicion at all, because they were always enemies. How could anyone relate Saint Shihua's revenge to Shaoshang? Afterward, Linger was almost killed by an admirer who held a grudge against her because of her rejection. His love turned into hatred, and then he tried to use poison to let Long Linger die with him. He had ended up killing himself. Long Linger and Phoenix were lucky and survived thanks to Long Etienne and Phoenix's special cultivation. There was no flaw in this case either. And now Xia Qingyuan found a clue and wanted to investigate it, but the suspect died in a divine catastrophe. Was it just a coincidence? But how could a person devise someone's death in the way of divine catastrophe? The plot had no flaws. However, making the plot too perfect itself was a flawed thing. However, if it was flawed, how was the divine catastrophe designed? Was it just a coincidence? Did it mean that the person knew he was going to enter the Saint Plane, so he sacrificed himself to help Shaoshang? Besides, all that the person had done was not meant to kill Yi Futian. Now, when Yi Futian thought about what had happened, he felt that that person was just trying to test him. That person guessed that Yi Futian probably was in Emperor Li's realm. But who revealed when Yi Futian was coming back? "What is Shaoshang doing recently?" asked Yi Futian. "He has been cultivating in the Xia house, quietly," Xia Qingyuan said. "He must be either completely disappointed by Princess or Shao clan. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so quiet. Which do you think is more likely to happen in the light of Shaoshang's personality? If Shaoshang remained quiet even when he was wronged, the only possibility was that he was completely disappointed. Otherwise, he must have been involved in the incident, and that was why he was so quiet." Xia Qingyuan understood what Yi Futian meant. She thought for a moment and said, "I think the latter is what happened. It was more possible that Shaoshang was involved in this, and that was why he remained quiet and didn't go to others for help." "Yes," said Yi Futian, nodding. "For some things we don't have proof, but we don't need proof. It is inconvenient for your highness to approach Shaoshang because of his identity, but I can do it. Last time, it was because of Queen Zhao's mediation that Yi Futian agreed to reconcile with Shaoshang. That was his only choice because Queen Shao was his weapon to deal with Shaoshang. He couldn't offend her. No matter how famous he was in Emperor Xiao's realm, Yi Futian's status was not comparable with Queen Zhao's. Not to mention that Queen Shao had never used radical approaches. Her way was more mild, like rewarding him. But what about this time? Saint Shihua led his army to the barren state to attack the Holiji Palace, and Linger and Phoenix were almost killed. Yi Futian almost died in Emperor Li's realm, too. Although he was lucky to come back, the imperial advisor's residence was involved. How should they pay for these debts? Xia Qingyuan looked toward Yi Futian. She understood that Yi Futian couldn't let it go after all these things had happened. He wanted to get rid of Shaoshang now. Maybe it was not convenient for her to do it, but it was for Yi Futian. "I will leave and go to the villa first, Princess," said Yi Futian. Xia Qingyuan nodded, and soon Yi Futian left Emperor Xiao's palace with Black-Winged Condor. Here was the cottage villa. Nobody knew Yi Futian would come today, and neither did they know about the soul-stirring things that had happened in Emperor Li's realm. Because the condor had been with Xia Qingyuan was the only person who knew about it. When Yi Futian and the condor came, Yaya and the glass saint first noticed and looked at him as they were cultivating. Soon, the village chief and the sword saint saw them, too. "Little brother is back," said the sword saint. Very soon, his voice spread across the villa. People heard and teleported to him. By the time Yi Futian arrived, the people he couldn't be happier to see all showed up. He didn't stay in Dali Empire for a long time. Although he had planned to stay longer, he decided to give up after the state of his heart changed. However, he still felt it had been a long while since he had been to the cottage. And the coziness of the cottage was nowhere to be found in Emperor Xiao's palace. His home was the cottage where the palace people stayed with him. Elder brother, Yi Futian greeted the sword saint. It was a pity that he couldn't witness the elder brother enter the saint plane. The sword saint nodded, smiling. They were all worried about him going to Emperor Li's realm. Many things must have happened to you during this trip, right? Said the sword saint. Brother, you are underestimating Yi Futian. He must have hit on many women while he was there, said Zhuge Mingyue, smiling. Sister, I am not that kind of person. Yi Futian was awkward and couldn't say anything. No matter how much he had changed, he was always the little brother to be mocked whenever he was in front of Zhuge Mingyue's sister. Okay. Zhuge Mingyue made an expression that meant, I am pretending to believe you. Yi Futian was embarrassed and had to look away. The third brother, Gu Donlu, was standing next to Zhuge Mingyue, smiling. Yu Sheng and Wu Qin stood beside them quietly. A girl rushed to him and called, Brother! Yi Futian looked at this graceful young lady and put his hands on her shoulders. He stroked her head and said, I am back. Great. Long Linger nodded. She had really thought she would die back then. But luckily it was a blessing in disguise. Yi Futian took a look at Phoenix, who was standing back. She looked quite calm. Phoenix was a palace disciple, so she had already experienced many dangerous battles. However, she and Linger were almost fatally poisoned. Whenever the thought came to Yi Futian's mind, it sent a chill down his spine. Whether it was Xiaosheng or the people behind Xiaosheng who did this, Yi Futian had to figure it out. Since he couldn't find a clue, Yi Futian would start with Xiaosheng. At the Xiao clan's manor in Emperor Xiao's realm. Xiaosheng was training in silence. Someone came, and Xiaosheng opened his eyes. It turned out to be his father, Xiao Qianhe. Xiao Qianhe looked at his son, whom he had once placed high hopes in. He had hoped that one day Xiaosheng would be able to be in charge of the Xiao clan. As such, Xiao Qianhe did everything he could to lay out the path for his son, hoping that Xiaosheng would enter the royal palace and be put at Xia Qingyuan's side to serve her, thus getting as close as possible to the center of political power. However, everything changed when Yi Futian came into the picture. Xiaosheng did something stupid during the Battle of the Empty Realm. The matter would have been settled if Yi Futian had died, yet none from Emperor Li's realm proved capable of killing Yi Futian, and that failure came with the cost of having Xiaosheng's future cut right off. In a conversation that followed at a later date, Xiaosheng seemed to have been able to guess Yi Futian's whereabouts, and things happened in Emperor Xiao's realm. No one else from the Xiao clan knew about it, but Xiao Qianhe knew a thing or two. As such, Xiao Qianhe came to understand that Xiaosheng had something to do with what happened. There was no denying it. Yi Futian has returned, Xiao Qianhe said. The corner of Xiaosheng's eye twitched. He actually made it back alive? He thought. It seems like no one can kill him, then. Never mind, it's not like the matter has concluded. The princess received him personally outside the royal palace. Furthermore, she sent people down to the lower worlds, Xiao Qianhe continued. With Yi Futian back, there was no need to hide anything anymore. Everything could have been laid out in the open, and Xiao Qianhe was naturally able to learn what transpired. Why are you telling me all this, father? Xiaosheng asked. Who is the one helping you? Xiao Qianhe's eyes were fixed at Xiaosheng. The one who knew the son best was none other than the father. As Xiaosheng's father, He knew Shaoxing better than anyone else, and he was the only one who knew all of that. Shaoxing would not have been capable of something that intricate right now. There was no way Shaoxing would have been able to pull all of that off with the resources he had on his hands after the incident from back then. If Shaoxing was behind all that, there was no way he would not have found out, although the others might not have been able to. As such, there was definitely someone helping Shaoxing out. I don't understand what you're getting at, father. Shaoxing took a look at Xiao Qianhe. Even his father did not know what he actually did. What happened before gave him a profound lesson. He came to trust no one at the moment. The Xiao clan was a family and, furthermore, a very renowned clan. If the old man were able to obtain the prosperity of the clan simply by casting Shaoxing away, he would not have hesitated at all. His status fell considerably since that incident back then. Even the marriage alliance with Divine Cloud Valley was voided altogether. Shaoxing remembered all of that. There might still be a chance for you to turn things around, so long as you're not the one executing these plans, Xiao Qianhe said again. Shaoxing smiled, hearing Xiao Qianhe's words, and said, "Are you concerned about me, father? Pity that I have no idea what you're getting at, indeed. Turn around." There is no turning around, he thought. Furthermore, he was indeed uninvolved with that matter. There was no way Xia Qingyuan would have stormed her mother's family's estate without any evidence and take her cousin away to force a confession out of him. Things would have been interesting if that were to actually happen instead. Xiao Qianhe took one good look at Shaoxing, finding that he came to know less and less about that son of his. What happened back then had probably incited him. You have been at the pinnacle of Sage Plain for some years, and Wang Chuan has already broken into Saint Plain. You are someone who is known to be edge of pinnacle below Saint Plain, yet you're still unable to break into Saint Plain after all this time. Your state of mind might have been affected, and maybe I shouldn't have arranged for you to get to Emperor Xia's palace in the first place. I should have let you train in peace instead. Xiao Qianhe sighed. Shaoxing did not say anything else. It had been 2 years since Wang Chuan had broken into the Saint Plain. He had once been someone who was on par with Wang Chuan of Lihan Heaven in terms of renown, and both of them had been edges of pinnacle below Saint Plain. However, the Saint Plain was a threshold, and many who were at the same level broke through at different times, potentially separated by many years. At that moment, someone else came from outside. Xiao Qianhe frowned and said, "Who let you in here?" "Sir, Yi Futian has come to visit, asking to see the young master," the one who came said. Xiao Qianhe was dumbfounded upon hearing that, while Shaoxing's eyes flashed with extreme coldness. Yi Futian coming to pay him a visit. What the hell is this Yi Futian up to? Shaoxing thought. Who else is here? Xiao Qianhe asked. So Princess Xia Qingyuan didn't show up then. There is another swordsman other than Yi Futian, the messenger answered. Xiao Qianhe nodded and guessed that it would have been that sword servant of that sword saint of the void, coming here as Yi Futian's escort. That meant that it was Yi Futian alone coming to pay a visit. He turned his eyes to Shaoxing and said, "You deal with this on your own." He left as soon as he finished. Shaoxing chuckled and stood up, pacing back and forth, wondering why Yi Futian showed up. At that moment, he wanted very much to meet Yi Futian, that person who had taken him from the clouds and thrown him into the depths of hell, and that person whom he failed to kill twice. Shaoxing did not wait for long before that extremely handsome, silver-haired young man showed up. His bearing was just as extraordinary as it had always been. He stepped into the Xiao clan's manor as if he was walking into his own home, natural, unperturbed, and carefree. Yi Futian saw where Shaoxing was, and both of them stood across from each other. They gazed at each other, neither of them bothering to avert the other's gaze. Disappointed, I take it? Yi Futian asked Shaoxing. A smile was seen at the corner of Xiao Sheng's lips. He did not say anything. If Yi Futian thought he would get a confession from Xiao Sheng by merely showing up, he thought wrong. I heard that you were very interested in me going to Dali. Yi Futian continued, seeing how Xiao Sheng was in no mood to talk. I was in Dali Dynasty as a swordsman, and I trained at the Imperial Advisor's residence, with the Imperial Advisor of Dali as my teacher. I came to be acquainted with Li Yao, and he gifted me with training methods. Emperor Li wanted to marry off his daughter to me, and I refused. Xiao Sheng felt like being strangled deep down. The smile on his face gradually disappeared. He was seemingly jealous of Yi Futian. Despite being in Dali Dynasty, Yi Futian was surprisingly living just as well as he did in Emperor Xiao's realm, with all that about studying under the Imperial Advisor of Dali, getting acquainted with Li Yao, and refusing marriage with Emperor Li's daughter. Is he saying that he could have been a prince of Dali, the emperor's son-in-law, if he were to simply nod? Xiao Sheng thought. Interesting. Xiao Sheng's voice was rather cold. But I'm hardly interested in your affairs. That's so? I thought you'd be very interested. Yi Futian smiled and said, I heard that you have been put under house arrest all this while, and you couldn't go anywhere, not even taking one step outside of the manor. You couldn't even choose who you got to see. After what happened the last time, Queen Xiao summoned me and gave me free access to the Golden Hall of the Lotus in the royal palace to train, as well as to pick 10 training methods to share outside. At the same time, she had the people of Divine Cloud Valley craft divine implements for my people, just to trade for your life. You might be the young master of the Xiao clan, but you can only live in the shadows. I truly pity you. Are you here just to humiliate me? Xiao Sheng looked at Yi Futian and said, Of course not. I'm just here to tell you that even though you might think that just because I can't do anything about you, just because you won't admit it and there is no evidence found, you need to understand one thing. There are many times where there is no need for evidence to get things going. Yi Futian continued, Even if I don't kill you now, what do you think will become of me in 10 or 20 years from now? From here on out, I'll keep a close eye on you. I'd like to see how you weasel your out if I really try to kill you. The smile on Xiao Sheng's face had disappeared altogether. He glared at Yi Futian with cold eyes. He knew that Yi Futian was telling the truth. It was easy to tell what Yi Futian's status was at the moment and what would become of him in the future. If Yi Futian were to really keep a close eye, there would be no way he could escape. Xia Qingyuan was already keeping a close eye on him as they spoke. Xiao Sheng smiled all of a sudden, seemingly having recalled something. His smile was unnervingly cold as he said, That depends if you're able to live that long. You mean the ones backing you? Yi Futian glared at Xiao Sheng and said, Rat them out yourself, and I just might actually spare you. Xiao Sheng continued to glare at Yi Futian. Is he coming all the way here to threaten me? He wondered. Men, Xiao Sheng said. Someone came, and Xiao Sheng looked at Yi Futian and said, See our guest here off. Yi Futian turned around and left right away. He already knew what he came to find out, as well as having verified certain matters. While he had been confident that Xiao Sheng definitely had a part in it, he had to come and see Xiao Sheng personally before he was able to truly verify anything. The conversation between them confirmed his speculations that Xiao Sheng had played a part. No evidence, no reasons. Xiao Sheng's current attitude and what transpired in the past were more than enough to confirm his thoughts. Xiao Sheng did not bother to conceal anything deliberately. With the exception of his unwillingness to admit to what he did not bother to conceal the devil-may-care attitude of his. With everything confirmed, things were a lot easier. After Yi Futian left, Xiao Sheng went back to the place he was training in. He sat cross-legged and looked up at the sky. He became a student of the Imperial Advisor of Dali after going into Emperor Li's realm. He even had Emperor Li offering him a chance to become the Emperor's son-in-law. He was held in high regard by Emperor Xia in Emperor's realm and earned the princess trust, so much so that it eclipsed her mother's family, earning him absolute protection. He might have only been the princess valet, yet he gained free access to the royal palace, the princess residence, and the golden hall of the lotus. It was a status many would have found unimaginable. What about me, Xiaosheng, then? He wondered. Yi Futian was right that he was only able to live in the shadows. He set up plots to have Yi Futian killed. Yet he failed while Yi Futian's status rose by the day. Xiaosheng, on the other hand, even had his actions restricted. It was irony like none other. Maybe I was wrong. Xiaosheng sighed. It seemed as if Yi Futian's sarcasm had woken him up. He had been wrong right from the start. He should not have chased after fleeting power and status. He should not have wanted to have a marriage alliance with divine Cloud Valley. He should not have wanted to be the #1 figure by Xia Qingyuan's side to gain higher prestige and more training resources. What Yi Futian did was the exact opposite of what he did. Yi Futian never chased after any of that, yet all of those things fell into his hands all the same. Even the relationship between him and Xia Qingyuan paled in comparison to that between her and Yi Futian. Why has everything turned out like this? He thought. It could be said that he had lost everything. The status and reputation of the Shao clan, none of that had anything to do with him anymore. But then again, why should it all matter? Power and status were all fleeting things to begin with. When one chases after them, it's almost guaranteed that they never find them. On the other hand, if one simply dedicates themselves to training with a pure state of mind, all of that could be theirs. Everything has its time and place. Everything is like a dream and little else. At that moment, Xiaosheng seemed to have put everything down, and his state of mind was pure and crystal clear. Yi Futian then began to train in isolation once he returned to the cottage villa. There had been changes to his state of mind once he decided to give up at Dali Imperial City. Yi Futian then began to train in isolation once he returned to the cottage villa. There had been changes to his state of mind once he decided to give up at Dali Imperial City. The imperial advisor and Yan Yuan sent him off later, escorting him to the 9 states. Yi Futian's mind was opened up, and he came to develop an even more significant comprehension of the world around him. It seemed as if there were signs of a breakthrough in that space measured in square inches. As such, he sensed that he was not far away from attaining sainthood. It was probably because he had not arrived at the pinnacle of Sage Plane for long, and his plane had yet to stabilize, that he was unable to make the breakthrough right away. Everyone came to different realizations when they broke into Saint Plane, after all. There was a myriad of ways of practice throughout the world, yet all led to the path heading toward sainthood. Time flew, and several months had passed. The silver-haired, figure clad in white, sat cross-legged at the mountain behind the villa. Mystical aura ebbed about him, and his entire being seemed to glow with a holy sheen. At that time, Yi Futian's eyes were shut. He felt as if his will permeated the world around him, making him feel as if he was traveling through the void, and that his will had melded as one with the world around him. Will of the great path flowed around him, and there were people behind him who were watching him. Both Yaya and the glass saint were there. Yi Futian became shrouded by holy light at that moment. Yaya and the glass saint were able to clearly sense Yi Futian's will in their surroundings, touching the wills of their own. It was a mystical feeling, and only saints were capable of emanating such a mystical feeling. Yaya and the glass saint both knew that Yi Futian was getting increasingly close to the saint plane. All he had to do was to wait for his plane to stabilize. When his plane reached the true pinnacle, and his will was able to communicate without hindrance, that would be the day he made the breakthrough. The sword saint back then knew that he was about to make a breakthrough, as some people were able to sense something when a cultivator around became able to make the breakthrough without fail. It was the same with Yi Futian. He came to have the same feeling about himself. It meant that the distance between where he was and the Saint Plain was no longer that of a chasm nor even a barrier. He was simply one thought away from it. That was how it had been with Wang Chuan back then. He knew that he was only one step away, and it was not a step in terms of plane, but a step in terms of state of mind. That was why he was able to make the breakthrough into Saint Plain through the battle with Yi Futian. The sword Saint watched Yi Futian train from afar. Gu Donglu, Zhuge Mingyue, and the others stood by his side. Our little brother is not far away from Saint Plain. He should be able to make the breakthrough soon, the sword saint said. Gu Donglu smiled and said, So, our little brother is going to break into Saint Plain before I do. It seems like the trip to the Dali dynasty did a lot to elevate his state of mind. Indeed, the sword saint nodded. They came to know something about what happened in Dali dynasty. While Yi Futian was training, the weather changed above the Shao clan's manor. Terrifying clouds of calamity actually gathered above. Countless in the Shao clan looked up, and their minds were shaken. Who is the one making the breakthrough? Countless were confused. It was the divine path's ordeal. Who is it that was about to break into the Saint Plain in the Shao clan's manor? Elders flashed, and their wills were felt all over the place. They turned their eyes in one direction. It was a compound in the Shao clan's manor that was almost forgotten at the time. Few paid attention to that place. The one who had once been known as the #1 genius among the younger generations in the Shao clan lived in that compound of the manor. It was none other than Shao Sheng, who had once been known to be one of the handful of extreme, top-notch geniuses known as the edge of pinnacle below Saint Plain. He had been nurtured as the future leader of the Shao clan. However, the incidents that happened with him as of late caused Shao Sheng's status to fall in the Shao clan. Many had begun to slowly forget that genius who was known as edge of pinnacle below Saint Plain, thinking that his future was no more. The royal palace no longer liked him, and his clan no longer bothered to nurture him. His state of mind would have been affected, hindering his path in cultivation. But then again, just as Shao Sheng was about to be forgotten, he was visited by the divine catastrophe. Shao Sheng was actually about to make the breakthrough into Saint Plain. Well, the people in Shao clan's manor were shaken. Even old man Shao took to the air, looking where Shao Sheng was. The light of catastrophe of the great path rained from above at where Shao Sheng was. An intense rumbling was heard. It was as if it was doomsday right there. Shao Qianhe flashed and came to old man Zhao's side. He looked in that direction as well. He was just as shaken deep down. Shao Sheng was actually about to make the breakthrough into the Saint Plain under such circumstances. His state of mind should have been affected, yet he was able to reverse the flow and make the breakthrough. What happened to him? Old man Shao sighed. He had doted on that grandson of his, as he was chosen as one of the candidates to take over the leadership of the clan. It was due precisely to having high hopes for him that he had been made to enter Emperor Xia's palace and was put at Xia Qingyuan's side to train. He should have had a challenging time as of late. Old man Shao felt pity for him at that moment. Xia Qingyuan was, for better or worse, Shao Sheng's cousin. However, she placed him under house arrest for Yi Futian's sake. It almost robbed Shao Sheng of his freedom, despite having no evidence for their suspicions. That, coupled with how the clan had been treating him since that incident, meant that Shao Sheng's seen his darkest times. Yet, Shao Sheng was able to make the breakthrough under such circumstances nonetheless, which made the breakthrough all the more rare and precious. Perhaps the clan had been too harsh towards him. What happened to Yi Futian later had nothing to do with him after all. The raging divine path's ordeal continued to rain down on him. Every beam of light seemed to be striking on the minds of the people of the Shao clan. Qianhe, Do you think we should give Xiao Sheng another chance? Old man Xiao asked. Xiao Qianhao was dumbfounded. He knew that the matter had something to do with Xiao Sheng. However, Xiao Sheng was his son. As such, when old man Xiao said that, he was apparently moved. If the old man was willing to vouch for him, then there was still hope to turn things around. Xiao Sheng might be able to rise again. Queen Xiao was Xia Qingyuan's birth mother, and the old man was Queen Zhao's birth father. If the old man is willing to vouch for Xiao Sheng, then little sister would have to yield one way or another, no. Even Emperor Xia would have to give face to his father-in-law, after all. If they were able to prove that Xiao Sheng had no part in the incident, then the case would be settled, and Xiao Sheng would have had a chance to rise again. If you're willing to give him a second chance, father, I'm sure he will make good use of it, Xiao Qian has said. Old man Xiao did not say anything and continued to look where Xiao Sheng was. The divine path's ordeal continued to reign, and the beams only dissipated a short while later until they were all gone. One figure after another flashed and went to his side. Old man Xiao came to the sky above and cast his gaze there. In that broken ruins of a compound, slivers of holy light were seen coursing about Xiao Sheng's body. He had achieved metamorphosis after braving the ordeal. Xiao Sheng, it is extremely commendable that you were able to rise above the bonds of your state of mind and make it into Saint Plane. You will be able to serve His Majesty after becoming a saint. I am willing to vouch for you to the Queen and have you train within the army. What do you think? Old man Xiao asked. Xiao Sheng looked at old man Xiao and said, I'll leave it to you, grandfather. Right. Old man Xiao nodded and said, Do you have any wishes or anything that you'd like the clan to do for you? Xiao Sheng turned his eyes around and shook his head. No. He was a cultivator. Eventually, only cultivation mattered. He had once chased after fame, benefit, power, and status, wanting to become someone of importance, someone that Xia Qingyuan would have held in high regard, but his priorities had actually been upside down. He got nothing in the end. At that moment, he no longer cared what his clan, the authorities, and even Xia Qingyuan thought of him. As for Yi Futian, he would someday fight the man in earnest. Good. Old man Xiao nodded satisfactorily. Being able to make it to the Saint Plane was a testament to some things, among them being that Xiao Sheng had seen through it all. He was getting ready to have Xiao Sheng distanced from the center of political power in Emperor Xiao's realm. That way, it would have invited less trouble, and it would have probably allowed him to dedicate himself better to his training. There might be a day where a top-notch figure was to emerge from the Xiao clan. His actions were considered to be one giving a chance to Xiao Sheng, and he was hoping that the young man would not let the Xiao clan down again. The news of Xiao Sheng becoming a saint rocked things. There was news about old man Xiao visiting the royal palace and met Queen Xiao. The queen allowed to have Xiao Sheng train in the army. That news astonished many. From the looks of things, it seemed that Xiao Sheng had truly seized the opportunity to turn himself around by becoming a saint. If he proved to be excellent enough, he might just have been able to return there one day, standing at the center of the Xiao clan yet again. The punishment of forbidding him from entering the palace might even be revoked someday. After the matter was settled, the Xiao clan was getting ready to give Xiao Sheng a send-off as he left the clan to join the army. Many of the adjoining forces of the Xiao clan came to pay them a visit that day. Some other forces acquainted with the Xiao clan, like the Divine Cloud Valley, paid a visit to the manor to see Xiao Sheng off. Despite not having deliberately sent out invitations, guests swamped the manor of the Xiao clan on that day. All of them showed up at their own volition. Judging from how old man Xiao went to the royal palace to vouch for Xiao Sheng and how Queen Xiao allowed him to join the army, it seemed that there were signs that Xiao Sheng had regained the trust of the Xiao clan. The queen was willing to give him another chance. As such, many were willing to show up at the send-off. Xia Qingyuan stood on a tower in her place at Emperor Xiao's palace, gazing far away. The wind blew at her clothes, and yet she remained standing unmoving, like a statue, sighing deep down. From her understanding of Yi Futian, the man would not just let things slide like that. He already told her that whatever she, a princess, found inconvenient to pull, he would do it in her stead. At that moment, the Shao clan was about to send Shao Sheng off, and Yi Futian would show up. "Let's head to the Shao clan's manor," Xia Qingyuan stepped forward and said. At that moment, Yi Futian, who was training in the cottage villa, opened his eyes. Slivers of holy light coursed about him. Despite having yet to become a saint, he was extremely close to making the breakthrough. He rose and turned around. Many were looking at him at that moment. Shao Sheng had become a saint, and the Shao clan was giving him a send-off. The news of his departure would reach the villa as well. Yi Futian cast his gaze far away. "You're a saint now, huh?" he thought. "Do you think you can just wipe everything you've done away now that you're a saint?" He stepped forward. His silver hair billowed in the wind, and his deep eyes were devoid of emotions. There was only one plain line heard from him. "Head to the Shao clan's manor and give Shao Sheng a send-off." Guests filled the Shao clan's manor, and the scene was extremely lively. Old man Shao sat at the leading seat, and Shao Sheng sat quietly, not far away below him. Many came to greet him, toasting him as a gesture of his send-off. Shao Sheng would have returned the gesture whenever people came to toast him, appearing amicable and humble. However, there was a tinge of indifference below all that amicability and humbleness. That indifference felt rather alienating to many. Many were able to sense that the young master of the Shao clan felt rather different than before. His entire bearing seemed to have changed after making the breakthrough and becoming a saint. Shao Sheng used to be smooth and well-rounded, which made others feel congenial. He had once been silently proud underneath all that well-roundedness. However, at present, there was only that indifference. He seemed to have held all those social rituals with little regard now. Shao Sheng, as he was now, had indeed come to put a lot of things down. The guests notwithstanding, he had come to hold little regard of what the clan itself thought of him. Only one's training proved to be the most fundamental path in all paths of the world. Shao Sheng. A gentle voice was heard at that moment. An elegant figure stood before Shao Sheng, and it was none other than Gongsun and I. She once had an engagement with Shao Sheng. The Shao clan and the Divine Cloud Valley had arranged a marriage alliance for them. However, that was voided after what happened during the incident in the Empty Realm. "Congratulations on becoming a saint," Gongsun and I smiled and said. Shao Sheng nodded and said, "I owe you for all that happened back then." He did not hold any resentment against the Divine Cloud Valley for voiding their engagement after breaking into St. Plain. That was a price he had to pay for what he did, and he had caused Gongsun and I a lot of trouble. Gongsun and I smiled and said, "What's past is past." She was able to tell that Shao Sheng had put the past to rest, and he looked even more extraordinary than he used to now that he became a saint. There may have been a day where he would regain enough recognition to allow him to assume leadership of the Shao clan. Gongsun Zhong came to congratulate him as well. Gongsun Xian, Gongsun Ni's younger sister, did not go to greet him. She asked her sister telepathically after Gongsun and I returned, "Don't tell me you head over heels in love with him again, now that he is a saint." Gongsun and I glanced at her, and she continued, "What is done is done. I do not forgive him for all that." Gongsun and I did not say anything else. The scene remained lively. Old man Shao took note of the attitudes of the guests, as well as Shao Sheng's, feeling rather gratified. He hoped that Shao Sheng would make something out of his time training in the army. At that moment, however, old man Shao looked outside of the Shao clan's manor. Powerful aura was sensed closing in. A storm howled from the sky far away, heading straight for the Shao clan's manor. His will extended out there and quickly caught what was happening far away. His expression changed somewhat. Old Man Shao was not the only one who felt it. Other saints had also sensed what was happening, and all of them looked up. A group of people descended from above and landed outside the manor. They were the people of the cottage. Yi Futian was at the forefront. He eyed the Shao clan's manor as his silver hair continued to billow in the wind. He said, "Yi Futian here to pay a visit." He stepped forward as soon as he finished, entering the Shao clan's manor. He had the glass saint, the sword saint, and others were at his side. One mighty one after another flashed about. The people of Shao clan intended to stop them before hearing Old Man Zhao's voice. "Welcome." The others all parted to make way for the group upon hearing that. Yi Futian and the others walked straight and came to where the banquet was being held, appearing before all the guests. Yi Futian. Someone murmured his name, and everyone eyed the silver-haired young man clad in white. He looked incredibly handsome, and even though he had yet to make it into Saint Plain, his bearing was comparable to Shao Sheng's, so much so that he seemed to look even more extraordinary. Yi Futian caused Shao Sheng's downfall back in the day. He disappeared for quite some time after that, and then there he was, appearing before everyone again. Furthermore, Yi Futian came right before Shao Sheng was about to leave the Shao clan's manor. What was he up to? Based on what had transpired between Shao Sheng and Yi Futian, no one present thought that Yi Futian was there to send Shao Sheng off. Furthermore, he had brought the sword saint of the void with him, and one could easily feel that ready-to-fight tension within the group. They were up to no good. Yi Futian did not look at Shao Sheng after he came, but instead bowed to greet Old Man Shao, saying, "Yi Futian here to greet Senior Shao." Old Man Shao nodded and asked, "May I know what business you have, bringing your people here?" "I'd like to ask you a few questions, Senior," Yi Futian said. "Ask away," Old Man Shao said. "During the period where I seem to have disappeared, I have made a trip to Dali Dynasty. Did you know that, Senior?" Yi Futian asked. "I learned of it as of late," Old Man Shao responded. "Someone tried to do something against the Holy Ji Palace, then tried to harm 2 young women, almost killing them with poison while I was away at Dali Dynasty. Did you know that, Senior?" Yi Futian asked again. Old Man Shao frowned and continued, "I heard that the incident was caused by someone who was infatuated with a young woman from the Holy Ji Palace. His love turned into hatred before doing something crazy. Xia Qingyuan had investigated Shao Sheng due to that. There was no way he would not have known." Yi Futian did not explain as he continued. "When I was at Dali Dynasty getting ready to return to Empress Xiao's realm, someone sent a message to Li Yao, Prince of Dali Dynasty, blowing my cover, almost killing me there. Did you know of that, Senior?" Old Man Zhao's expression worsened. He said, "I would say the same thing. I have only learned of that as of late." "What are you getting at? Since you already knew all that, Senior, did you think it was all simply a coincidence?" Yi Futian asked again. "The princess is already looking into those matters. Whether they be coincidence or not, the princess will find out," Old Man Shao said. "The princess is half a member of the Shao clan. There are things she knows well, but is unable to do anything due to her relationship with the Shao clan." Yi Futian continued, "As such, I'll be the one to do it. All of it has to do with Shao Sheng." Yi Futian, Shao Sheng was training here all that time, and there would have been no way he could have participated in whatever was happening outside. "Watch your words," Shao Qianha at the side said coldly. They were about to send Shao Sheng off that day, yet Yi Futian showed up at the manor. "Yi Futian, do you have any evidence that any of this has to do with Shao Sheng?" Old Man Shao asked coldly. Well, the princess trusted him, and Empress Xia had rewarded him as well. The Shao clan was the clan where Queen Shao was from. Yi Futian's actions looked incredibly unruly, and it seemed that he did not hold any respect for the Shao clan. Even the queen herself had agreed to let Shao Sheng leave and train in the army. "I am here today to prove it," Yi Futian replied before turning his eyes to Shao Sheng, who was sitting quietly. He then continued calmly, "You have stepped into St. Plain, and since you wanted me dead so badly, I shall give you a chance to do so today. If you can win, it will be the end of the fiasco. The princess shall no longer look into it, and I shall die." Everyone present looked up, and their minds were rattled as they gazed at Yi Futian. Is he nuts or something? While his bearing was extraordinary, he was nonetheless at the sage plane, while Shao Sheng was already a saint. Yi Futian is about to fight Shao Sheng? Many wondered. Furthermore, he is saying that he will let it all slide if he dies in battle. Gongsun Zhong, Gongsun and I, and the others from Divine Cloud Valley looked at that silver-haired figure, finding him to be crazy indeed. Shao Qianhe's eyes were gleaming as he glared at Yi Futian. As for Shao Sheng, he looked up and gazed at Yi Futian with a cold expression. He was getting ready to venture out to train to fight Yi Futian in earnest in the future. He never expected Yi Futian, who was still a sage, would challenge him, a saint. "Yi Futian, watch your words. His Majesty and the princess trust you. The odds are stacked against you. If you die in battle, the princess shall blame us for it," Old Man Shao said coldly. Yi Futian appeared rather insolent. Saints were saints, after all. However, as soon as he finished, a powerful aura was sensed in the air. The blue phoenix, sacred beast, dove down, and many mighty ones descended from above. A voice was heard from the sacred beast. "Grandfather, I agree to this arrangement." All eyes were drawn to the sacred beast that descended from above. Xia Qingyuan was right behind the beast. All of them felt shaken deep down. So, even Xia Qingyuan thinks that Yi Futian is able to fight a saint, then. Shao Qianhe looked at Xia Qingyuan and felt speechless. "Shao Sheng, if you lose, then you shall give me the answer I seek. If you refuse, I shall seek it on my own." Yi Futian looked at Shao Sheng and said. Shao Sheng looked at Yi Futian. He had broken into the Saint Plain, but Yi Futian actually wanted to fight him despite being a sage. He turned to look at Xia Qingyuan, and it was apparent that Xia Qingyuan thought that Yi Futian, despite being a sage, was able to fight Shao Sheng, a saint. That was some level of trust. He had made it through that chasm and broken the shackles in his mind, becoming a saint, yet that silver-haired young man continued to be as unruly as ever. Shao Sheng did not say anything. He rose up and stepped forward before flashing and shooting into the clouds, standing in midair. Saintly aura shrouded the place at that moment. The will of the great path was extremely overpowering. He looked down at Yi Futian below and said, "Come up, then." Yi Futian took one look at the sky. His body was covered in dazzling brilliance as he stepped into the air. Both of them came to stand in the sky. Countless rose up and looked at the sky at that very instant. Shao Sheng of the Shao clan had broken into the Saint Plain. Yi Futian, a sage, was about to fight a saint. Shao Sheng's eyes glanced at Yi Futian in midair. Powerful might of the great path expanded in an instant, seeping everywhere and pressing onto Yi Futian. In that instant, Yi Futian felt as if Shao Sheng had become one with the great path, and he was everywhere. Shao Sheng lifted his hand and grabbed at Yi Futian. The pressure of the great path pressed down in an instant. The palm of the great path descended from above, heading straight at Yi Futian. Their surroundings rattled as the power of the great path seemed to be in Shao Sheng's control. One thought was all it took for him to put all the powers in his surroundings to use. Stifling might of the great path pressed onto Yi Futian, and the palm print squeezed the space around him, preventing him from escaping. The ones below saw the incredibly huge palm coming down right away in a direct, overbearing fashion. Saints were able to shake their surroundings simply by lifting their arm. Dazzling golden brilliance burst from Yi Futian's body at that moment. Matrix images materialized, and the might of the great path of all attributes circled about him. The power within him seemed to have resonated with the great path. In that instant, Yi Futian's body seemed to have become a furnace of the great path, capable of refining the great path of the world around him, siphoning power into his physical body. His body melded with the great path, and holy light shot up. His aura continued to climb and had gotten infinitely close to the saint plane. It was the training method that the imperial advisor of Dali imparted to him, the deed of thorough comprehension. What? The people in the Shao clan's manor all looked at the dazzling figure in the air. He seemed to be stepping onto images of matrices. Beams penetrating their surroundings emanated from the round matrix images, circling about. The beams coalesced into dazzling pillars of golden light. Extremely brilliant golden characters hovered on the beams. Qian, Kuan, Canli. The golden characters seemed to be imbued with the might of the great path as they were melded into the beams of light, circling Yi Futian's body and emanating light around him. All of the spectators saw that wherever the beams passed, the might of the great path was sensed, with Yi Futian in the very center of the phenomenon. Yi Futian was like a furnace of the great path at the time. The power of the great path resonated with his body. He was of little difference to a saint at that moment. The world tree in Yi Futian's life, spirit, continued to sway as if it was responding to the attacks being used. Power of all attributes poured and melded with Yi Futian's body, providing him with the powerful will of the great path. As predicted by the imperial advisor of Dali, Yi Futian was a suitable candidate for training the deed of thorough comprehension. The people below were all in awe, watching the extremely formidable power at work. They gazed at the dazzling light in the sky. All of them wondered if that was some training method he had learned in the Golden Hall of the Lotus. If it was indeed so, they wondered why the princess had not been trained in this method. Furthermore, they never saw any mighty ones from Emperor Xia's palace demonstrate the use of such powers. Did His Majesty teach Yi Futian his own training method? If that turned out to be the case, it spoke volumes of just how highly His Majesty thought of Yi Futian. All of them were wondering if that training method was something that had surpassed saint level, and if it was something above the saints as he was able to bring that much power to bear. None of them knew that Xia Qingyuan, who was watching from the sides, was feeling astonished as well. She naturally knew that it was not something imparted by her father, and the Golden Hall of the Lotus did not have something like that either. It was something Yi Futian learned in Dali Dynasty. Furthermore, it was something imparted personally to him by the imperial advisor of Dali. She never expected that the imperial advisor of Dali would have imparted training methods to Yi Futian, let alone one of the imperial level. At that moment, even she came to see the imperial advisor of Dali differently and wanted to see for herself what kind of a person the imperial advisor, who had imparted training methods to Yi Futian and sent him off personally, truly was. Huge palm attacks capable of blocking the sky rained down from above, coming right before Yi Futian as if to destroy the dazzling golden light. However, Yi Futian took one step forward, which resonated with the great path of the world around them. He put his arm forward and threw a punch. The will of the punch was ferocious. The light of the letter of Qian moved along with the attack, tearing through space and shredding the power of all methods before it. The golden light of the punch streaked through the air and clashed with the palm attack coming at him. Rumbling noises were heard, and a ring-shaped light exploded in all directions up in the air. The phenomenon was blinding, and no one knew how powerful the clash had been. Huangting Fist will. The people of the Shao clan recognized the art. Princess Xia Qingyuan was trained in the Huangting Fist will, after all. There were 33 layers to Huangting Fist Will, and one layer was stronger than the other. The Fist Will of the Great Path gathered raging force from the user's surroundings, and with all 33 layers of Fist Will bursting, the art shredded all paths of heaven. The spectators were all astonished to find that the Huangting Fist Will that Yi Futian brought to bear was extremely formidable. It was far more powerful than the one used by Xia Qingyuan. It was a terrifying sight to behold. His methods came with the effect of amplifying the power of the great path of his own, enhancing the power of other offensive skills. The powers of the great path were interconnected, and they resonated with the world around. The spectators thought it would have required Yi Futian to use considerable measures to break the palm attacks of Xiaosheng, who had broken into Saint Plain. No one expected him to be able to do so with only one punch. Yi Futian at that moment did not look a sage at all. He looked as if he was a saint, just like Xiaosheng, capable of standing opposite Xiaosheng and fighting him on equal footing. Xiaosheng, too, cast his gaze at that person before him. He had thought of fighting Yi Futian in the future, but he never expected Yi Futian to want to fight him before breaking into Saint Plain. I, who have broken into Saint Plain, lost against Yi Futian, who is still a sage. Xiaosheng thought incredulously. The line between sage and saint was like a heavenly chasm. It was a consensus shared by all cultivators. If Yi Futian wanted to take Xiaosheng on, he needed to break that consensus and achieve the incredible feat of having a sage beating a saint. Xiaosheng refused to yield. Xiaosheng took one step forward and moved his palms as well, bursting with the dazzling light of the divine path all of him. There was rumbling all over the place, and huge palm attacks of dazzling brilliance manifested everywhere, shrouding the entire sky. The palm attacks were all infused with overwhelming, shattering powers, putting a lockdown on their surroundings with the might of the great path. Prajna, the mighty ones of the Xiao clan, looked up at Xiaosheng. He waved his hands about before him, and then extended them at Yi Futian. Boom! Heaven-splitting, rumbling explosions were heard as the palm attacks arrived one after another. All of them slammed onto Yi Futian at unimaginable speeds. Beams of light from Yi Futian's body coursed to his legs. He then took one step forward and seemed to have sunken the space around him. It was as if towering force burst from that one step of his. Those bursting palm attacks seemed to have been stifled, and the force on Yi Futian grew even mightier. That footwork was none other than the extremely formidable footwork of Shen Yuan. Yet another punch was launched, and the Huangting Fist Will tore through the air, bringing the power of the footwork of Shen Yuan with it, causing the palm attacks to crumble and explode. The palm attacks of Prajna bombarded wave after wave. If looked up from below, it would have seemed that the endless palm attacks had shrouded the sky, burying Yi Futian in a very tight space. Yi Futian did not mind his opponent's attacks at all. A harrowing sword will coalesced about him, and his left hand drew a line in the air. A streak of a dazzling flash of the sword came and went within an instant, breaking down that palm attack. He extended his finger. The swords of Kasayapa coalesced, tearing apart all palm attacks that came at him. Yi Futian continued to step out with his footwork of Shen Yuan, and the force about him continued to climb, getting increasing mighty. The light from the deed of thorough comprehension circled about him. His left hand coalesced sword will, bringing Huangting Fist Will and using footwork of Shen Yuan, while backed by the power of the deed of thorough comprehension as he advanced. Those incoming bombardment of palm attacks were unable to stop him in his tracks at all. The Huangting Fist Will had gotten increasingly powerful, and the footwork of Shen Yuan had gotten increasingly overbearing. More and more swords of Kasayapa coalesced around him, and the swords circled him as he moved, tearing through space and shattering all incoming palm attacks. The spectators watched with awe as Yi Futian continued to move forward, getting increasingly close to Xiaosheng. Is that some power capable of being brought about by a sage? They wondered. Xiao Sheng's eyes were locked onto Yi Futian, and he was just as astonished. He continued to step forward instead of retreating, advancing as holy light burst from his body. He came to bring the full might of his powers as a saint to bear. He extended his hand and performed mudras. A divine shadow appeared behind him. A giant was manifested in the air, one that had a myriad of arms, taking control of the powers of the world around them. The countless arms moved at the same time, throwing down countless palm attacks at Yi Futian. Yi Futian acted as if he was unable to see any of that. The swords of Kasayapa circling him continued to cut out, and a terrifying screen of swords appeared before him, tearing everything apart. The Huangting fist was also getting increasingly powerful. The sixth step of the footwork of Shen Yuan was made. The world around them shook as extremely raging pressure was launched at Xiaosheng. Yi Futian, who continued to advance at that moment, was enveloped by the holy light emanated from the deed of thorough comprehension, sweeping forward like a tidal wave. The gigantic shadow behind Xiaosheng closed its arms, seeing that dazzling figure continue to advance. The power of the great path compressed the place as countless palm attacks stacked on top of each other, burying Yi Futian's body. 6 directions. A line was heard from Xiaosheng. At that moment, it seemed as if his power had been brought to the limit. Boom! Yi Futian took another step out, and the world around him shook. His extremely dazzling body shot at Xiaosheng. The palm attacks thrown at him continued to crumble in a frenzy, yet countless palm attacks from his flanks seemed to have melded together in walls of the great path, burying everything caught between. Xiaosheng pointed forward, and the same phenomenon took place before him. 6 directions of the world melded with the great path. All of the palm attacks became one as they buried the heavens. The spectators saw that Yi Futian gradually disappeared as he was being buried by the 6 directions, making them unable to see him. Xiaosheng closed his palms, and the world around them shook violently. The crowd was only able to see the palms of the heaven-burying 6 direction bury Yi Futian right there, and then rumbling noises were heard from within, but no one else knew what was happening inside. No one interfered with the fight, and even Xia Qingyuan watched in silence. No one knew what was going on in her mind. She trusted Yi Futian, and he was appointed as her valet. Many knew that the princess held Yi Futian in high regard. The one whom Yi Futian was fighting was her cousin. Everyone understood the words that Yi Futian said before, that there were things that Xia Qingyuan would have found inconvenient to do. But could he carry those things out? Palm attacks continued to rain around them, becoming a part of that wall of the great path as they closed. Everyone had their eyes fixed at the sky above. The rumbling continued to be heard, and people gradually saw cracks on that wall of 6 directions. The cracks continued to extend and spread in all directions. Extremely brilliant light was seen unleashed from within, and the hearts of the spectators raced. Intensely blinding light was seen, and with an earth-shattering rumble, the wall crumbled, and all of the palm attacks were no more. Yi Futian emerged from within, clad in holy light. His towering sword tore at the space around him. His body turned into a bolt of lightning, arriving right before Xiaosheng, who was no longer able to bring attacks of greater power to bear. Yi Futian threw a punch, and Xiaosheng threw a palm attack without retreating. Boom! A rumble was heard as the sky shook. The spectators saw Xiaosheng's body rattled violently, and his internal organs felt as if they had been rattled. Cracking sounds were heard from his bones. The light of the divine path remained glittering, yet his aura continued to weaken. Blood was seen at the corner of his mouth, yet his eyes remained fixed on Yi Futian. Do you admit? Yi Futian shook his arm and burst with another fistful. Xiaosheng's body rattled violently yet again. Yi Futian continued to glitter with holy light. His silver hair billowed, and he looked tremendously mighty. Everyone knew at that moment that Yi Futian, as a sage, had beaten Xiaosheng, who was a saint. Despite there being a chasm between sages and saints, Yi Futian made it through, nonetheless. There were countless living beings in Emperor Xiao's realm, and there had been many legendary figures throughout the ages. However, none had been capable of defeating a saint while they were still a sage. No one would have expected that Xiaosheng, who had only made it into Saint Plain a short while ago and showed signs of rising again, was met with one unspeakably legendary figure. Despite having broken into Saint Plain, there he was defeated. The Xiao clan wanted to change Xiaosheng's fate, and Yi Futian was against it. The clansmen of Xiao clan gazed at the two figures high up in the air. They looked incredibly awkward. The clansmen of Xiao clan gazed at the two figures high up in the air. They looked incredibly awkward. Xiaosheng became a saint, and old man Xiao went to the royal palace to personally request Queen Xiao to give the young man another chance, all of which led to what happened just now. Many came to congratulate them, and yet, despite having become a saint, Yi Futian was still able to beat him. Up in the sky at that moment, blood continued to spill from Xiaosheng's mouth. Yi Futian's fist seemed to have punched right through his body. Xiaosheng's long hair and clothes, which were blood-stained, billowed. The people from Divine Cloud Valley were speechless as they watched the scene unfold. "Do you confess?" Yi Futian wanted a confession from Xiaosheng. He wanted to hear that the losing young man was guilty of those horrible actions. The relations between Xia Qingyuan and the Xiao clan meant that she was unable to pull something that extreme if she did not have the evidence to back her claims. As such, Yi Futian came to see it through personally instead. There were no such restrictions between him and Xiaosheng. More than that, what Xiaosheng pulled twice prior was deemed unforgivable. Yi Futian's party almost perished during the Battle of Empty Realm, and they were only able to barely survive due to Yaya, his eldest brother, Yi Wuqin, and the others holding off their assailants by putting their lives on the line. The second time Xiaosheng's attempt on his life required the imperial advisor and Yan Yuan to send him off, just so that he was able to leave Dali dynasty, getting the imperial advisor's residence embroiled in his matters. Yi Futian learned from Xia Qingyuan that the imperial advisor had resigned from his position as the chief of Dali Academy. Even the students of the imperial advisor left the academy to train elsewhere. The prince regent emerged again, and his powers seemed to be about to eclipse those of the imperial advisor. King Tiandao and the prince regent became close allies, supporting the third prince to take the position of chief of the Dali Academy, taking charge of the academy that the imperial advisor had painstakingly built. Both figures were to be the third prince's advisors then. Many from Daily Mountain were even allowed to train in the Dali Academy. The imperial advisor would have definitely predicted those turn of events at the very moment he had decided to make a move for Yi Futian's sake. While Emperor Li would not have done anything to him simply because he let one person go, there was no way the emperor could just let everything slide. The imperial advisor was still a subject of Emperor Li's realm, one who played a crucial role in determining the outcome of the Battle of Empty Realm. In both attempts to take his life, someone from Emperor Xiao's realm, Xiaosheng, had colluded with Li Yao, a prince of Emperor Li's realm. Such actions meant that even if Xiaosheng had truly confessed and repented, Yi Futian would still not have forgiven him, let alone that Xiaosheng had only become a saint. There were things that one could not merely let slide, things that did not deserve to be forgiven. If it had not been for Queen Zhao's intervention before, Yi Futian would not have let the matter slide back then. All of that had nothing to do with one's state of mind or magnanimity. Xiaosheng, at that moment, looked at the silver-haired figure right in front of him, the figure that was basking in holy brilliance. At that moment, Xiaosheng felt as if Yi Futian was the saint while he was the sage. Despite having become a saint, Xiaosheng was still unable to beat him, and any talk of besting him in the future was now pointless. "Do I confess, then?" he wondered. While Xiaosheng had not done anything himself, he was still involved in those incidents. It was due to him that the attempts at Yi Futian's life came to be. Seeing how Xiaosheng was looking at him without saying anything, Yi Futian lifted his arm and sent a burst of dazzling sword through Xiaosheng's body without hesitation. The force raged throughout Xiaosheng's body, making him shudder throughout. His face was ashen. He continued to look at Yi Futian, who then threw punches at him. Every single punch worsened his condition as the powers of the punches ravaged his internal organs. Countless who were watching below were shaken at that scene. Yi Futian was taking care of things his way. "If you're not going to confess, I'll keep doing it my way until you yield," Yi Futian said. His voice was cold and overbearing. Even the ones below came to be confused about what was going on. Who among the two was the saint again? Who among the two was the sage again? Yi Futian was truly ravaging Xiaosheng's will by then. Boom! Another punch landed, and Xiaosheng's body seemed to have been penetrated. He looked very wobbly. Not only did his aura feel shriveled, but it also seemed as if his spirit and vital signs were quickly disappearing. It was only then that Xiaosheng realized that until Yi Futian got the answer he sought, there was no stopping what was going on. Enough! A voice was ringing throughout the air. Many looked at the one who spoke and saw old man Xiao step forward with cold eyes, looking at Yi Futian. "Yi Futian, are you going to use such means to make him confess to something he didn't do?" Old man Xiao asked coldly. "If he truly is innocent, I shall be willing to pay the price with my life. But if he truly is guilty, what will you do then?" Yi Futian glanced at Old Man Xiao and answered in an equally cold tone. Old Man Xiao understood from Yi Futian's eyes that he was sure that Xiaosheng was behind all those attempts on his life. Only through a transformation of one's mind, reaching completion and flawlessness, can one achieve sainthood in one's training in the great path. Xiaosheng has been of such a state of mind, as he was able to make it into sainthood. How can you be so sure that he was the one behind all of that? Old Man Xiao asked again. After Xiaosheng was able to make it to Saint Plain, the old man came to think that he might have been wrong and had misunderstood Xiaosheng. The princess was unable to find out anything, after all. They had restricted Xiaosheng's mobility, and yet what followed still happened, which meant that Xiaosheng could not have been the one behind it all. Even some things that happened before could not have been pulled off by Xiaosheng, judging by the resources he had at his disposal. Flawless state of mind. Yi Futian chuckled sarcastically and continued. Well, I have no idea why he had been able to let go of his obsession and make the breakthrough. There were multiple ways of breaking into Saint Plain. Even if he had truly been able to let go, that does not mean that he did not do any of those things. You claimed that he was of a flawless state of mind? What about me, then? The holy light on and around Yi Futian turned even more dazzling as soon as he finished. He threw yet another devastating punch, rattling Xiaosheng's internal organs so severely that they were almost shattered. Xiaosheng looked even more broken. At that same time, Yi Futian's aura intensity climbed to a critical point, and beams of glittering light shot to the heavens. It brought forth a terrifying, stifling aura all of a sudden. It was as if a storm was brewing. The hearts of many were shaken furiously. The beams of light shot to the heavens, and his will seemed to have merged with the great path. His mind seemed to have melded with the world around him. Yi Futian looked up to the sky and said with a brimming voice, "I now ask the heavens, is my conscience clear?" His voice resonated with his surroundings. Countless heard that voice throughout the vast space. Many outside the Xiao clan's manor gathered around. They looked up at that figure in the sky, at the silver-haired man who was a sage yet had bested a saint. Catastrophic clouds rolled about above him. Beams of the divine light of calamity ebbed in the heavens. Black clouds filled the sky, and the scene looked like doomsday. Stifling pressure shrouded the entire place. Old man Shao looked up. His gaze was fixed on the scene unfolding midair. I now ask the heavens, is my conscience clear? The catastrophe of the great path could not have been evoked if one's state of mind was patchy. Shao Sheng looked up in the sky at the terrifying might of the gathering catastrophe, which proved even more powerful than the one that he had braved through. He grinned all of a sudden. Yi Futian, a sage, had bested him a saint. The catastrophe of the great path was evoked soon after, giving the one who bested him a chance to break into the saint plane. It was an irony like no other. He had thought himself a truly changed man from head to toe when he broke into Saint Plane, enabling him to start anew. Yet there was someone who refused to let him do so. The one who refused proved to be better, so much better that there had never been one such person emerging in history throughout all of Emperor Xiao's realm. Yi Futian used him as a catalyst to break into the Saint Plane. I, Shao Sheng, have broken into Saint Plane, but so what? He thought. What he did in the past were things he would have never do again with his current state of mind. Yet so what? The fact that he had done all those things remained unchanged. Yi Futian kept his eyes on Shao Sheng and said, I led Emperor Xiao's realm to victory in the Battle of Empty Realm, yet someone wanted to see me dead. After the Battle of Empty Realm, I went to Dali Dynasty to train, and the imperial advisor of Dali imparted his ways to me, teaching me the ways of the great path. Yet, someone in Emperor Xiao's realm still wanted to see me dead. The imperial advisor knew that I was from Emperor Xiao's realm, and he escorted and sent me off back to the 9 states all the same. I would have died in Dali and would have never made it here. Tell me, all of you, does that someone deserve death? Violent clouds of the catastrophe rolled in increasingly great intensity. Even those who watched from outside were shaken to their core. The catastrophe was truly powerful. All of them seemed to have sensed all manners of the might of the great path imbued within. It was as if the catastrophe would bring about doom below as soon as it rained. What Yi Futian said, however, proved even more earth-shattering. His methods were actually imparted to him by the imperial advisor of Dali. He went to Dali Dynasty to train, and the imperial advisor took him in. His identity was discovered, and the imperial advisor escorted him to Emperor Xiao's realm. It was surprising enough that the imperial advisor of Dali Dynasty would have gone to such extents for him, yet someone in Emperor Xiao's realm wanted to see him dead. Some irony indeed. All of them seemed to be able to understand what Yi Futian had gone through. It was of no surprise that he went on to ask the heavens if his conscience was clear. If Shao Sheng had truly been the one doing all of that, then he truly deserved death. All of them understood why Yi Futian had come in such a forceful manner to take Shao Sheng. Anyone can come to vouch for him, and still I will not yield, Yi Futian said coldly. Shao Sheng looked at him and then at the sky. One could have only guessed what was going through his mind right there. He closed his eyes and opened them again, sighing before saying, I am indeed guilty. The world turned completely silent in that instant, with only the catastrophe continuing to howl. Shao Sheng confessed to his crimes. Everyone looked up into the sky. Dark clouds were gathering, making everything more and more frightening. The light of catastrophe was falling from the heavens. Everyone looked up into the sky. Dark clouds were gathering, making everything more and more frightening. The light of catastrophe was falling from the heavens. Yi Futian's light of catastrophe seemed to consist of many different colors. Layer upon layer of will was immersed in the light as a terrible brilliance flowed out from him. But he still stood there like a statue. In front of him, Shao Sheng was doing the same. and he had admitted his fault. He had admitted everything. Shao Sheng had broken through to the divine path, and the Shao clan had pleaded to Queen Shao for his life. They were ready to send him to the army to train. Many guests had come to see him off, and his future was very bright. But the most dazzling figure in the past few years in Emperor Xiao's realm had come to criticize him. As a sage, he had still been able to crush Shao Sheng, who was at the saint level, and forcibly break through to the divine catastrophe. The people of the Shao clan went pale. They had wanted to fight for a future for Shao Sheng. Since he had entered the saint plane, his heart must have changed, and he would very likely become one of the most prestigious figures of their clan in the future. Thus, old man Shao had once again placed all his hopes upon him. But now they all understood. Shao Sheng was finished. Everyone had heard what Yi Futian had just said very clearly. He had worked with people from Emperor Li's realm twice all to kill Yi Futian, who had achieved victory in the Battle of Empty Realm and gone by himself to Emperor Li's realm. This was an unforgivable offense. Even Xia Qingyuan could not let him get away with this, and neither could Yi Futian. The people from Divine Cloud Valley also looked up into the air. Gong Sun and I, Gong Sun Zhong, and the rest were all conflicted. They still remembered the first time they had seen Yi Futian. It was in the Shao clan's household at Old Man Zhao's banquet. At that time, he had only recently arrived in the upper worlds and had just made a name for himself. He had launched a surprise attack on Lihan Heaven, which made everyone think he was too arrogant and did not know his own power. He had provoked Lihan Heaven and had swept away all their heroes at that banquet. Afterward, he had set out on a path that no others could match. On the 33rd layer of Lihan Heaven, he had defeated Wang Chuan. Wang Chuan had used this battle to become a saint, but he said that Yi Futian stood alone among those below the saint plane. Afterward, in the Battle of Empty Realm, he had seized victory all by himself and then had joined with Princess Xia Qingyuan to defeat Yuan Jin. The sword master of Lihan had given his sword to Yi Wuqian because of him, to save him from an attack by cultivators of Emperor Li's realm. And now he had defeated a saint-level cultivator as a sage, accomplishing a feat for the ages, and now was using the majesty of this battle to step onto the divine path. Those who had been called the greatest figure below the saint plane in Emperor Xiao's realm, those dazzling, unparalleled heroes, seemed to lose their luster before him. He seemed to be the only person who mattered in that generation of cultivators from Emperor Xiao's realm. He was absolutely without equal and eclipsed everyone else's glory. No one could compare with him. Some people looked at Princess Xia Qingyuan not far away. Once it had been said that she stood alone in her generation and that none could compare with her. But now, what about Yi Futian? Could he stand shoulder to shoulder with the princess? At that moment, everyone understood what Xia Qingyuan had seen in Yi Futian and why she appreciated him. Perhaps Xia Qingyuan and Emperor Xia had known of Yi Futian's talent from the start. Even the imperial advisor, who was from an enemy power, treated him like this. A truly outstanding figure could perhaps make those who stood before him give up their own status. This was sincere appreciation. It did not matter whether or not they stood in opposition to him. Boom! A rumbling sound pulled everyone back from their reveries. The light of catastrophe was falling from the sky and crashed violently upon Yi Futian. His white hair was dancing in the wind as his white robes fluttered. The brilliant light around him became even brighter as the light of catastrophe flowed across his body. But he still stood up straight without wavering even a little bit. His body was not moved even an inch. With a start, many people realized that not only was terrible flowing around Yi Futian, but his flesh itself was also suffused with a powerful will. The terrifying light of catastrophe baptized his spiritual willpower and changed it. At that same time, it baptized his flesh, making it divine. In front of him, Shao Sheng was also suffering the waves of the divine catastrophe. His weak flesh trembled. and he spat up another mouthful of blood. His face was as white as paper. Xiao Sheng's breathing was growing weaker and weaker. He looked at the impossibly brilliant figure before him and felt a burst of sorrow. If he had known it would turn out like this, he would not have done the things he did. That way, the incomparably brilliant Yi Futian would have had nothing to do with him. He could still have become a saint. Given his status, he could have done anything that he wanted to. Princess Xiao and Xia Qingyuan would have promised him anything. Why had he decided to compete with Yi Futian and worry that he would steal his position? Now he understood that there were some things you should not strive for, as to do so would be meaningless. It was only a momentary slip, but it had made it so that there was no way to escape and had led him to this point. He felt sort of pitiable. He naturally understood that Yi Futian would not give him another chance. He would do the same, regardless of his mood or his amount of tolerance. Who else? Yi Futian asked Xiao Sheng. He naturally knew that Xiao Sheng had not done all of this by himself. It was not something he could have done alone. Xia Qingyuan had told him always to watch Xiao Sheng and the Xiao clan. She had even placed Xiao Sheng under arrest. No news could have gotten out, so they could not know the news of his return. He trusted Xia Qingyuan, and so did not doubt what she had said. If it was not Xiao Sheng, then there must have been someone controlling him from the background. Moreover, they were much more powerful than Xiao Sheng. Otherwise, they would not have been able to get even a little bit of information. But everyone else trembled when they heard his question. There was someone else. Who had been involved in this besides Xiao Sheng? Everyone involuntarily looked at the people from the Xiao clan. This had made Old Man Xiao, Xiao Qianhe, and the others look worried. This affair did not only concern Yi Futian. If it had just been him, they would not have cared so much. He had conspired with Emperor Li's realm to harm one of his own people, and it was someone that His Majesty and the princess regarded highly. Even someone from the Xiao clan could not get away with something like this. Qingyuan, Old Man Xiao looked at Xia Qingyuan and said, "I'm not that senile yet." The Xiao clan was at the height of power in Emperor Xiao's realm. With the emperor as an in-law and Queen Xiao as the queen mother, their status was very high. Would he betray Emperor Xiao's realm and collude with Dali dynasty? Obviously, he could not just sit still and take what Yi Futian was saying. It was too serious. That's not what he meant, grandfather. But you must understand that he could not have done this alone, said Xia Qingyuan. Old Man Zhao's eyes flashed when he heard this. When he had seen Xiao Sheng become a saint, he had thought that Xia Qingyuan had been mistaken about him. But he did know that there were many things he could not do. But now, even Xiao Sheng admitted that he had done this. Thinking about it in detail, it was apparent that someone else had to be involved. He swept his gaze over the people of the Xiao clan, then looked at Xiao Qianhe. The other person would have to be as bold as him, right? The light of catastrophe rumbled down yet again. Yi Futian was completely immersed in the divine catastrophe and looked nearly celestial. However, the catastrophe of the divine path could not shake him one bit. He still stood up straight, calmly bearing its power like a god up in the sky. Everyone in the palace stared at him. They all knew that after becoming a saint, Yi Futian would undergo a change. In that past, his talent had been outstanding, but in the end he had only been a junior, and so his power was limited. But after this change, he would truly come into his own. But at that moment, all Yi Futian wanted to know was the truth. Thus he questioned Xiao Sheng about who else was involved. Xiao Sheng suffered the waves of the divine catastrophe. He coughed up blood, then looked at Yi Futian, but his eyes seemed calm. He shook his head and said, "I did this by myself. I sent the information to Liao. I did all of it alone." Yi Futian looked at him and saw that he did not look too distressed. It was as if he were still ready to face anything. He seemed sincere. Obviously, he did not want to say who had been backing him. Who was it? Xiao Sheng had admitted his guilt, but was still protecting them. Was it someone from the Xiao clan? You could not have done this alone, said Yi Futian coldly. I said I did it alone. If you don't believe me, that's fine, said Xiao Sheng. He still would not confess. Yi Futian looked at him. Since Xiao Sheng had already confessed, everything that would happen next was very simple. Saint Chihua had suddenly attacked the palace. Linger and Phoenix had been poisoned. His information had been leaked, including a lot of sensitive details. This was not something that Xiao Sheng could have arranged all on his own. There must be someone extremely powerful in the background controlling everything. This matter was not over. Up in the sky, the light of catastrophe burned brightly. Xia Qingyuan said, You should become a saint first. Yi Futian nodded. His figure flashed up into the sky. Dark clouds covered everything, making an apocalyptic-looking scene. The divine catastrophe descended, and his spiritual willpower suffered a terrifying assault. But each assault baptized him in the great path. His will became one with heaven and earth, and he could sense will more clearly. That was not all. His body underwent powerful assaults as the light of catastrophe bathed his flesh, making him seem to transform. His flesh became divine. His whole body became the path. Everyone saw Yi Futian sitting there, cross-legged with eyes closed, bearing everything calmly. He was once baptized in medicine, and his spiritual will and physical body were extremely strong. There was no fear that he would not cross through the divine catastrophe. Everyone looked up at the white-robed youth sitting there. As the light of catastrophe fell upon him, his bearing changed little by little. In the end, he was like a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon. Divine light flowed from him and covered everything. Rays of morning sunlight filled the vast sky, dispersing the terrible light of catastrophe. The divine catastrophe grew weaker and weaker. The dark clouds dispersed, and morning sunlight came down from the ninth heaven. The white-haired youth opened his eyes. They were deeper than before, and divinity seemed to shoot out from them. He rose and looked out at the crowd. He was suffused with a supernatural aura. Yi Futian had become a saint. Yi Futian stood calmly in the sky, and with a single breath he sucked in the qi of heaven and earth. Yi Futian stood calmly in the sky, and with a single breath he sucked in the qi of heaven and earth. His heart and mind moved together and could roam freely throughout heaven and earth. It was as if everything was moving in conjunction with his spirit, although it was not as brilliant as before. Divine light still flowed across his body. His flesh and his spirit had both undergone the baptism of the divine catastrophe and had changed, becoming better than before. At that moment, he felt his body stabilize. His internal organs had become extremely powerful, and they quivered as he breathed. His limbs and bones were completely unobstructed, and he could see extremely far away with his naked eyes. In his life palace, the world tree swayed with divine radiance. The other life spirits curled around it as if it was supporting them all. After all, the world tree was Yi Futian's original life spirit. The others had all grown out of it, will float around the world tree, and in his life palace, Yi Futian could faintly feel it connecting with his thoughts. It seemed to be in both his body and his mind. The trunk of the world tree seemed to be his body, and it provided him with a constant stream of the breath of life and strength. Yi Futian felt like his life spirit had been set free and could actually touch heaven and earth, turning into an incomparably holy tree that would touch the sky. Unfortunately, he had not truly released his full life spirit in combat as of yet. He was a saint. He had extraordinarily become a saint. This was a barrier. Most people were stopped by this barrier. Many people in the world of cultivators thought that advancing through the first 3 tiers of the saint plane was not as difficult as advancing from a sage to a saint. It was a huge test of one's character, and thus it was one of the most important steps. By taking this step, he had stepped over the barrier. From now on, he just had to steadily increase his level. Now that he had reached the saint plane, his state of mind had improved so that he could break through even higher levels. This step was a huge change. From now on, he would be advancing. Of course, crossing from the 3rd tier of the saint plane, flawless sainthood, to the 4th tier, the holiness of nirvana, was also an incredibly difficult step to take, and it prevented countless heroes from reaching the 4th tier. To break through to that plane, one needed a lot of luck and a lot of perseverance. After reaching the saint plane, Yi Futian felt much stronger than before. Even though it was only a single step, that single step had brought great changes. Divine radiance shot out from his eyes as he swept his gaze over Xiao Sheng below him. Before starting on the divine path, he had already been able to defeat Xiao Sheng. Now that he had become a saint, he could easily and swiftly crush him. He did not need to expend as much energy as he would have before. Even those below them could tell where Yi Futian and Xiao Sheng stood in relation to each other. Even though they were both saints, the difference in their auras was great. If Xiao Sheng was a supernatural saint and had completely changed, then Yi Futian was like a god who was even greater than a saint. They would never have thought that even after they had both become saints, there would be such a great difference between them. Everyone sighed inwardly. Perhaps this was truly a hero whose name would be heard around the world. Before taking that step, he had been able to crush Xiao Sheng. Now that he had taken it, Xiao Sheng could only despair. They even sort of felt that someone who had been a saint for many years would be crushed if they fought with Yi Futian, even though he had just become a saint. They even wondered about Yi Futian's family background. Could he truly be just a cultivator who had come from the lower worlds? Why would he be so outstanding? His aura was even more powerful than the juniors of the greatest houses of the upper worlds. There was even wonder in Xia Qingyuan's eyes as she beheld Yi Futian. He was truly dazzling right now. She wondered when she would be able to become a saint. She wondered what he would be like now that he was a saint. If he was like he was now, what would be the outcome? Everyone from the cottage looked on in reverent silence. Seeing his elegant demeanor, they all felt a burst of joy in their hearts. Their little brother had become a saint. Long ago, Yi Futian had come to the cottage at age 18 and was pampered by his sworn brothers and sisters. Now, he had become a saint while he was still young. When he returned to the 9 states, he would stand at the peak and look down upon the whole world. It all seemed like a dream. He was a saint. He had attained what had once been unreachable. Now, after his sworn brother, he had finally taken the step. Now, he would not need Yu Sheng and the cottage to protect him anymore. He was the strongest disciple of the cottage now. Yi Futian, the saint, stepped forward. Traversing the sky in a single step, he descended before Xiao Sheng. Xiao Sheng looked at him. At that moment, he felt unworthy to be in his presence. Once, he had been the heir of the Xiao clan and Queen Zhao's niece. Therefore, even though Yi Futian was an outstanding talent and was becoming famous throughout the upper worlds, he had not paid him any mind. He thought that by merely blocking his path, he could get rid of him. Now, looking back, he saw that the gap between them was huge. To become a saint was to be detached from the ordinary. However, Yi Futian's detachment had advanced by leaps and bounds, much faster than other people's. Even though no one knew what his family background was, he was in Emperor Xia's good graces, and the princess treated him favorably. As far as he knew, Xia Qingyuan had never treated anyone else like this. Even without this incident, Yi Futian would still not be comparable to him. Now Yi Futian's future was limitless, and Xiao Sheng was a criminal. Maybe if he had seen things clearly before becoming a saint, this would not have happened. Who was it? Yi Futian asked coldly as he stared at Xiao Sheng. His voice carried an unmistakable meaning. Xiao Sheng may have confessed, but this matter was not over yet. Someone was helping him behind the scenes. The person who was secretly arranging all this from behind the scenes was no ordinary person, but he could not think of anyone other than Xiao Sheng, who hated him. I said that it was only me. Xiao Sheng stared calmly at Yi Futian. Even though he was in turmoil, he now saw many things clearly. It had all come to this, so he would confess. Since he had done all this, he would pay the price. He knew that even though he had become a saint, now that things had come to this point, he was finished. All his former glory had passed by like clouds of smoke. His cultivation and his future were gone now. Yi Futian grabbed Xiao Sheng, and in a flash, a terribly bolt of lightning descended towards him. It slammed into him, violently destroying his internal organs. Not only that, but his eyes became very sharp, and lightning will shot out of them into Xiao Sheng's eyes. At that moment, Xiao Sheng's brain trembled violently as his spiritual will came under serious attack. His whole body shook. He swayed as though he were about to fall, but he was held up by an invisible force. Xiao Sheng may have confessed that he had done everything, but if he wanted to hide anything else, it would not be that easy. Yi Futian would destroy his will. Having confessed to his crime, Xiao Sheng had no right to resist, and the Xiao clan had no right to question it. Below, everyone was looking at the two of them. They saw the terrible lightning flashing around the two of them. The lightning struck Xiao Sheng, destroying his flesh bit by bit and numbing his spiritual will. Who was it? Tell me. Yi Futian's voice was like thunder as he began to crack open Xiao Sheng's mind. His brain trembled fiercely, and it seemed that Yi Futian would completely destroy his will. A voice repeated over and over in his head, telling him to say who it was. Everyone was speechless. At this moment, Xiao Sheng, who had no power to resist, could truly be called wretched. But this was the price that he had to pay for everything he had done to Yi Futian. But everyone was still wondering if there was someone else with ill intentions towards Yi Futian. If there really was, would it be someone in the Xiao clan? The Xiao clan would not have needed to do this. But if it was someone else, why would Xiao Sheng admit his guilt but not say who had helped him? Xiao Sheng. At that moment, another figure stepped forward. It was Old Man Xiao. He walked towards him, and when he looked at him, he sighed inwardly. With all that Xiao Sheng had done, it would be impossible to obtain a pardon for him. Now all he wished for was that he could live. If there was someone else involved in this, tell me who it was, said Old Man Xiao. He knew everything that had happened. It was definitely not something that Xiao Sheng could have done, but he knew that Xiao Sheng had done it. But now Xiao Cheng had admitted his guilt, which implied that Yi Futian's suspicion was not without reason. He also wanted to know who it was. Now Xiao Sheng had to speak. It was only a matter of time. If he did not confess, Yi Futian would not agree to spare him, nor would Xia Qingyuan. Xiao Sheng looked at Old Man Xiao and bowed slightly with his trembling body, saying, I have admitted what I did. I did it all myself. There was no one else. Boom! A bolt of lightning descended from the sky, cutting into Xiao Sheng's body. He spat out a mouthful of blood as endless lightning will swirled around him. If you confess, I will go easy on you. If you don't, you should know that there are those who can make you tell the truth. Yi Futian did not know why Xiao Sheng was being like this. Who was he protecting? Xiao Sheng should understand that Xia Qingyuan had not acted against him before was because of the relationship between them, not because it was inconvenient to do so. And now that he had admitted his guilt, how could Xiao Sheng not tell the truth under the ministrations of all the cultivators of Emperor Xiao's palace? The person behind Xiao Sheng was much more sinister than him. Yi Futian could not let him go. Xiao Sheng knew that Yi Futian was telling the truth. He could not conceal this forever. Powerful cultivators would have ways of making him talk. But from the moment he had made this decision, everything had been predetermined. Nothing could be changed. He looked at Yi Futian, then at Xia Qingyuan, and said, "Yi Futian, I hope that you can serve the princess with all your strength. You will do that which I hope to do, but never could much better than me." Yi Futian frowned. What did he mean by that? At that moment, his face suddenly changed. Before him, Shaoxing's body suddenly blackened. His whole face suddenly seemed to have countless dark lines flowing over it. Not only that, but they covered his arms and his body as well. His vitality drained away with frightening speed. There was almost no more chance for him to talk. Suddenly, jade green vines spread out from Yi Futian toward Shaosheng and wrapped around him. Suddenly, jade green vines spread out from Yi Futian toward Shaosheng and wrapped around him. They had a powerful breath of life within them. They poured into Shaosheng's body, but Yi Futian found that as soon as they did, they turned black. Corroded and withered, their vitality peeled away. And there were even dark lines stretching out towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian cut the vines and saw that Shaosheng was covered in a dark fog. His whole body had turned black. Shaosheng! Old man Shao, Shao Qinha, and the other members of the Shao clan had all gone pale. They tried to rush forward, but Shaoxing's body was already descending to the ground. There was no breath of life left within him. His life force had been completely cut off. He was dead. Below them, everyone's eyes were fixed on where they were, staring at Shaoxing's corpse as it fell. He was dead. Yi Futian had not even done anything, and Shaosheng had still died. They all trembled on the inside. They finally understood. No wonder Yi Futian had come here with so much force. It looked like he was already sure about many things. He did not know who was helping Shaosheng. And had Shaoxing killed himself, or had he been killed? But no matter if he had done it actively or passively, Shaoxing had known everything. He had calmly met his death. He knew that since things had come that far, Yi Futian would never let him go. Even if he agreed to spare his life, he would take something to pay Xia Qingyuan back with. He had collaborated with people from Emperor Li's realm and attacked the greatest contributor to the victory at the Battle of Empty Realm. Even if he didn't die, he would be reduced to a mediocre and unambitious life. To a cultivator, that would be even more miserable than death. Especially to a cultivator who had touched the Saint Plane. Xia Qingyuan's figure flashed, and she appeared in front of Shaosheng, a slightly ugly look on her face. At that moment, she was extremely conflicted. Shaosheng had died like this. He had obviously been hiding his maliciousness, but she did not know if he had actively done this, or if he had been led into it. But no matter which it was, Shaosheng had known all along. He had let someone plant poisonous seeds within him, leading him to this violent death. Yi Futian descended beside Shaosheng. Behind him, Zhuge Mingyue said, Ling'er and Phoenix were poisoned as well. This was clearly the work of the same person. This person must be a powerful cultivator. Even using someone else, he had almost managed to kill Ling'er and Phoenix with poison, and in the end, Emperor Xia had gotten involved. Not to mention, Shaosheng had let them plant toxins within him, causing his death. Ling'er's admirer had probably died in that same way. But the difference was that he probably did not know he was being poisoned. In his prime, Shaosheng could maybe have resisted him for a bit, but under Yi Futian's attacks he was extremely weak. He had lost the power to resist the poison's infection, and so he had died to the poison in an extremely short period. But even so, it was still evident that the poison was powerful. Princess Xia Qingyuan, are there any powerful saint-level cultivators who are skilled with poison? Asked Yi Futian. The person who did this was powerful and was outside the control of Emperor Xiao's realm, so they must be someone famous. There are many poison saints, but I can't think of who it might be. I looked into the affair with Linger and Phoenix, but haven't reached a conclusion yet. Moreover, since he dared to use poison, it must be someone who is hidden very well," answered Xia Qingyuan. Yi Futian was silent. He naturally understood what Xia Qingyuan meant. Since Xiaosheng was only one of the participants, there must be someone else behind him. This person must be very skilled, much more so than Xiaosheng. He acted meticulously and did not make mistakes. If he had not forced Xiao Dong to act, there would not be enough evidence to prove anything now, like a knot that could not be untied. What was more frightening was that every incident seemed to be just a pure coincidence. If he had really died in Dali Dynasty, then everything would have ended there. There would have been no disturbance in Emperor Xiao's realm, just as if the people of Dali Dynasty had uncovered his identity and he had been killed. Qingyuan, old man Xiao, stood before Xiaosheng. A faint sense of sorrow could be detected from him. Among the juniors of the Xiao clan, Xiaosheng was the most talented. Previously, he had been the most cherished disciple of the third generation, and now he had become a saint. He had once again given everyone high hopes, but had come to a tragic end like this. He had admitted his guilt and been executed by poison. Moreover, this turmoil would certainly drag in the whole Xiao clan. Even though due to Queen Zhao's status, Emperor Xiao's palace would not do anything against them. But what had happened, and they could not pretend like it had not. The people of Emperor Xiao's palace knew it for sure, as did the powerful forces of Emperor Xiao's realm. After today, the Xiao clan would still be a powerful family, but they could not continue to advance. Old man Zhao's banquet had probably been the height of their glory, unless a miraculous figure appeared in the Xiao clan, giving them a chance to fight back. Of course, this all presupposed that the Xiao clan had nothing to do with Xiaosheng's actions. Otherwise, they would be dragged in, and the turmoil would be far from over. Xia Qingyuan looked up at old man Xiao and heard him say, "Xiaosheng was involved in this affair and how he has paid the price. But I promise you that the Xiao clan had nothing to do with this. I will help you investigate this. If I find out who else was involved, I will not let them escape." Although his heart was filled with sorrow, he still had to show this kind of attitude. He was furious at the one who had helped Xiaosheng and made him take this drastic step, and who had dragged the Xiao clan into all of this. If it were truly someone from the Xiao clan, he would certainly not let them go. Xia Qingyuan nodded slightly. Although the things that Xiaosheng had done were terrible, he had paid the price for them. But the person who was acting in the shadows was even more contemptible. Xiaosheng was not powerful enough to have arranged all of this, so it must have been the one working behind the scenes who had done it. Their skill was so great that even she was shocked. It had been such a long time, and they had still not made a mistake. When Xiaosheng had died, all the threads had been severed. Yi Futian stood there silently. Many people from the Xiao clan were looking at him furiously, especially Xiaosheng's father, Xiao Qianhe. No matter what Xiaosheng had done, he was still his son. He had become a saint and should have had a limitless future, but he had come to grief instead. Xiaosheng may have done some things that he should not have done, but he had not really wanted to collude with Emperor Li's realm. He just wanted Yi Futian to die. That was all. And now he had been hounded to death by Yi Futian. Before, no one could have imagined that a junior cultivator of Emperor Xiao's realm could kill Xiaosheng and even weaken the Xiao clan. Given the Xiao clan's power, even an exceptionally talented junior cultivator would not be able to disturb them in the slightest. And even if they wanted to kill him, so what? But Yi Futian had been able to ruin them due to his outstanding talent, which could not be found anywhere else in Emperor Xiao's realm. Even when he went to antagonize the Dali dynasty, he had had a meteoric rise. Yi Futian turned and left. He felt that the Xiao clan had not been involved. It was only Xiaosheng who hated him, and old man Xiao was not that stupid. But he still had to investigate. Xia Qingyuan would continue to search for more clues. Xia Qingyuan looked at the people from the Shao clan, then at the retreating figure of Yi Futian. Then she turned around indifferently and followed him, whispering, "What are you planning to do next?" Yi Futian kept walking, and his fellow palace members followed him. They left with Xia Qingyuan. Below, countless people watched the two of them walking side by side. There seemed to be a particular meaning to this scene. There were countless cultivators in the vast Emperor Xiao's realm, but none of those in the same generation as her had the right to stand beside Xia Qingyuan, except perhaps for that white-haired youth. Yi Futian did not think too much about it. When he heard what Xia Qingyuan asked, he was silent for a while, then answered, "Princess, previously I wanted to see Shao Sheng by force and wrest the answers from him, but now he is dead. As for clues, we only know that it was a saint-level cultivator skilled in the art of poison. But you already said that we could not find such a man, so there is only one clue left." "What clue is that?" asked Xia Qingyuan. "Saint Xihua," said Yi Futian. "We've already proved that what happened to Linger wasn't just a coincidence. Saint Xihua chose that time to suddenly take revenge on the Holy Ji Palace. But you said that it was only a casual attack and then they fled. They had no determination at all. So, someone must have been directing things behind the scenes. If it weren't for the things that Linger and Phoenix had encountered, no one would have suspected that there was someone behind the scenes pulling strings. After all, vengeance would have been served. But looking back on it now, things weren't so simple. Everything had probably been to test whether he was there or not. Saint Xihua has had people watching you all along. They must have had a part in this." "Let's grab them," said Xia Qingyuan. "They're still in the 9 states now, lying low and cultivating in the Endless Sea." "Excellent, we will go there," said Yi Futian. The Endless Sea was vast. It was indeed a good place to hide from the world and cultivate. If it had not been for Xia Qingyuan having people watch them, it would not have been easy to find them. In the sacred war of the 9 states, the great holy lands had laid siege to the Holy Ji Palace. The palace had taken heavy casualties. This was all set off by Saint Xihua. At that time, the only enemy of the Holy Ji Palace had been the great Zhou sacred king. Saint Xihua had entered and allied with the great Zhou sacred dynasty, and afterward the Hall of Holy Light and Jisheng Cliffs had gotten involved as well. As for the palace itself, a terrible holy war had broken out there, and Jiu had died. Now, Saint Xihua was involved in these matters once again. Old debts and new debts would have to be paid back together. The group continued forward towards Emperor Xiao's palace. A great matrix for sending people directly to the 9 states was there, which would speed things up considerably. Not long after, Yi Futian, Xia Qingyuan, and the others activated the matrix, and amidst a swirl of light, the whole group disappeared from the upper worlds. The sky above the Endless Sea was as blue as the water. One could not see the end of it in a single glance. The wind and waves howled as a beam of powerful light descended. A group of people was coming from the sky. There were countless islands in the endless ocean. There were countless islands in the endless ocean. Among these islands were many island cities of various sizes. In the eastern portion of the endless ocean, there was a small unknown island. People were scarce here, with a population of 100,000 or so. On the mainland of the 9 states, this would amount to only a small village. At that moment, on the eastern edge of the island, an old man was wearing a long robe, sitting peacefully on the rocks fishing. He had a plaited bamboo hat on his head, under which his face was sharply angled. He had his eyes closed as if he were dozing off. "I see you've come here fishing again, old Shi," called another dark-skinned old man from not far off with a smile. He was getting ready to go out into the ocean to hunt monsters. There were countless sea monsters in the endless ocean, and each of them had many cultivation resources. Since these resources were extremely scarce in this island, these sea monsters were the only source of them. The old man, who was sitting there with his eyes closed, nodded slightly. He opened his eyes lazily, then smiled at the other old man and said, "You're getting ready to go out into the ocean? I can see that there are huge waves out there. There must be a big monster out there causing trouble. Why don't you stay in today?" "That's no problem. My son and my son-in-law are quite powerful cultivators. If we run into a fierce monster, that will be excellent." The old man spoke clearly and honestly. He seemed to be very proud of his children. There were several other people behind him. One of them was shirtless, and his skin was dark all over. He was very strong. The other two people were a couple, both of them seeming very fierce. People's appearances could change due to natural processes or due to cultivation, but they could also do because of environmental effects. But old Shi, you're probably not going to catch much here. Your disciple looks a bit delicate. He probably hasn't experienced much turmoil. Why don't you let him come out into the ocean with me?" said the old man with a smile as he looked at a figure in the distance. That man was handsome, with fair skin and not even a trace of aura coming off of him. He seemed to be a scholar. No wonder the old man had said what he did. "My disciple is very lazy, so I just let him sit there," said old Shi with a smile. The old man nodded, then brought his son, daughter, and son-in-law into a boat and sailed out onto the sea. They waved to old Shi up on the rocks. When a lone boat went out into the ocean, its fate was determined by heaven. This was a popular saying on the island. As he watched the boat sail away, old Shi whispered, "Sometimes I envy them. They may not know the ways of heaven, but they are still able to smile at everything. The people of the island say that you never know what day you will die, so you should face every moment of your life with a smile." Behind the old man, the young disciple opened his eyes and looked out at the boat. Their environment may dictate their attitude, but it's still a kind of optimism, continued the old man. "I have a bad feeling. You too should leave." Another figure walked towards them from a mountain far away. "Brother," he said, "if you want to leave, you can." "I will stay here and accompany our master," said the young man. Old She sighed, then looked up into the distance. The sky that had once been as blue as the water was suddenly covered in dark clouds, looking very frightening. The sea was vast, endless, and capricious. It could change its face at any time. How could the people who lived on this small island understand? "If I had known that things would turn out like this, I never would have started down this path," whispered old She. He had once been a giant in the 9 states. He had mastered all heaven and earth, and his voice shouted commands that could lead to the deaths of thousands. But now he had fallen to this level all because he had tried to get revenge on a junior. Was there anything he could say about that? Who would have thought that that junior cultivator was not just exceptionally talented, but was, in fact, the most talented of his generation? Even since he had gone to the upper worlds, he still commanded the wind and rain. In both the upper and lower worlds, there was no one like him. He vividly remembered the sacred war at the Holy Ji Palace. The youth who gave off dazzling light was still firmly imprinted in his mind. At that moment, he had realized that that man was not simply incredibly talented. And after that, his fate seemed to have been set. But he had not thought that it would happen so fast. The violent wind whipped up huge waves, and dark clouds covered the sky. The lone boat floated in the sea and was swept into the storm by a large wave. A terrible monster appeared in the storm. It appeared to be a flood dragon. It rose into the storm as it stared at the few people in the small boat. It opened its mouth as it struck out to swallow them. At that moment, a burst of incomparable majesty descended from the sky, covering the whole area. Everything seemed to freeze, and the storm slowed. The dragon looked to the shore in surprise, and a fierce sense of fear could be seen in its giant eyes. It suddenly lowered its proud head. The people in the lone boat watched this scene in surprise. They rose into the air, but it seemed that they had been slowed by something. The dragon before them and the terrible storm had been slowed as well. It seemed that the area around them had frozen. "Begone, vile beast!" came a voice from the sky. In the next instant, the dreadful power dissipated, and the dragon tuned in fear and fled, diving back into the sea. A giant hand descended from the sky and pulled the lonely boat and the people in it back to shore. When the old man and the others returned to shore, they were a bit shaken. They recovered from their shock and looked at the old man, who had been sitting there, fishing. They saw that the bamboo hat he had been wearing had blown off. He stood up straight, not seeming old in the least. There was an overpowering majesty about him. As far as the old man was concerned, he was like a god. And it was not only the old man who had changed. Even his young disciple now had an extremely sharp aura that billowed up to the clouds. Divine brilliance shone from his eyes as he looked up into the sky. The old man and the others knelt to the ground and kowtowed. They did not know what to say. Were they gods? Up in the sky, the clouds had changed color as a suffocating power descended. The old man and the others were still kneeling, but they seemed to feel something and looked up. They saw a group of figures appear like gods in the sky. The two in front were a man who looked heroic and had an incomparable aura, and a woman who, although she wore man's clothing, was still extremely beautiful. To the people from the small island, she was like a goddess. Emperor Xia's daughter was indeed like a goddess to the people of the 9 states in the lower worlds. Those who should come have finally arrived. Saint Xihua sighed in his heart. Ever since the day when the mysterious man had made his threat, he had known this day would come. But he had not expected that Yi Futian would have already become a saint. He was a saint, a supernatural figure. How many years had he been in the upper worlds? The princess had not yet become a saint, and yet he had. "Greetings, your highness," said Saint Xihua as he looked up at Xia Qingyuan. The old man who was kneeling on the ground's heart trembled even more fiercely. Those who were like gods in their eyes still needed to greet the ones who had come. Then who on earth were these people who had come from the sky? "Saint Xihua, who ordered you to attack the palace?" said Yi Futian as he looked down on them. Saint Xihua looked up at Yi Futian. There was no trace of disturbance on his face. He seemed very calm, since he had known this day would come and had worried about it for a long time. Now that the day had truly come, he was unperturbed. "During the sacred war, you ordered people from the palace to destroy Xihua, sacred mountain. Did I need someone to order me to attack the palace?" answered Saint Xihua calmly. "Yi Futian, there is also something that I would like to know. Who on earth are you?" This was a question that had puzzled him for a long time. Once, Emperor Xia had summoned all the people of the 9 states and forbade them from asking it. But now it no longer mattered. "I am Yi Futian, the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace in the barren state in the lands of the 9 states, under the rule of Emperor Xiao's realm," said Yi Futian clearly. Saint Xihua was stunned when he heard this. Then he smiled and did not ask again. He was Yi Futian, the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace in the barren state. That was enough. The enmity between them had sprung up from that. Thinking back to when Lu Zong wanted to fight with you, it seems a bit ridiculous now. First, it was Saint Ji, then Chess Saint, then finally the great Zhou Sacred King. Who would have thought that you'd mature so quickly? If we had known that you'd have such success after only a few years, perhaps no one would have looked at the barren state as weak, said Saint Xihua with a smile. He spoke casually and seemed incredibly calm. Rain Saint rose into the sky, and a brilliant radiance bloomed from him. His long robe flapped in the wind as divine majesty swept out from him. Dazzling brilliance shone from his eyes. He looked at Yi Futian and said, "Since you are a saint now, I must ask you for a fight." As he said this, he stepped forward towards Yi Futian, who was in the sky. He lifted his hand and made a grabbing motion in the air. Time and space seemed to freeze, becoming solid. It was as if that area had been petrified and became incredibly dense. "Are you up to it?" Yi Futian took a step down and pointed his finger at Rain Saint. As he did so, An incredibly powerful storm of swords swept out, cutting through the air. The tip of his finger descended towards the ground, and a heaven-slaying sword descended, cutting through the power that was freezing heaven and earth. Boom! There was a loud noise as the great path solidified. Countless large stones appeared and formed a wall. They covered Yi Futian, but they were destroyed as he pointed his finger at them. Not only that, but the terrible storm of swords wrapped around Rain Saint. Divine light flowed around Yi Futian, becoming brighter and brighter. The tip of his finger kept descending towards the ground, and the heaven-slaying sword followed it. The air trembled violently as everything was destroyed, and the sword rushed towards Rain Saint. Rain Saint waved his hands, and a powerful defensive force appeared around him, seeming to freeze the air around him. A stone wall made from the divine path appeared, crossing between the heavens and the earth. Yi Futian took another step downward, and his foot pressed down upon the heavens and the earth. He continued to press down with his finger, and suddenly sword will cut through the stone wall, shattering it and piecing through it. There was a crackling sound as golden lightning cut across, and the brilliant sword will slashed into Rain Saint, piercing through his body. In the next instant, brilliant light bloomed from Rain Saint's body. He shattered into countless pieces that disappeared from the face of the earth. He had destroyed a saint with a single finger. Saint Shihua watched the figure disappear in the air. His eye twitched slightly, but he was not as agitated or angered as one might imagine. He calmed down after a momentary flutter in his heart, and he looked at the magnificent figure before him. When Rain Saint had become a saint, Yi Futian was nothing more than a minor figure. He remembered those days. That was when Exehue's sacred mountain had held the 9 states forum. Yi Futian, who was still a noble-level cultivator, had brought the destitute people from the Holy Ji Palace in the barren state. After missing so many forums, they had finally come to participate in that one. At that time, the group of people from the barren state was tiny. As far as the people from the other holy lands were concerned, the people from the barren state were unnecessary. He still remembered that they had been seated in the last seats, and they were very unhappy about this, feeling like they had been humiliated. The people of the 9 states had just laughed and not thought it was anything serious. But later, they had taken first place in the forum and made everyone else look at them with newfound respect. But even so, the other holy lands still did not really worry about the barren state. How many years had passed since that 9 states forum? The one who was once a noble had slain Rain Saint, upon whom he had once placed such high hopes and made Saint Shihua accept his fate. If he was not experiencing it himself, he would not have believed it. The old man beside trembled with fear as he watched the scene unfolding in the sky. He and those with him were kneeling on the ground. Everything that had happened today went entirely against what they would have imagined. Before, Saint Shihua had saved them from the storm, and he had seemed like a god then. But in a flash, it seemed like this man, who they looked at as a god, would be killed. What kind of person was the brilliant, incomparable figure in the air? And that woman, old she had even called her princess, was this the princess of the 9th heaven? Up in the sky, Yi Futian looked down on them all. He fixed his gaze on Saint Shihua. Whoosh! Another figure rose into the sky. It was Saint Shihua's sworn brother, another saint-level cultivator of Shihua Sacred Mountain. He had been a saint for a long time, but he was still stuck at the first tier of the Saint Plane. When they had fled from the upper worlds, they had realized that this day might come, and thus they had left a few people behind in the upper worlds. The reason he had not returned and had hidden away in the endless ocean was so that his juniors would not be dragged into all of this. Since the outcome of all this was already fixed, there was no reason to struggle. He could face it all honestly. He had understood as soon as he saw Yi Futian kill Rain Saint. Although they were on the first tier of the Saint Plane and had been saints for many years, there was still a gap between them that neither time nor level could fill. Some people were destined to stand out from birth. Although Yi Futian had not been a saint for very long, the combat power that he could bring forth was not something that saints from the lower worlds like them could match. After all, they had relied on outside power to become saints. But Yi Futian had been without match in the upper and lower worlds even before he had become a saint, save perhaps for Princess Xia Qingyuan. They even suspected that even Xia Qingyuan was not as good as Yi Futian. That day at the battle at the Holy Ji Palace, the divine light that he had called forth was like that of an emperor as it covered the world. Yi Futian saw his opponent shoot into the air, and a powerful airflow surrounded him. His sword whistled as it shrieked through heaven and earth. Xian Yuan stepped out, and the sky trembled. He pressed his finger forward, and 10,000 sword wills pierced the sky, shattering everything in their path. Looking down in it, it looked like an endless radiance descending. And right in the middle, there was a giant, holy sword that cut through the sky towards the saint-level cultivator, who had rushed towards Yi Futian. It cut through him, killing him in midair. The second saint-level cultivator had fallen, and it had once again only taken a single attack. Of the 3 saints of Xihua, Sacred Mountain, Saint Xihua was the last one left. Saint Xihua was saddened by this. Once upon a time, Xihua, Sacred Mountain, had dominated the 9 states and was even slightly stronger than the great Zhou Sacred Dynasty in the eastern state. But because of him, it had all been destroyed by one man. It was a tragedy. He raised his arms, and suddenly there was an incomparably fierce airflow in the sky. A bunch of boulders was pulled out of the ground on the beach as loud booming sounds reverberated. The cliffs seemed to be uprooted, and in a flash huge boulders were floating over a 100-mile area. The old man trembled as he knelt. His heart went numb as he watched this indescribable scene. Saint Xihua rose into the air, and the countless boulders rose with him, high up into the sky. Yi Futian and the others were still standing calmly in that infinite sky, with brilliant light shining from them. They watched this happening peacefully. Several figures stepped forward, blocking the rest of the group. Yaya's long hair flew in the wind, and countless sword wills descended from her, cutting through the boulders. A huge sword matrix was formed that gave off a frighteningly bright light. Numerous sword shadows seemed to be reflected on Saint Xihua's body. The figures behind Glass Saint and Xia Qingyuan stepped forward, indifferently watching Saint Xihua far below them. Saint Xihua was still moving forward, causing the heavens to tremble. He gave a great cry and shook his hand towards the sky. Everything seemed like it would be buried by his boulders. "Take him!" ordered Xia Qingyuan coldly. As she said this, several saint-level figures acted at the same time. Saint Xihua was the last saint of Xihua Sacred Mountain, so naturally he could not be allowed to die. There was a brief but violent burst of combat in the air above the little island, which made the whole island shake. Countless people looked up and watched the short but brilliant battle. In the end, old Shi, who had fished on the cliffs, was captured and taken away, leaving only ruins behind. The man and his family pulled themselves out of these ruins. The waves were beating against the shore, making them shiver from the cold. They looked up into the sky and saw that everyone had disappeared. They were still trembling. What had they just witnessed? This was something they would probably never forget as long as they lived. The Holy Ji Palace in the Barren State could be called the most prestigious holy land of the 9 states at that time. There was none like it. The sacred war had shaken the 9 states. 10 holy lands had participated, which made it a spectacular event. Later, at the Battle of Proving Holiness, the palace had produced 5 saints, which was another spectacular event. This was in addition to Yi Futian's fame. Countless heroes from around the 9 states had rushed to the Barren State, wanting to ask to cultivate at the Holy Ji Palace. Later it was rumored that Yi Futian had helped Emperor Xia achieve victory in the Battle of Empty Realm, making him a highly regarded figure. The saints of the Holy Ji Palace had brought 10 sacred methods to the lower worlds and taught them to the core disciples of the palace. Even Moon Saint of the Yu clan had sent the most talented juniors of his clan to the Holy Ji Palace. This showed how outstanding they were. Since there were too many cultivators who came seeking admittance to the palace, they had to raise the threshold for acceptance. Their disciples were getting more and more outstanding, and in these few short years, many heroes had emerged. At that moment, the palace was bustling as many of the disciples were there cultivating. In the air above the palace, a burst of divine power suddenly descended. Everyone faintly felt it and looked up into the sky. Dozhan walked out of the palace and looked up as well. He saw a brilliant light coming down, and then a group of figures descended from the sky. The two people at their head were heroic and magnificent. It was Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan. There were many cultivators behind them, as well as a wounded Saint Shihua. The palace lord has returned. Everyone looked up into the sky and called out greetings. Yi Futian had become the symbol of the Holy Ji Palace, the thing they set their hopes on. Welcome, Palace Lord. Everyone bowed in Yi Futian's direction, overlooking Xia Qingyuan beside him. In the past, this would have been unthinkable. Given her status, she should be the most respected person everywhere she went. But Yi Futian was unequaled within the palace. None could match his prestige, not even Princess Xia Qingyuan. He had once fought with everything he had to save the palace. He was undefeated in the sacred war and had built up the palace's current glory. Yi Futian nodded to everyone, then walked towards Dozhan, calling out, "Master!" Dozhan stared at Yi Futian for a bit, then smiled and said, "You've become a Saint Palace Lord." Yi Futian nodded. Suddenly everyone in the palace was shaken. The palace lord had become a saint. No wonder his bearing was so magnificent. Many of his disciples had felt that something was different. The palace lord had finally stepped onto the divine path. And Saint Shihua, who had once launched a surprise attack on the Holy Ji Palace, had been captured. Everyone looked at the wounded, dejected figure behind Yi Futian, and their hearts were filled with many emotions. It was Saint Shihua, who had once been the lord of Shihua Sacred Mountain, and before whom the Holy Ji Palace had once been insignificant and easily crushed. Now he had been captured by the palace lord and brought back to the palace. Such was the modern Holy Ji Palace. Who could resist them? "Keep doing what you were doing before," said Yi Futian to the people of the palace. He brought those who had come with him into a hall. Saint Zhang's figure flashed over, bringing Little Butterfly and Su Chehan with him. A bright smile appeared on Little Butterfly's face when she saw that Yi Futian had become a saint. "Elder," called Yi Futian. "Palace Lord," called Saint Zhang. "Greetings, Princess," he said to Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan nodded slightly. Beside her, Yi Futian said, "I need you to help me interrogate someone, Elder." Saint Jiang naturally knew what Yi Futian meant. He looked at Saint Shihua. "Will you really humiliate me so, Yi Futian?" asked Saint Shihua. Yi Futian ignored him, but Dozhan said coldly, "You must have forgotten what you did." "If he is not willing to talk, then make him wish he was dead," said Yi Futian coldly. "If he didn't talk, would that be enough?" "Please, Princess, grant me a boon," said Saint Shihua to Xia Qingyuan. He was Saint Shihua. How could he be humiliated like this? "I know that you have sons in the upper worlds, and I already have people watching him. I will do all I can to guarantee their safety. If someone is secretly threatening you, now they won't dare to act against them," said Xia Qingyuan. She guessed what Saint Shihua desired. Saint Shihua's face paled, and he felt powerless. He sighed and said, "Princess, if I tell you all that I know, it will still be meaningless." He did not know the identity of the man they sought. He could only be sure that none of this was a coincidence. It had all been deliberately planned.